The guy screamed in horror that a monster was chasing. Seeing the girl ahead, Hot nervously asked if Mayor was really here all this time. The girl immediately responded and hurried forward. Nock's friend ordered him to protect him from the monster immediately, and the girl promised that she would do everything possible. Young Mayor boldly charged forward, much to Nock's surprise. The blade of the blade slid across the huge body, and the monster let out one last unbearable roar. The father, the owner of the big small Rutherford estate, and his eldest son, Weishart, arrived at the scene. Wiskart was outraged that Noct had sent the girl to fight instead of him because it was a disgrace to her father's name. Weishart reminded him that such behavior was unworthy of an aristocrat. Noct explained that he simply wasn't strong enough to fight, so he asked for help. Sartre said that Noct will still have to fight and will get his skill tomorrow. Father Bigsmall asked Noct to swear and explained that everyone has their own way in life, and Noct is not obliged to imitate his brother. Her father advised Noct to find her goal in life and never turn away from it, and also not to pay attention to other people's words. Criscart was indignant and asked why his father constantly spoils his younger brother. My father said that he was more concerned about how the orc had managed to get into the estate, and that he needed to inspect all the properties immediately. Noct wondered if everyone had some kind of talent, and there are always those who have chosen the business to their liking and in the end they achieve success, and sometimes even manage countries. His father, Big Small, is a wise and kind-hearted man. He's a real aristocrat. Bart Withord is completely different. He is strict with himself and wants to follow in his father's footsteps. All Noct realized about himself was that he had an incredible talent for falling asleep in any situation, and apparently, this is his real-life path. Noct was determined that he never wanted to work again after all he had already burned down at work once. It was once an ordinary office plankton in Japan, and once I felt a sharp pain in my chest. And when he woke up, he realized that he was in the body of a baby in the house of an aristocrat. In this new world, all people who reach the age of 15 receive a gift from the gods, and when the time comes for him to receive the gift, he will immediately be forced to fight. All his relatives congratulated him on the arrival of such a significant age. Not just thought it was the worst birthday ever. Laptop asked his brother if he would even let him eat some birthday cake, but Weishorter, it reminded him that Noct would fall asleep immediately. Noct didn't really want to go anywhere, of course. After all, Mare had asked him to come home as soon as possible, because she had made a great cake for him. Noct decided to cheat and complained that he was suddenly ill, and it wouldn't be bad to lie down and rest. But the caring mayor immediately offered to drink the medicine. Noct asked if he might get seasick on the way. But Mayor said there was an excellent motion sickness remedy in the right-hand pocket of her jacket. Wiskort said that he had stopped procrastinating, and now that he was finally ready, it was time to go. My brother explained that this was a great chance for Noct not only to receive his new gift, but also to see the world around him. The father wished his youngest son to enjoy new experiences, but Noct wasn't as inspired as the others. Once in the capital, Noct decided that everything was just as he had thought, and there was a lot of activity around. Noticing a local inn, Noct wanted to find out if there were any hammock beds. Noct realized that this hotel building had obviously not been repaired for a long time because it looked very dilapidated. The guy even doubted whether it would be safe for him to be inside, although this is the capital where everything should be. It just so happened that his father's estate was constantly being attacked by orcs from the big forest. Therefore, everyone hoped that Noct would get some useful combat skill from the gods. Noct, on the other hand, did not want any worries or skills, and it was good for him to just enjoy a carefree life. Notka arrived at the specified location and introduced himself. Notki noticed that this strange man looked a lot like his brother, and it was a little scary. Noct was immediately asked to stand in the center of the magic circle and prepare. Noct felt that he was standing in some kind of water, and it was not clear what was happening at all. Noct noticed a female silk ahead of him and decided that this must be the goddess. The boy immediately thanked the goddess for giving him life in this world. Noct admitted that his life is not so simple, but his brother is stronger than any demon. His father is very kind and everyone adores him, therefore he is quite happy with the place where he Noct started asking for anything but combat skills. He doesn't want to be a warrior. Noct explained that his brother would still inherit the estate. It's better for him to get some auxiliary skill himself. The goddess didn't respond, and Noct asked if she could hear him at all. Noct realized that he was back in the same room he had entered earlier. The guy said that was it, and Noct had already gotten his skill. Noct was surprised at how quickly it all went because he didn't even understand how it was happening. He was asked to go up and reach out to the magic ball, but just do not touch. The guy asked that Noct was probably the son of an aristocrat, and if this is the case, then he must be weighed down by the weight of other people's hopes. Noct asked him what skill he had picked up in this play. The servant of God showed the title, where it was indicated that the skill is called increase and decrease. Noct wasn't sure what that meant, so he asked if the skill could be used in combat. The attendant replied that the name was clear enough and it wasn't a combat skill. Noct understood everything and promised that even so, he would still try to do something useful. The guy apologized for bothering me and said he had to go. The attendant advised you not to get upset. These two skills rarely fall out together, and everything is sure to find a use. Noct replied that he wasn't upset at all and was fine, so he was ready to go his own way. In fact, Noct thought he'd gotten what he wanted. The girl asked what good things had happened to Noct that he looked so happy. Noct explained that he could now rest on his sides for the rest of his life without worrying about anything. It was all thanks to the goddess who granted his request. After all, he had gained useless skills now, although his brother would certainly be angry about it. Noct said that he even bought some souvenirs to appease his brother and father. Nopf said that he had bought jewelry for the maids. For my father, a figurine of the capital's tower. And for my brother, a special blindfold that will make him look irresistible if you can persuade him to wear it. Noct said goodbye to the girls and explained that he was now returning to his native estate to continue doing nothing. When the girls heard the name of Nocte Manor, they said that they were very sorry, because something had happened, but Nocte didn't understand and drove on. Once at home, Noct thought at first that he was imagining it, that the entire estate had been completely destroyed. But there could be no mistake. And it turned out to be true, not to realize that now he would not be able to lie down in peace, because all his plans had been ruined by someone. Servants leaned into the distance and shouted that Master Noct had finally returned. Noct asked Joseph what had happened to the estate in the first place, and who could have done such a terrible thing. The butler apologized for his appearance, because it really is a real night. Joseph said that the estate was suddenly attacked by orcs. A huge army surged out of the great forest and everything happened very quickly. Noct wondered where an entire army of orcs could have come from in such a short period of time. He asked where his father and brother were and what had happened to them. The butler replied sadly. No one had found them yet, but the search is underway and no one loses hope. Joseph said that his brother and father bravely rushed to the defense of the estate, but since then 4 days have passed and nothing is known about them yet. Noct was indignant and said that his brother and father could not have lost the battle so easily. Joseph replied that he didn't want to think anything bad himself, but the attack was really terrible. Noct wondered what would happen there. Since the manor had always been a good defense, Joseph again apologized and said that there was no new news about the fate of his brother and father. The butler promised that if it was possible, they would definitely find out. Joseph explained that Noct must now take over the reins of the estate. The butler asked what new skill Noct had acquired, since the fate of his entire family might now depend on it. Decided not to explain much and demonstrated how a small stone can become the size of a force with one easy movement. This is his new skill. Noct explained that it was very convenient and easy for him to do. No one was particularly impressed with such abilities, and Joseph asked how it could help in this situation. Joseph and the other servants began to ask what to do now, because the estate was completely destroyed, and there was no place to live. Noct realized that they were indeed right in this case, and his skill is completely useless. Noct immediately regretted his choice, and thought that he should have asked for a battle skill after all. Noct thought about it for a while, and suggested that we go to the neighboring domain for a while. And considering how many people are left, this is quite possible. Joseph reminded him that the flight of the owner of the estate was an unforgivable act, and the death penalty for that if Noct decides to do so. Noct turned to his men and explained that he would not blame anyone for their decision. If they want to do what they want, regardless of whether they decide to stay or go to the neighbors, he will not accuse anyone of anything. In the end, Joseph said sadly that it was just the 3 of them. Noct guessed that his father and brother's pursuit of the monsters would not last long, and that they should return soon after all. He doesn't believe that they could lose to the vile orcs. Noct thought that all this was bad. Of course, because he only wanted to start his new carefree life and without a father and brother. It's almost impossible. Noct remembered what his father had said. My father explained that there would come a time when Noct would realize that this was his land, and then he will have to stand up for her and use any methods. Noct knew that this was the moment. Joseph once again asked them what they were going to do next, but to the old servant's surprise, Noct said he wanted to get some sleep first. Joseph asked how Noct could possibly fall asleep in such a difficult situation. It seemed to Joseph that Noct was just pretending to be asleep and pretending to be real. But after a few minutes, Joseph realized that the young master was indeed sleeping soundly. After all, he even began to snore and did not react to anything at all. Then Noct began to mutter in his sleep that he would never be able to cope with such problems without his father. And Brother Joseph said ruefully that it really did seem to be the end of the big, small family estate. The servants continued to wait, and Joseph said indignantly that the young master had already been asleep for 12 hours, and it's clear that Noct doesn't fully understand their predicament at all. Joseph suggested that Mayor not waste time and go to a neighboring property. Joseph explained that, but there was nothing left of these properties but the estate. There were no human resources or food supplies left. All the walls are destroyed and monsters can attack at any time. So no one can blame there for leaving to save her own life. Mayor knew Joseph was right, but she didn't want to leave. Noct finally woke up and wished everyone a good morning. The young master said that a good night's sleep relieves fatigue, and he feels much better now. Noct admitted that he feels like he's been reborn all over again. Joseph asked what the young master was talking about anyway. Since everything was completely ruined, Mayor couldn't help but laugh softly, and Joseph reminded her that this wasn't the best time to have fun. Noct said that he was very grateful that they stayed with him and did not leave their native estate. After all, he wants to return the old life to these lands and he needs help from them. At least until my father returns with my brother. Noct asked if the two of them were willing to be his mainstay in his affairs. Mer happily replied that she was ready to help with the restoration of the land, and Joseph admitted that he was very impressed by the way Mr. Noct talks about his plans. Mer told Joseph that they should be at the young master's side in such a difficult hour. After all, there was no one else left. It's still a good thing that the mansion is still intact. Therefore, they will have no problems with safe accommodation and cooking. Noct thanked him for the delicious tea. Then he reminded her that Mer had said the well was fine too, and so they can safely take a bath and wash their clothes, and at least some pressing problems will not bother them. Noct asked if they had absolutely no food left. Joseph and Mary confirmed their concerns and explained that they themselves had not eaten anything yesterday. The girl explained that she had collected everything that could be eaten, but it was very small. Noct was disappointed that there wasn't enough food for even one person. It turned out that almost all the food supplies were taken away by the surviving residents of the estate. Mare said that she was on a diet right now, so Joseph and Noct could eat all the food and she would be patient. Joseph claimed that he was only a butler and wouldn't be able to touch the food that belonged to the master. Noct replied that he didn't want to look selfish and eat everything by himself. Therefore, they should divide the food into 3 people, and although it will not be enough, it will be fair. Then Noct remembered that he could try to increase the food, and his new skill should help him. Mayor was delighted and offered to try out a new ability that should increase or decrease items. Noct applied magnification, and there was indeed, eat a little more food. Joseph and Mayor were delighted with the result and said it was incredible. Surprised at his own success, but decided it wasn't enough. After all, he wants to feed to the brim of those who believed in him and stayed to help. And in general, in his place should have been a father and brother, wise and brave people. But it turned out quite differently. Noct thought that this world was simply wrong to think that he was a good ruler. Mayor screamed and begged Noct to stop increasing the food because it was already too much. Mayor was afraid for the young master and asked him to wake up. The girl explained that Noctover did it with the size of the food. Mayor had thanked Noct for his incredible ability, and now they would be able to eat their fill. Noct realized that the 3 of them now had to deal with all their problems somehow. The girl pointed into the distance and noticed that the neighboring properties looked very small from this angle. Noct wondered if he would be able to create on his own lands exactly the same beautiful possessions in which people would be happy to live, although it is more likely that he will die from processing and repeat his fate in a previous life. After the terrible events, the big small domain was inhabited by only 3 people. The land had fallen into disrepair, and Noct could only rely on 2 of his servants. They were faced with the difficult task to survive in difficult conditions. There was a lot of work to do, and for the first time in his new life, the new owner of Noct found it pleasant to sweat from hard work. Noct admitted that after such work, he sleeps like a baby. Joseph joked that if you knew the spirit of the common people, you would know exactly what it was like to be the new patron of the estate. Joseph was outraged that Noct hadn't actually dug up much of anything, and even he, the old butler, did a lot more work. Mayor meanwhile prepared dinner and suggested that Joseph and Noct put aside their work and rest for a while. While they ate, Noct complimented the girl on her lunch and noticed that the food was richly decorated with herbs. Mare explained that she prepared the food according to different recipes to add variety and delight the taste. Mare suggested that we try Mortica enamel first. Noct replied that sesame oil perfectly accentuates the bitter taste. And Joseph reminded that Mamortica helps to reduce the level of glucose in the blood. Then Mayor suggested that we try the deep-fried Mamortica without the dough and breadcrumbs. Noct appreciated this method of cooking and said that he liked the way the bones crunched. Joseph explained that such food allows you to recover well after physical exhaustion. Mare suggested refreshing yourself with pickled mamortica after heavy consumption of sesame oil. Noct replied that the food still tasted a little bitter. Joseph grumbled that spicy food was good for the liver. Na, of course, realized that Joseph didn't like the food very much either, and advised him not to choke. Mare apologized for the fact that her cooking skills were too modest and her taste was too good. Noct replied that there was no need to be upset, because in fact, she didn't have a good choice of food to cook. Cook Noct asked how long the vegetables would last in the field. The girl explained that arugula ripens for about a month. But even after a couple of weeks, it can already be consumed in the form of leaves. Noct realized that he would have to do something about food in the next 2 weeks, and so far they only have a choice of mordicai. Noct admitted that it's only been 2 days and he can't look at her anymore. He was so full of it. He explained that it tasted sluggish, that it wasn't nutritious enough, and that after everything, he felt hungry and didn't want to do anything. And we urgently need to get food containing iron. He also said that he wouldn't mind something else. Mayor promised that she would try to solve the problem of iron content in food. Mayor drew her dagger, but Joseph knocked her to stop her and asked her what she was going to do. Mayor replied that she just wanted to be useful to the young master, but Joseph said there was enough iron and mamortic to make it up. Joseph asked the young master if he thought Mayor's behavior had been strange lately. Noct explained that he hadn't noticed anything unusual, and Mayor was just trying very hard to be helpful. Noct then said that once they were finished and they had managed to get something to eat, it would time to get some sleep. Joseph reminded the young master that they still had a lot of work to do, but that didn't make any difference, and Noct was almost asleep. While Noct slept, Joseph and Mary just waited for him. And when he got back, Joseph said that they were just sorting out important problems on their property so Noct could help. Not asked what hinders a person on his way to success. Joseph explained that first of all, food is needed so that a person can show the most effective result. After all, food is the basis of everything. If you do not eat properly, even the quality of sleep will worsen. Noct read the list of major problems he had compiled. Joseph pointed out that first you need to restore the fence, then restore the food industry, establish trade, and improve the fields. Noct asked for a quill and added that he needed to find food other than memorial. Joseph was surprised by the addition of such an item, and Noct explained that he gave this problem the highest priority. In the end, Noct suggested that we split up and look for food. Noct asked Joseph to inspect Lawrence's fields. Mayor had Sammy's plantation checked out. Joseph remembered that Sammy's fields were well cared for, and there was something to be found. Mayor agreed that maybe it was a chance to diversify the food. Noct advised me not to waste any time. The Noct decided to take a closer look at their skills capabilities in the meantime. The guy found a jelly slime that was omnivorous and looked calm and weak. Not noticed that slime had eaten a lot of healthy foods in the field. Then I decided to use slime as a pillow. The slime was comfortable and bouncy, and it felt like a water cushion. Noct smelled a berry smell and decided that slime had eaten strawberries somewhere. In general, it is designed to be a pillow. But all of a sudden, Noct fell into the slime and started coughing up the slit. Noct was indignant and applied a reduction to slime. Noct felt a little repulsed. He decided that it wouldn't work on strong monsters, but in the end, to his surprise, everything went well, and Noct was able to reduce even a living creature. Noct applied the reduction on himself, and was surprised at the result because he felt like he was in the jungle, and this was just ordinary field grass. Then Noct saw some fast lunge at him. It became clear that this is just an ordinary bird that wants to eat it. Noct was able to trick the bird and realized that the long-tailed kiwi, which is on the verge of extinction. This bird can fly, but it is difficult for it. Noct sensed how soft the bird's plumage was, and it was incomparable. But the bird escaped from his hands, and the young master flew down. The only thing that he managed to notice was the wonderful scenery that was visible from above. But then he realized that this was not the time to think about beautiful views because he would break if he fell. But instead of a heavy blow, Noct felt a pleasant and swaying sense. After all, he was able to land on a soft spikelet. Noct was glad of the new sensations and decided that this, a good bed, and the world in the form of a tiny man seemed beautiful. Although it was too hot near it still turned out that it was not so easy to be small. Mayor saw the young master and said he looked very nice. Then she asked him what he was doing here like this. Noct explained that he was just testing his new skill. Noct asked what Mayor was doing at the moment. The girl explained that because of the broken fence, all the fields were filled with monsters, and so she decided that it was better to. Noct can help him a little so that Joseph can't find him, because he'll be grumbling and angry again. and he wants to get some sleep and rest. Mayor laughed and promised to comply with the young master's request. Noct also asked the girl to cover the sun for a while and create a shadow for him. After all, for him as a small child, the heat was unbearable. Mayor immediately found a great way to create a shadow and asked how the young master was feeling. Noct said it was much better that way, and the sun didn't bake anymore. At the same time, the guy thought that Mayor really is a very strange girl, Joseph said, suddenly appeared, and asked what Mayor was doing and who she was talking to. Noct realized that his plan to sleep peacefully had failed miserably. Joseph was indignant at what was happening and asked why the young master was forcing the girl to show her underwear. Noct began to defend himself, explaining that he hadn't asked Mayor to do this at all. But Joseph said that Noct's father would not have been happy about it. Mayor told Joseph that there was no need to blame the master for everything, as she only wanted to shield him from the scorching sun. But Joseph didn't believe her and asked Mayor to cover up quickly. Not, while shouted that he would stop stomping around like that. Because he was feeling a real earthquake, Mayor was startled and rushed towards the young master, trying to catch him. Noct replied that he was fine and only got a small scratch. Joseph began to apologize and explain that this was unacceptable since the young master was injured because of him. But Noct said that there was no need to worry and that he was really fine. Mayor asked me to show her the wound so she could treat it. The girl used her cell activation ability and immediately healed the wound. Noct was surprised at the prompt treatment and thanked the maid, for he was now as good as new, and there wasn't even a trace of a scratch left. At the same time, Noct noticed that Joseph was still angry with him. Not to ask Mayor what skills she had. After all, the girl explained that she can activate cells, and this allows you to regenerate the human body and quickly heal wounds. Noct considered the possible use of such an ability. Then he asked her if her cell regeneration skill could work on vegetables. After all, this could solve the problem with products. Mayor tried her cell growth acceleration skill and happily declared that the plants had indeed sprung up a little. Noct realized that not everything was as simple as he would have liked, but he still praised the girl for her efforts. Young Master's Mayor isn't going to bed right now because they still have a lot of things to do. But no, didn't listen of course, and decided that he needed to get some sleep after taking a short nap. He heard a strange noise that prevented him from resting. It turned out to be there trying her best to concentrate while shouting loudly. The girl tried her best to improve her cell activation ability and grow the plant as quickly as possible. Looking at her efforts, Noct was once again convinced that she was a very strange girl. Then he decided that maybe she ate something unusual and it affected her behavior. But Mayor didn't give up trying and was happy to see each leaf. The girl said, "I try to persuade the plants to grow big and strong so that the young master will not starve." Mayor said that she should pay with Noctu's gratitude for what happened 10 years ago. Noct immediately recalled the incident from a long time ago. One of the farmers was outraged that someone dared to rob his field. Sammy demanded that the culprit be caught and locked up in a dungeon, or he would get to him himself. Father Noct asked that the culprit be brought in and punished, but Noct intervened and tried to explain to Sammy that it was unlikely that the girl had entered the field for fun, and she did it just to survive, so you have to forgive her. But Sammy was indignant and asked how he himself should survive after what happened in the opinion of the young master. Noct promised to compensate the irate farmer for the damage, and to do this, he will sell one of the souvenirs that his mother gave him. Noct asked the farmer if he would accept the offer. Sammy calmed down and said that Noct shouldn't make such a sacrifice. Sammy promised that he would sort out his own problems. Noct thanked the farmer for his understanding. My father asked why Noct had done this and defended a strange thief. Noct reminded them that the big small family must protect those they consider their subjects. And so this girl was under his protection. My father asked me what Noct would do if this girl did something bad again. Noct explained that he was confident that this would not happen, and from now on, she would be his personal maid. The father was surprised by this decision of his son, but did not contradict his wishes. Noct asked the girl her name. The girl saw that she was not in any danger and gave her name. Noct immediately explained to Mayor that he had an important job for her and now she would have to deal. Noct said Mayor would have to prepare the bed for him. Then he asked her if she could handle it. At that moment, everyone was extremely surprised by the young master's action. After all, he had saved a little girl whose days were practically numbered in this world. Mayor said it was her turn to take care of her mask. She tried to grow an edible plant as soon as possible and was indignant why it could not be done quickly. Mayor was upset because she couldn't do anything at this very moment. When the young master needed her help, she decided that her existence was simply useless if she couldn't do anything to help in such a difficult situation. Noct watched the girl and realized how much she was trying to help him. Noct remembered the words of his father, who had always reminded him to protect his people by all means necessary. Noct immediately began to think about how he could become a worthy heir to his father and be a good ruler for his people. Mayor noticed the young master and asked why he was awake, not to ask her without explaining. Anything to try her skill on the plant again. The girl made another attempt to activate the plant cell, but the result remained unchanged. Noct decided to help, and quietly applied his magnification skill. The plant immediately took a leap in growth, and Noct realized in that moment that God had actually given him the perfect ability for important needs, and now he clearly sees the right way to use his abilities. After all, its ability to increase and decrease can show the full potential of the desired object. When interacting with other skills, the possibilities of his skill are limitless. In other words, his skill shows the true capabilities of other skills. The maid was delighted with the result, not explained to her that he combined his augmentation skill with her cell activations. Although initially, he wasn't sure if all of this could work. Not then asked her not to worry so much and explained that his suffering was not as great as she imagined. Of course, it is clear that his family is missing, and they have neither money nor food left. But even now, he's happy just thinking about having such wonderful people as Mare and Joseph around. OCT stated that he fully relies on them and wants to trust them in everything. Mayor recalled her first meeting with the young master and promised to be loyal to him forever. Joseph asked why the young master was awake and acting so strangely. Noct explained that he had been busy and now they had resolved the food issue. The next day, it was all business as usual, and toward noon, Mayor called everyone to dinner. This time on the table were fried avocado and arugula without breadcrumbs and dough. There was also toasted asparagus, beans, and pepper, and also a wonderful vegetable soup which promised to give maximum nutrition. I explained that this meal would bring a wonderful balance. Noct, on the other hand, did not think about the usefulness and admired the taste. Mayor was pleased with the result and offered a supplement to everyone. Noct, already full, thought that this was probably too much for just once. Joseph explained to the girl that she was behaving inappropriately at the table, since she was reading a book while eating, but Mayor said it didn't matter. After all, they have a lot of ingredients, so she can now make no excuses. Or rather, he will Joseph asked her if the young master was forcing her to do this. Noct replied that he had absolutely nothing to do with it, and instead asked Mary not to overdo it. Mare said that she intends to try harder and better, and then she will achieve better results for the common. Good. Noct thought that the girl's attitude would be useful. Noct then said that vegetables were fine, but he would like to eat meat already. Mare immediately exclaimed that she would do it very quickly, but Joseph, frightened by the sight of the blade, asked Mare to stop joking like that. Noct decided to start restoring the estate and used an earth shield. In addition to skills, there is also magic in this world. There are 6 elements in total: fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. Noct was gifted with a talent for earth and fire magic. Noct created a fireball and rejoiced at the result. Mare praised the young master for lighting the fire and called him a capable decider of the fire god. Noct replied that starting a fire in the furnace was the easiest task for him. The water quickly warmed up and Noct thought that it had been about a month and a half and he could finally enjoy a hot bath. The young master thought that it was a real spiritual joy to lie down in warm water. Joseph, on the other hand, continued to grumble as usual, paid no attention, and enjoyed the view of the shining water and the endless blue sky. I asked what else is needed for complete happiness. Joseph was surprised and asked if there was nothing else needed for the young master. Mayor admitted that personally, she would not refuse chamomile or apple flavor, and she really wants to put on a sweet, fruity smell. Joseph said that he would really like to see perfectly without the help of glasses. After all, now his lenses are very fogged up, and he always needs to look for something to wipe them with, not to ask me to calm down and stop daydreaming about the impossible, because it will only make things worse. But Mayor explained that there would be a sale tomorrow. Noct replied that he did not understand what was being said. Joseph explained that to be more precise. The merchant Raphael was coming tomorrow, and he had a good relationship with the young master's father. Merrick claimed that this is an incredible person from whom you can order anything. But in the past, Noct always missed his visit because he went to sleep in the afternoon. Noct became interested in the merchant's arrival, and then he said he wanted to buy a memory pillow from him. Mayor wanted to buy chamomile scents, and Joseph reminded her about eyeglass wipes. Everyone decided that these things would make their lives much more pleasant. Not to ask the merchant Raphael that he was probably tired after a long journey. I suggested that he start with lunch, and then, if he wanted to, take a bath. Raphael asked Noct if he was the new owner of the land. Noct introduced himself and explained that in the absence of his father and brother, He was in charge of all the estates of F. Raphael greeted the new lord and rightful successor of these lands. Not was surprised by such measures, because he had never encountered such a thing before. Raphael said that he got along well with his father from a long time ago and did a lot of business together. And even now, many years later, he always uses the advice of Father Noct when trading. Noct could smell Raphael's pleasant peppermint scent, and the merchant apologized for talking too much about him. Then Raphael suggested that they get down to business quickly and asked if they would like to buy something from his belongings. Noct thought that this guy was incredibly elegant and pleasant to do business with. Raphael explained that they can ask for anything, and he has everything they want for each person. Asked me if everything I needed was in one suitcase. It occurred to him that the merchant might not have the pillow he'd been looking for. Joseph wasted no time in asking about the glasses napkins. Merchant Raphael has his assistant perform a drum roll. Then he solemnly took out of his suitcase a beautiful napkin for Joseph's glasses. Stated that she wants to get chamomile flavoring. Raphael immediately granted her wish and immediately took out the same chamomile fragrance from the suitcase. Not asked for a memory pillow and explained that the slime pillow wasn't comfortable at all. Merchant Raphael considered the young master's request. Not decided that they certainly didn't have one. But suddenly, Raphael again asked his assistant to perform a drum roll. Then he solemnly exclaimed, "He has a suitable pillow for young master." Noct couldn't believe it had actually happened, and he admired the merchant's capabilities. Raphael quickly calculated the cost of the goods and said that he wanted 5 and 200 rubles for everything. Noct quickly counted his coins and replied with a disappointed expression that he didn't have the required amount. The merchant Raphael replied that in this case, you need to make a choice, either a pillow or chamomile fragrance and a napkin. Noct overcame his desire and made the difficult choice to buy the things they needed for his subject. This evening, the young master could not sleep a wink because all he could think about was that beautiful pillow. Noct then decided to visit the merchant in his tent. Raphael said that it was not necessary to do this and you could just call him. Not to explain that it was all an accident and he was just passing by. The young master offered to sell fresh vegetables to the merchant, as well as use the beds in the mansion. Noct thought about it, and added that this service would only cost 3,000 rubles. Raphael declined the offer, and explained that they were already used to such an overnight stay. Noct was disappointed that his ruse had failed. Then he offered to use the bathroom. The young master said that he had only recently created it, and therefore there would be a special offer for Raphael. And you can use the services of a bath for just 3,000 rubles, or in exchange for a pulley. Raphael looked visibly sad, and asked if not really considered his destiny to be in the future. The second point is the creation of. The young master pondered the merchant's words and replied that the creation of the bath was rather the will of heaven. The merchant replied that if that was the case, then he had no intention of going to the manor again. Kyle's assistant asked me to turn out the light and a cigarette since it was long past bedtime. At parting, the merchant refused the opportunity to take a bath, citing great fatigue. Noct was saddened by his failure and couldn't understand why Raphael was no longer going to visit him at the manor. At the same time, I could still smell the pleasant mint smell coming from the merchant, but then Noct thought that the smell was coming from some monster. And it was clear why Raphael had always been wary, and if he enters the bath, he will be defenseless against a possible threat. Noct scanned the area and saw only a small slime. When Mare and Joseph heard the news, they were upset by the merchant's decision not to visit them again. Not explaining that apparently Raphael decided not to when he saw the monsters in their fields. Moreover, there are no residents with whom you can trade. The young master said that their land is incredibly dangerous. They don't even have a fence, therefore no one will come to this place to trade. Not to apologize to Joseph and Mare for setting the wrong priorities and building the tub. After all, it was necessary to do something useful first. Joseph agreed that it would be very bad if Raphael did not visit them again. After all, the merchant is a very important link, and if trade with it stops, then their lands will completely stop developing. Noct realized that if he did, he would never be able to buy the right pillow. The young master said that they would definitely build a good fence so that Raphael could visit them again. Mare asked if they could do it with just the 3 of them. Noct asked me to trust him, and explained that he had a good plan. Joseph applied the ability to increase muscles and easily began to carry huge weight. Noct admired his butler who, it turned out to be a true titan. With its help, it was possible to build as much as 10 meters of fence in 1 hour. Noct realized that, unfortunately, they would not have enough time and resources to complete the fence before morning. Although initially this plan seemed perfect. Mare asked if she should help Joseph too. Joseph admitted that after such loads and spilled sweat, a bath for him will be especially plus. Noct pondered the butler's words, and Mare didn't understand why the young master was so in. Noct then told Joseph that he had the perfect idea. Meanwhile, the merchant Raphael asked Pico's assistant to wake up as it was time to get ready for the journey. Pico said good morning to his master and Raphael asked him to collect his drumsticks. The kid collected his chopsticks and promised to get ready quick. Raphael remembered that Mr. Rutherford had done a lot for him in the old days, and he would be very happy to help him with any problems. But it's hard to look at his ruined land, and it's much worse than he expected. And it is not clear why his youngest son Noct is creating a bath in such a difficult situation, and most likely for this young guy, the burden of the ruler is too great, and even without fences, this place can hardly be called some kind of possession. Raphael apologized to Pico for bringing him to such a dangerous place and promised not to do it again when the merchant got out of the tent. He thought that he was still sleeping, because it was hard to believe what he saw. Raphael said that it was simply impossible for someone to create such huge walls overnight. The merchant tapped on the wall and realized that it was incredibly strong and would provide excellent protection. Mare informed the dozing Not that Mr. Raphael had already arrived. The merchant was surprised and asked how it happened and where such a powerful wall came from. Not to explain that he just combined his skill with earth magic, and they were a little lucky to be able to finish it before morning. Pico said admiringly that it was just an incredibly handy skill. But Raphael thought that it was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, and the cost of forces for some work should be enormous. After all, it is impossible to easily do a job of this scale in such a short period of time. Raphael asked why Noct didn't want to postpone such a difficult task until tomorrow. Because it was more logical to just rest at night. Noct replied that tomorrow might be too late. Noct thanked Raphael because it was thanks to him that he got his priorities right, and his settlement was really too dangerous. Therefore, I don't want to think that it is impossible to protect it. Merchant Raphael said that Noct really understood his purpose. Then the young master offered to show the merchant something else. Noct asked him to stand with the others and join hand. Noct then applied the magnification ability, and he said that it was Mordecai who served as an elevator merchant. Raphael admitted that he didn't even expect him to be so surprised. Not explained to the merchant that he was about to see a large open-air bath on the wall. Raphael was incredibly surprised to see a beautiful bath again. The young master reminded him that Raphael had not had time to take a bath, but now in this place he can feel completely safe and not deny himself pleasure. Noct admitted that he really wants to get that beautiful pillow, and so, on behalf of the others, he asks that Raphael come back to the estate. Raphael replied that every merchant must have an important quality. This quality consists in the fact that the merchant must be able to determine the value. Noct asked what he probably meant by the price of the item, but Raphael explained that anyone can determine the monetary price. But in this case, you need to determine a much more important value. Raphael admitted that he was only thinking about the security of the property, but he is very surprised that the young master is thinking about more than that, and also thinks about how to provide joy to a person even in such difficult conditions. Raphael said that when he looked at the faces of the Noctis served, he immediately understood the young master's true worth. The merchant explained that now he had no desire to break off communication with such a good person. Raphael promised that he would definitely come to visit next time and bring a lot of different goods. Noct says that by the time the merchant arrives, he will have created the safest sleep park, where you can easily stay to your heart's content. Raphael said it was wonderful, but he still wanted to take a great bath first. Noct was glad that he had been able to please the merchant and now trade should improve. Raphael felt the warm water's pleasant embrace and thanked the young master for the opportunity to rest. Then Noct suggested that everyone should not be shy because they are not in the pool, but this is their home. But Joseph reminded her that she still needed to behave more modestly in the presence of girls and guests. Pico asked Raphael why this young gentleman was so strange to behave so openly. The confused merchant agreed with his little assistant, because indeed the young master does not look like his serious father, and that is why he is much more interesting as a person. And it is very interesting to find out how he, as the new owner of these territories, will equip and present his native home. It had been a full month since Noct had started rebuilding his domain, and thanks to his joint efforts with Mayor, he managed to solve the food problem. Noct, using his land magic and skills, was able to rediscover the walls and protect the manor. Therefore, the merchant Raphael promised to continue to trade with him. The young master thought about the next step in the development of his settlement, and his goal was to replenish the human resources that were sorely lacking for the settlement. Mayor reported that merchant Raphael was approaching in the distance, and he was in high spirits, and along with it go new migrants for settlement. Noct asked the merchant Raphael for help in this matter. To do this, Noct used his skill to increase the gems and half of the revenue from which he received his compensation. Raphael was happy about the deal. Although the young master decided not to abuse the power of his skill, he was immensely happy about such circumstances. and declared that now the revival of their estate can be considered full-fledged, and Noct hoped that when things got better, he would finally be able to fully loaf around and sleep as much as he liked. Noct met Raphael and greeted him, then asked how he was doing. The merchant said that he had brought 4 migrants and, as usual, asked Pico's assistant to play a drum roll. Noct was surprised and wondered if the merchant had decided to take the migrants out of his suitcase. But in reality, Raphael took out a special souvenir from the capital and presented it to the young master. More migrants emerged from and Noct was surprised to see that they were real beastmen. Raphael explained that there was no need to worry, and these beastmen weren't ex-slaves. Noct replied that in any case, these beastmen were still subject to unequal rights and various condemnations. After all, their eyes are full of sadness, which clearly shows what they had to go through in the past. Noct greeted the new residents of his settlement. Then he asked them their names. The older woman introduced herself as Olivia, and the little girl, very embarrassed, called herself Kuklua, not to explain that he was the owner of this estate and was glad to meet. You another migrant said that Noct was too small and young to be a feudal lord. There were 2 migrants, and judging by their conversation, they were relatives. Noct, because of their height, decided that they were children, and suggested that they quickly go down because it was too dangerous to be at a height. The migrants immediately jumped off the wagon, and Noct realized that they were actually dwarves, and despite their small stature, they are already completely grown up. The dwarves explained that they hadn't been adults for very long, and that they were 121 years old this year. The dwarves gave their names to Rag and Jelma. Was surprised to see the ground give way beneath them as they jumped down from the Gilna was outraged, and said that they have a completely normal average weight for their age. Joseph immediately reminded the young master not to use such sloppy language in the direction of girls, and not to forget about manners. Not immediately apologized for his tactlessness, and promised not to do it again. Gilna explained in turn that it was their weapon that was too heavy, and therefore had such an effect on the merchant. Raphael said that in fact there were quite a lot of people in the capital who wanted to migrate to this estate. But these dwarves' family was involved in the construction of the capital's tower, and they are first-class carpenters who will help with the construction of the estate perfectly. Noct admired the dwarves' abilities, for the Tower of Light was truly outstanding. The young master wondered why such first-rate craftsmen would come to live in his mansion. Jelna calmed her noisy brother down and explained that they just wanted to take a look at the world around them, so they decided to leave the capital. Noct still didn't understand the true reason for the dwarves' arrival, but one thing was clear. They did have their own motives, and thanks to their abilities, they will be able to restore the houses in the estate and improve the settlement. The young master confessed that he had seen the capital's tower before, and it was really tall and beautiful. The dwarves said they could build small structures as well, and all their work is a divine act, which they are happy to perform. The young master was surprised by the sight of these small people's huge weapons and realized that they really liked big things. Raj said that the design of the capital's tower was developed by his sister, and then he suggested that we look at the model that was used to build that tower. Not was surprised by the quality of the design of this model because it looked perfect. Not noticed how happy Gilna was and decided that this was a great sign for further cooperation. The young master admitted that he was really impressed when he saw the capital's tower live, because he had never seen such a huge and impressive structure before. Then, Noct noticed that Ghislaine's expression changed a little, but he didn't know what caused it. The young master said that he really admired how it was possible to create such a huge tower thanks to such an accurate model. Gilna irritably asked not to talk about it anymore. Noct noticed how quickly the girl got angry with him, and he promised not to touch the subject again. The young master then once again thanked all the new tenants for choosing to continue their lives with him. Noct said that he wants to start by introducing you to the situation and talk about the guarantees that it provides. The young master promised to give each resident a 3-month supply of food, provide housing and work fields, and give out tickets to the open-air bath in the amount of 5 grand each. Olivia asked me to clarify what exactly is meant by a supply of food. Noct replied that this was not a problem for him, and immediately demonstrated his ability to increase. The young master explained, this is how his skill works, however. Unfortunately, he has to apologize, because he can only provide vegetables from the food so far. Noct noticed the doll's fangs, and wondered why it was so suddenly animated. The Beastman girl raced forward as Noct tried to figure out what she was up to. Then Noct was surprised at how strong a doll was because it easily tore the vegetables out of the ground. Kuklua asked the young master if he could increase these vegetables. Olivia asked Kuklua to behave more modestly and not do such things again because it is rude to demand something from the young master. Nock said that it is not necessary to worry, and it is absolutely not difficult for him, and then easily increased the desired vegetable. Kuklua was delighted, and Nock was glad that he was able to please the young girl so much. Kuklua happily began to eat the fruit and enjoy the excellent taste, and then called Nock her daddy. Olivia apologized for her daughter and explained that she just really likes vegetables, not thought, in turn, that this girl looked very much like a little fox. Olivia admitted that they were really very happy that the owner of the estate was such a good person. Olivia asked how they could repay this kindness. Master explained that the most important commandment of his land is that only those who really want to work with him, and there is absolutely no point in doing what you absolutely do not want to do, and if they like vegetables so much, then they can try to grow them for their own pleasure. Little Cuckoo exclaimed that she would definitely grow vegetables. Nod thanked the girl for her good int, and said that he would rely on her in this matter. The dwarf horn asked his sister what they were supposed to do. Gilna immediately replied that she personally would be taking care of her sides every day. Noct was surprised at the desire, for he had not expected such a reaction. The young master confessed that he really expected the dwarves to help him rebuild his domain. Jaelna asked what the problem might be. She immediately pointed out that Not himself had said that only those who really wanted to work should work. Not thought that it would be completely unprofitable for him if they didn't work for him. Then he shouldn't let them be lazy. Therefore, you need to act more cunningly. Not said how they could be so dismissive of their incredit, and he absolutely can't believe that they absolutely don't want to work. After all, they really need to create something, and they should not give up. But Gilna said Noct should stop just talking and trying to convince them of something. Gilna asked that since he was the owner of these lands, he should be fully responsible for his words. Noct was upset by this, and Kuklua told the dwarves that they should not mock the young master. Jaelna also reminded the little girl that children should not interfere in the conversation of adults because it is not polite. Kuklua did not back down, saying that since they consider themselves adults, then in this case, they should work for the common good. Gilna replied that it wasn't a bad attempt at persuasion for a beastman. Kuklua immediately called Gilna lazy, idle, and a pest. The young doll then explained that those who do nothing but take gifts for granted are nothing more than walking corpses and useless creatures. Olivia quickly intervened and explained to the girl that this was too rude to others, but Kukulua replied that she could not afford to tolerate such treatment of the young master, and she was too tired to just hear different excuses from different people every day. After all, nothing happens out of nowhere, and you need to achieve everything yourself. Olivia began to calm her daughter down and asked her to stop saying such things. In the end, her words really helped, and Gilna said that she would work like everyone else. Noct admired the little girl's oratory skills and praised her for such success. Nut thanked the dwarves for agreeing to help, and explained that there was something he wanted to ask them right away. Gilna replied that the young master didn't want them to build a house for him. Nut said that wasn't what he meant, and asked them to go to his father's office. The young master explained that there was a crack in the wall, and it would be a good idea to repair it to prevent further destruction of the wall. Jaelna asked if they would really start working even without breakfast. Jaelna promised that she would look into the matter. She told her brother that he could go and get some sleep in the meantime. Jaelna then asked the young master to leave the office because he would only interfere with her work. Noct recognized his father and decided that these cracks were really bothering him a lot. The young master was immediately flooded with memories and remembered his relatives who were not around. He was glad to know that the master who had built the capital's tower would be the one to renovate his father's study. After all, this house is the only place where his family memories are stored, and you can't let it be destroyed. After taking a short walk, Not decided to go back to the office and heard a loud noise. He asked if it was too noisy just to fix one crack, but what he saw inside the office shocked him, and Not wondered how this was even possible. Chayana was leaning against the wall, muttering something about how things had happened differently from what she'd expected. The young master couldn't stand the sight of the direction, and asked what was going on here at all. Gilna calmly replied that she didn't really do anything, and that the wall itself just collapsed. His father's office had always been more than just a workplace for Noct, and since childhood, he loved to visit it. My father was always happy when Noct came to visit him in his study. The father suggested that the little son jump on his chair and sit for a while in the owner's place. Noct was delighted, and replied that this chair was, as always, the softest and most comfortable in the house. His older brother Weishart was always indignant, and reminded him that he would be the one to sit in this chair when he grew up. The father told his sons that when they grew up as adults, they should help each other in all matters. As for with Orth, he should treat his brother with respect. My father's office became the place where the three of them spent a lot of time. The memory of it always warmed Noct's soul. Right now, the young master couldn't believe what had happened to his father's office. Gilna tried to explain that it was all an accident and her hand just shook so she didn't count. Her strength, Raphael the merchant came running at the noise and was horrified by what he... Raphael said that there were also hunters here who agreed to join the young master's settlement on the condition that they had a roof over their heads. And if you tried to get these hunters to join you, then you wouldn't have to worry about meat. Noct wondered what it really meant to be a feudal lord. And no matter what kind of person he is in this position, he should never turn away from his people. You should always understand their strengths and weaknesses and make every effort to keep them happy. Noct wondered where Gilna might have gone so quickly. He was also curious about the dwarf's actual average weight. After searching the area for a while, Noct was able to spot Gilna and asked if he could sit down next to her. The girl asked if he had come here on purpose to reproach her, not explain. That everyone was actually wrong. And even he, as the owner of these territories, also does nothing but make mistakes all the time. Noct asked if guile in his hand was really just shaking. Ghislaine replied that Noct wasn't stupid enough to believe such a stupid excuse. Then the girl admitted that in fact she does not know how to do anything, and everything is so sad. She can't even get where she needs to go with a hammer. The problem is that she can't control her power at all. And the greatest divine achievement is to build something big. And for every dwarf, the ultimate goal in life is to do something outstanding. And that's why she ran away from her home. Gilna explained that in reality, she can only create beautiful layouts, and that's where all her abilities and achievements. Not thought that this was an unexpected piece of news, and he didn't even know it. The young master really admired the built layout. Then he asked me what it would take to make the bridge sway a little. After all, it looks incredibly. Gilna explained that this layout is made of sand, but it shows everything quite accurately as it should be in reality. Not does Jaylene like the big buildings. After all, this is, as far as we know, the generally accepted values of the dwarven people. And Jaylene is different from her fellow tribesmen and enjoys creating small layouts. And it is enough to understand this if you just look at this beautiful sandcastle. Jelena agreed that it was really strange dwarves to be different, but it wasn't a bad thing to be different from everyone else. Noct explained that he really wants to create a place where everyone can only do what they like. The young master said that he himself, for example, always wants to sleep for days on end, even if not everyone likes it. Gilna was surprised by the young master's admission. Noct boasted that he could fall asleep in just 3 seconds, and that's what his talent is all about. Gilna replied that this is a very dubious talent, as for a feudal lord, and against this background, even her unusual ability turns out to be much more useful. The girl showed the layout of the house, which was made in the smallest detail. The young master was surprised at how beautiful this model turned out to be, because it even opened windows and doors. Gilna boasted that she was always meticulous about the smallest details. Noct considered the possibility of using non-abilities. Then I decided to surprise the girl and use the item magnification skill. Gilna was extremely surprised when her small model turned into a huge house. Noct himself admired how he managed to use his item augmentation skill so wonderfully. The young master explained to Gilna that now even her layout can become a full-fledged house. The girl was glad that someone finally appreciated her abilities. After all, her family always only scolded her for the pathetic sight in the form of small layouts. The young master explained to Gilna that now she was able to build a real house, and it was almost entirely her fault. Kukula was delighted and said that she would live in this house. Olivia also confirmed that she is thrilled with such a home. Manor interior decoration of the premises looks simply incomparable. Gilna was glad because it really became a place where they do their favorite thing, knock. As usual, started looking for a bed in his new home first. Gilna told his brother that it was indeed the right decision to come to these lands. A few days later, young Master Noct decided to diversify his occupation and went hunting. As Noct gave chase, he thought that he had finally caught the rabbit, but at the last moment he failed. Luce and Greg asked what the young master was doing. Noct realized that hunting wasn't his best side and said that he left it up to them. Luce immediately applied the vision enhancement skill and then added the accurate shot skill to it. Greg's goal was achieved, and they were able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Luce replied that everything didn't happen exactly as she wanted, but the main thing was the result. Greg reassured his colleague and said that everything went according to plan. Noct added that this was not what you would expect from real hunters and praised them for their excellent work. Greg then spotted a honey hive and used a fireball to neutralize the aggressive bees. Luce fixed her gaze on the deer, which happened to be right next to her. Noct admired their skill, and said that in this case, he relies entirely on them. Thanks to Gilna, Noct's domain became much more beautiful and comfortable in an instant. As we have gained a lot of new, wonderful buildings, there were also 2 new residents who were experts in the art of hunting. Luce is a skilled elf and Greg is an experienced adventurer. When they were done hunting, they both boasted of a good catch, thanks to which everyone can eat fresh meat. Noct was glad, for he had been dreaming of eating meat for a month and a half. Of vegetables alone made him sick. Luce and Greg said they were going home now to make something delicious and fresh out of the meat. Noct was a little disappointed, for he had followed them out to hunt in the hope that they would immediately cook the meat and eat it. The young master offered to eat in nature because there is a beautiful view around. Luce agreed with Noct's reasoning and also admired the view. Greg said he would call the other residents to lunch in the meantime. Noct said that Greg had better stay and start a fire while he went down and called the others. When everyone was gathered, Noct felt happy because everyone was busy with something interesting and important, and together they were a friendly team. The meat smelled wonderful and Noct wondered if this was the pinnacle of bliss. Feel the joy of simple things. Mary was already tired of waiting and said that the meat is medium rare and it can already be tasted. The young master asked for some time and applied his augmentation ability to the meat. The piece of roast meat turned into a huge one, and a deeply moved Joseph confessed that he was ready to follow the young master anywhere. Everyone was delighted with the amount of meat that could be eaten. Joseph said that he had specially cut the biggest piece of meat for his beloved master. Noct gave him a gift for his help and called Joseph the best butler in the world. Noct stared hungrily at the meat and thought that he had finally waited for this moment. But suddenly a hot piece of meat slipped out. Noct hands, and he had no choice but to run after it. Mare only had time to shout that she didn't need to do this. But Noct was so intent on catching a fried piece of meat that he didn't notice when he fell off the cliff. Noct thought that even if he died at that moment, then he will never regret anything. Then the land ending happened, and the young master realized that it was too improbable, because he didn't even feel the pain when he hit the ground. The first thing that occurred to him was that he was probably in another ravine. But then I realized that the reality is completely different, and it's more like some kind of paradise. The huge girl complained that she was a little tickled. Noct is so surprised by the huge girl that he couldn't even figure out who it might actually be. The young master's only thoughts were about the hot roast meat, and because of this, he fell off the cliff. But thanks to a collision with a huge girl, he managed to squeeze out when falling. Noth doesn't understand why this girl is so big, or how she got here. Mare shouted from above, trying to find out if the young master was okay. Then they all saw and shouted that there was a real giant down there. The huge girl noticed the roast meat and exclaimed that it was just what she needed. Noct watched with regret as she ate the meat and realized that it would soon be gone altogether. The giant girl said that the meat is incredibly delicious, and she wants more. The young master decided that there was no way he could let her do this. After all, they will all be left without lunch. Noct used his ability and grew to the size of a giant girl. The giant girl was surprised and said that Noct is the same as Bear. Noct, in turn, asked her not to eat any more of their meat. The young master explained that everyone should enjoy the meat, not just her, and each resident should get a proper piece. The giant girl apologized and said that she didn't know it was their meat at all. She admitted that she just really wanted to eat, and the meat was incredibly delicious. The giant girl was immediately upset, and Noct decided to correct the situation. He applied the magnification ability, and once again enlarged the meat to a huge size. Everyone was delighted with his action, and praised the young master for his incredible ingenuity. Then they all continued their meal together, and everyone had enough to eat. The giant girl asked that it was an incredibly delicious and sweet liquid. Mare explained that this is a special sauce made from fruit, which is used for meat. The giant girl knew that this was her first time eating such delicious food, and asked her to add some more sauce. Noct asked her if this was her first time eating meat. So what had she been eating all this time before they met? The giant girl said that she had to eat different things, when fruits, when animals, and sometimes monsters. Noct was surprised that even monsters had it. Merchant Raphael says it's a girl from the giant family. He explained to the young master that their name justified itself, and giants, judging by the stories of witnesses, are very big and brave creatures. Young Master Noct realized that since it was a giant girl, she had been absorbed by the low. That means she unconsciously but still protected his possession. The giant girl continued to enjoy her meal and constantly asked Noct to increase some of the food. The young master did not refuse, and he himself was happy to watch the satisfied giant girl. As a result, the lunch ended with everyone's joy at the food. was full and satisfied. But only the young master thought that he was incredibly tired. Mare said Noct looked extremely tired and exhausted. The young master admitted that he really feels sluggish and probably overdid it using his ability. Then Noct announced that it was time to return home and said goodbye to the giant girl Berdina. The giant girl was visibly upset to see the noisy group walking away. Berdine didn't want to be alone again because she was tired of being alone. She told the young master that she wanted to go with them. Noct was surprised by the giantess's desire and asked if she really wanted to live in his domain. The young master decided that it was not in his power to take care of this huge girl. Noct said she shouldn't do that because her family would be worried about her if she left. But Berdina was indignant and began to shout that she wanted to go with everyone. Noct was afraid of the giant girl's anger and asked her to calm down immediately. The young master explained that he didn't mind her living with them, but that there would be a lot of problems with her size and maybe he will try to reduce it a little. Noct asked Berdine to relax and not fight back. In the end, everything went perfectly and the giant girl got a normal size. Berdina, once in the settlement, admired the quality of life of local residents. Noct explained that it was all owned by the Big Small family. Berdina was delighted with the new sensations and admitted that being small is very cool because she can afford to enter any house. Noct pondered after bringing the giant girl back to his house after the barbecue. He couldn't figure out if he had done the right thing and what would happen to her family now. Noct also noticed that when he applied his ability to birding, there was no such rejection as in the case of slime. And it was probably the fact that the girl herself was not against her reduction. Then he decided that if Berdine suddenly wanted to, then he would just return her to the reverse state, and there would be no problems. After that, the young master confessed that he was very tired and would go to bed. Berdine shouted that she wanted a tour of the settlement immediately, but Noct said he wouldn't do it until tomorrow. In the meantime, Manor advised Berdine to take a bath and get rid of the dirt. Olivia added that it would also be nice to change into something fresher. Berdine didn't really understand what they were saying and asked what a bath was. Noct suddenly woke up in the night to feel a pleasant softness in his hand. He thought it was a beautiful pillow and how he had never noticed it before. But when the young master opened his eyes, he realized that Berdine was lying next to him. Berdine said good morning to the young master as if nothing had happened, was surprised and tried to figure out when this girl had ended up in his bed so unobserved. But Berdine was completely at ease and looked pleased. Manor greeted the young master and said that she had brought him some fresh fruit that she had picked. Noct and his governess didn't know what to say about the whole ridiculous situation. Mar got angry and asked if the young master wouldn't even make excuses for what she had just seen. Berdine was glad when she saw the fresh plums and before Noct knew it, the girl was dragging him out of the room. Mayor's indignant shouts were immediately heard from behind as she tried to remind Berdine of her clothes. Noct asked Berdine where she was taking him so quickly. She reminded him of how he had promised to give her a tour of his estate. On the street, they were met by Olivia and Kuklua, who happily greeted the young master. Noct showed Birding the vegetable garden where the little doll grows a variety of vegetables. Kuklua immediately praised the huge root vegetable that grew thanks to her efforts. Berdine saw such a vegetable for the first time and asked what kind of tree root it was and why it was so white. Noct explained that they weren't tree roots at all. The young master was surprised that the giants knew absolutely nothing about vegetables. Noct explained that if you eat vegetables in moderation, they are very tasty and healthy. Kuklua confirmed Noct's words and suggested that Berdine try this vegetable herself. Berdine agreed and said that she really liked the sweet taste. She asked what kind of fruit it was. Kuklua replied that it was not a fruit, but a vegetable called daikon. Berdine said that the Kuklua vegetables are very tasty and she is glad that she tried them. The young master praised the little girl and said that this was the reward for her efforts. Kuklua replied that this was exactly what she was hoping for, because she wanted to grow her vegetables with love. The young master asked Berdine if I really liked the daikon so much. After all, she ate it in a matter of minutes. The giant girl admitted that she did not like the vegetable, but rather liked to eat with everyone else. Kuklua was also not far behind, and as she ate the daikon, she said that she was satisfied with its taste. Berdine explained that the real pleasure of eating isn't alone. The young master recalled how hungry the girl was when they first met, and how shabby her appearance was. It was also obvious that Berdine didn't know anything about the kitchen. Noct wondered if she had been alone all this time, and he even reminded her that her family would be worried, so it wasn't even worth mentioning because it must have made her feel sad. Kuklua said that everything happens in life and nothing can be done. Then the young gardener invited the giant girl to try her pumpkin, but a strange sound broke the sweet communication and everyone was sharply alerted. The young master asked what that terrible howl was, and if it was really a silver moon. Silver Moon is a wolf with blood-red eyes and dazzling silver fur. Such a wolf is an extremely dangerous inhabitant of the Great Forest. Although it shouldn't have come so close to Nox's domain under any circumstances, the young master remembered that right now hunters Luce and Greg were outside the settlement. Kukua was very frightened and began to cry, and Berdine hurried to comfort her, saying that everything would be fine. Berdine then told the young master that they needed to leave immediately. The young master asked where they were going in such a hurry. Berdine explained that she could clearly smell Greg and Luce and that they were somewhere nearby. Berdine also said that she was completely sure that someone had attacked them. Indeed, not far away. Greg and Laws were trying to figure out how to get out of the difficult situation they were in. Enraged, Greg said that who would have thought that there would be a silver moon here? And it turns out they were terribly careless. Greg said that we should somehow distract the wolves and try to retreat to young Master Nox's domain. Berdine screamed that they had finally found them and that they were really being attacked by wolves. Nox saw the wolves attacking and tried to help by using his reduction ability on the wolves. But to his surprise, this did not lead to anything and the wolf repelled as magic. Luce and Greg fought back fiercely, but they were outnumbered. Berdine shouted that she was on her way to help, and after a moment, the young master was surprised at how strong Berdine was. The frightened hunters Luce and Greg asked if the young master was all right. He replied that he was fine and they were rushing to help. Berdine happily exclaimed that now it is much easier for her to move than before, when she was huge. Nod replied that this was great news, and he was happy for Berdine. The young master asked the giant girl Berdine to have a good time with the vile wolves so that they would never disturb his domain again. Berdine on courage exclaimed that in this matter you can rely on her, and she will not leave a single wolf without attention. Noct shouted to Berdine that it was time to get this over with. The giant girl said that these vile wolves were always watching her, and now it's time to end it all. Suddenly, a pack of wolves screamed in fear and started running away. The young master said it was unbelievable that the wolves would just run away out of fear. Berdine shouted that she had completed the young master's task and that everything was fine now. Noct praised the girl and said that this was what he expected from his student. Berdine was overjoyed and proud of herself. Was asked where Silver Moon could have come from in the first place. Greg guessed that it might have been driven off by the orcs. Noct said something might have happened in the woods, and until they figure out the reason, they won't be able to sleep well. Berdine pondered over the young master's words and began to search for a solution to this problem. Noct then stated that it was thanks to Berdine's abilities that everything was fine this time, so he doesn't mind getting some sleep. But Berdine asked the young master not to hurry to sleep. The girl said that she knows where a very tasty fruit grows. Berdine explained that since she had scared Kuklua and the other residents, she would like to treat everyone to this incredible fruit. Noct asked her why she was suddenly thinking of a fruit. Once in the woods, Knopf said that Bedina had a wild-looking house. The giant girl explained that the fruits grow in the garden, and now she will bring them. Noct and the others were surprised by the size of the furniture in the house, and realized that it would not be very easy for them to settle down here. Although, of course, there were chairs, even 3 of them. Noct hinted to the elf that the 3 chairs were there for a reason. Birdie apologized for the wait and said that she had borne fruit, noticed that they looked very much like grapes, and asked what they were called. Birdna replied that she did not know any names and simply called either the fruit or the delicious fruit. Buzz admitted that she also sees such berries for the first time. Noct tasted the fruit and said it was slightly sweet. Berdine replied that it was actually much tastier before. Noct decided to test something and apply to reduction on these berries. Berdine exclaimed that they now tasted the same as before. The young master explained that a large fruit has a lower concentration of sweetness, and if they are reduced, the taste will be different. Noct admitted that he had never eaten anything like this before, and as it seems to him, it can be used to brew excellent alcohol. Just in the mansion, there is a suitable equipment. Noct asked Berdine if she would mind experimenting with these berries. Yes, and Kuklua will be happy to try something new. Berdine thanked the young master for being there, because they didn't spend much time together, but she had a lot of fun. The girl explained that those wolves were always watching her, but they never came this close. And even this time, when she came out to them alone, they just ran away. Berdena said that something happened in the forest because she became small, and maybe someone was no longer afraid to enter these lands. Therefore, it should stay here and protect these territories. Noct applied the magnification ability, and Berdine returned to her former self. She chuckled at how small Noct now seemed to her, but the guy said that it was too big. In exchange for forgiveness, Berdine asked me to take care of all the inhabitants of the estate. Noct thought that since she had made that choice, it must be better this way. He noticed that Berdine was really too upset. and said that it shouldn't be like this. Berdine asked what was going on and why they weren't leaving. Noct explained that if she didn't come back with everyone, Kuklua would be very upset. Berdine reminded them that if she was with them, it would be dangerous, and maybe next time she won't be able to protect them. Noct promised that if there was any danger, he would protect all the settlers himself. After all, it is his duty as the ruler of these lands. Noct asked the giant girl not to worry about anything and offered to go home with everyone. Berdine burst into tears of happiness and thanked Noct for his trust. Berdine shouted that they had forgotten about souvenirs and took a whole bunch of strange berries with her. Noct immediately reduced them to make it easier to carry, and everyone was ready to go. Noct suggested naming the fruit since it doesn't have a name. After all, it is inconvenient when there is no name at all. And since Berdine found it, then she should come up with a name for it. The girl thought for a moment. Then, Nick exclaimed that she would call him that here. Noct praised the good idea of using syllables from his first name, because it is really convenient. Berdina admitted that she is happy with the title and is happy to be together with everyone. Myron and Noct decided to quickly grow a real tree. They combined the two abilities cell activated and item augmentation. Mayor was happy with the result and said that with Noct's skill, you can do anything you want. The guy said weirdly that he didn't want to work anymore and needed to rest. Mare admitted that she genuinely believes they are a perfect match for each other. Noct was embarrassed by this admission and joked that he needed to check compatibility with the others as well. In an agitated voice, Joseph called his laptop and told it that he had very important news. The devoted butler explained that a tax inspector had come to visit the estate. Was surprised by this visit because he did not understand how to behave with the tax inspector. Mayor said it was likely that the inspector had come to collect the tax money. Noct replied that this was most likely the case, and even his father was always displeased when the tax inspectors visited him. Joseph explained that the landowners should give part of the profits to the kingdom, but now they still send a tax inspector, even though they knew about the devastating orc attack on the manor. Joseph said that it is the duty of the tax inspector to determine the amount of the annual tax, and they do not have the legal right to refuse to pay the prescribed tax established by the state. Noct asked Joseph and Mayor not to worry, and then the young master explained that he wasn't going to pay a penny for his rightful land, and would try to settle it now. Noct greeted the tax inspector solemnly and asked if the inspector was probably very tired after a long journey. The young master then formally introduced himself and explained that he was currently managing these states, and so he wants to ask the tax inspector to exempt them from the tax for this year, as they are engaged in rebuilding after the orc attack. The tax inspector asked why the lord of these lands bowed so shamefully to the floor, and does he have absolutely no pride. Explained that if it would protect the quiet lives of his people, he was willing to make such sacrifices regardless of his pride. Then the young gentleman noticed the dirty shoes of the tax inspector and offered to fix it immediately. The tax inspector admitted that she had indeed heard about the attack on these lands, and she would like to know more details about this incident. Noct briefly explained the whole situation as well as how difficult it is for them to engage in land restoration. The potax inspector knew that the residents had done a really great job, but she can't understand something and would like to clarify some points. The tax inspector asked where such huge walls around the estate came from. Noct explained that they were built by all the residents. The girl inspector asked what it means in this case. The recovery is successful. Noct agreed with this comment and added that they are still not ready for export, and now they are engaged in providing for their own, although in the future he is certainly considering the possibility of supplying unique goods from his lands. Scott suggested that the tax inspector try the wonderful fruit nadir. The strict girl admitted that it was the first time she saw something like this, but at the same time she was interested in the unusual appearance of the mysterious fruit. The tax inspector agreed to try this product and carefully took a bite of the fruit. The tax inspector replied that the taste is very sweet and juicy, as well as this fruit has a wonderful aftertaste, and it seems to her that it relieves fatigue and headaches. Once again assumed the image of a strict tax inspector and continued to listen to the young master. Noct explained that they are considering growing such fruits and making sweets, as well as producing their own alcohol. The tax inspector was surprised at the prospect of such production. Then, after some thought, she said that she was willing to take into account the current state of affairs in the manor. This is why I am ready to exempt these lands from paying taxes this year. At parting, the tax inspector said that she wanted to warn the young master. The strict girl explained that Noct should be careful, because it is very dangerous when all important things depend on only one person. Noct thought that this girl had hit the nail on the head and really had good insight. The tax inspector said that a country that relies on the power of one person will sooner or later be destroyed. Mayor said that this girl gives the impression of being a scary person. Well, The young master did not agree and called the tax inspector a kind. Noct said it was really wrong to rely on his skill alone for everything, and if something happens to him it will ruin everyone else. And although there are now many more residents of the estate, but if he suddenly disappears, then the inhabitants should be able to cope without his skill. Joseph replied that Not had grown up too quickly and had become a wise man, and now the young master looks very much like his father. Noct replied that this way he could continue to live a quiet life and sleep for days on end, if he was sure that the others could do well. Noct asked Joseph what he meant by comparing him to his father, but the old butler replied that there was nothing to worry about. After lifting the ban on hunting and starting its own production, we managed to establish a stable flow of food, clothing, and housing in the settlement. Thanks to all this, the number of inhabitants of the lands belonging to young Master Noctu has also increased. Noct enjoyed the result and watched Mare's efforts with pleasure. Everything went on as usual, and the young master found the opportunity to do nothing and sleep for his own pleasure. The only one who was outraged was, of course, the old butler Joseph. Joseph reproached the young master for always lying on his sides on the bed after dinner. After all, the number of new residents has grown significantly, as the owner of the manor is not setting a very good example to his people. Joseph asked what his father would think of the young master when he got home. Noct explained that he worked hard until lunch, so he wasn't exactly a slacker. Noct said that he worked hard with Mare, and thanks to their combined efforts and their combined abilities, it was possible to develop a new type of sweet seed, and their task is to create the sweetest onions and tomatoes even without his skill, and at the moment the process is at the stage of pollination. Joseph listened to the young master's excuse and asked him not to lie to him. Noct complained to Olivia that Joseph didn't believe him at all, and all this is very cruel to him. Olivia admitted that it was very painful for her to hear this, and she does not share Joseph's opinion. Little Cuckoo hurried to reassure the master and called him a good person. Olivia tried a new variety of grown onions and recognized that they are really very sweet and delicious. Noct was pleased with this assessment and again complained that Joseph could not see the results. Olivia young master for his incredible efforts, she reassured Noct that everything would be fine. In the next moment, Olivia apologized for acting like a doll to the young master and allowed herself to pat the laptop on the. Noct didn't discuss his feelings and pulled himself together. Then the young master gets a new kind of tomato. Media and Kuklua were surprised by the unusual appearance of a very familiar vegetable. Noct said that if they were suddenly hungry, he had plenty more vegetables. Olivia smiled and said that if the young master suddenly wanted to have lunch, she was ready to solve the problem. Noct watched the beautiful girl with pleasure and replied that he would be happy to have lunch with everyone. Asked why they were cooking outside, Olivia explained that cooking under the sun is much more pleasant and convenient. With the help of a fireball, it was quickly possible to start a fire in the oven, and the cooking process was significantly accelerated. The young master was looking forward to eating some home-cooked food because he was really hungry. In the meantime, Noct decided to lie down so as not to disturb the skilled cooks. A lunchtime nap with the sounds of food being prepared seemed like a great idea for Noct. Moreover, it will be convenient to start eating immediately after they wake up. Just as the young master felt a real sense of enjoyment from his lying position, he heard someone running towards him very quickly. Birding was immediately there and confessed that she smelled Noct. Birding was followed by the merchant Raphael, and his assistant Raphael suggested that not repeated. But the young master reminded him that it should be their secret soon. The dwarves appeared yelling that they were very hungry. Olivia was delighted with the noisy company and made a Napoleon of sweet onions and tomatoes. Everyone was happy with home-cooked food and a real culinary holiday began. Doc appreciated the new dish and called out Olivia for her culinary talent and ingenuity. Even Joseph admitted that to achieve this taste only with the help of onions and tomatoes, it's just an incredible success. Olivia told the fastidious butler that she was really glad that he liked the dish. Olivia explained that this type of vegetable was invented by a young master, and she only used it in the kitchen. At the same time, these vegetables were grown without using the Noctis skill, and now everyone can safely grow these unique vegetables in their garden. Joseph only now realized that the young master wasn't deceiving him, but was actually trying to do something useful. Joseph said that this new type of tomatoes and onions is very tasty and unusual. The old butler asked for an apology from the young master for the words he said in the morning. Noct looked surprised and said he didn't remember what had happened this morning. Sylvia said that she really likes such a noisy and fun environment, because people are all together and enjoy ordinary things. Noct noticed with some regret that earlier in his father's reign, there were a lot more people. Olivia asked not to be upset and said that she had been to different places and she had something to compare it with. Due to their frequent travel, Kuklua became very timid. But once they were in this place, everything changed. They were finally able to find a place where they could breathe deeply and feel free. Olivia admitted that she was incredibly happy to be in this place, and all the other residents of the settlement are infinitely grateful to the young master for his efforts in King. The young master in turn thought, in fact, it is he who should thank all the people who are around him. Nock decided that he would pray that his people would always be happy. He will also make every effort to ensure that the terrible story of the destruction of his estate will never be repeated. Suddenly the hunters appeared and reported a disturbing piece of news. After examining the tracks of the orcs, the master said that it must have been a reconnaissance mission after all, judging by the tracks. The orc advance party stopped here and turned around in the opposite direction. The young master realized that this might indicate that his brother and father were unable to survive. He immediately recalled his conversation with Joseph. At that time, he was sure that his father and brother were alive, and Joseph did not insist and convince them otherwise. Noct realized that history was repeating itself and that the orcs were once again approaching his. The young master thought that he wouldn't be able to avoid the orcs' attack on his manor, and now you need to decide what to do because he has never faced such a problem alone before. Not wondered what his father and brother would do in his place. Joseph said that if the orcs came to investigate, it was a sure sign that an attack was coming soon. Mayor asked if these orcs could think so well and plan their steps. Huntress Luce said that she found the small footprints left by the orc scout. Strange. The girl hunter explained that orcs are divided into several types, and they have a leader who is endowed with special intelligence. Usually the most unusual type of orc is the general, but above him is the king, and most likely they are dealing with a general who is able to perfectly organize an attack. Berdine said that orcs are really scary creatures, and she had personally seen orcs eat animals. At the same time, they even came with children and bit off a little raw meat, not thought that the orcs were real savages who would spare no. Berdine asked if the orcs had attacked the young master before this question was answered by the butler, and said that the last attack was just terrible. Berdine exclaimed that she was furious, and promised to destroy all orcs who dared to approach the young master. Knocked Hazen to calm the enraged giantess, and asked her how she was going to do it. Berdine replied that she was using her power and showed the young master how it would be done. Greg, fearing for Noct, asked Berdine to calm down immediately and not do this. Hunter Greg explained to Berdine that all decisions must be made by young Master Noct. Mare was afraid for Noct and hurried to cure him by activating the cells. The young master said that everyone should decide for themselves what they will do. Will stay in the city or leave the settlement for the sake of salvation. Not realized that he couldn't give orders like his brother or father. But his men supported the young master and asked what the defense plan was. Said that everyone is waiting for the young master's decision and is ready to support him in any situation. Noct remembered the words of his father, who had instructed him to protect his people. The young master decided that he should protect his people. Land. Noct said he couldn't do anything on his own, and so he asks for help to protect their common. Together we must protect our families. All the residents listened to the young master's request and decided to unite for the same purpose. Berdine came to see Noct, and the young master asked her if she really wanted meat again, since she had only recently eaten. But the girl said that wasn't what she'd come for. Berdine asked the young master to make her big again. Girl explained that in this state, she will be much stronger and will be able to protect the settlement more effectively. Noct said that would be great. Then he asked if Berdine was sure of her decision, and was she also going to protect his estate with the others. Bordenis said that this is a very important mission, and the main thing is that everyone stays alive and healthy, and she wants to be a part of it. Therefore, she asks to make it big again, for the sake of the rest of the inhabitants. The young master admired the girl's desire, and said that she was very. Noct then applied the item magnification ability and made Berdine the giant she was before. Noct asked Berdine to take care of the wall's defenses and be careful. Mare asked her to make a big one so that she could fight as well as Berdine, but the young master replied that this was not the best idea. After all, Mare won't be able to control her body properly when she gets big, and this is not a natural state for her. Meanwhile, the giant girl finished all her defensive preparations and wondered if she could protect the young master. A noise was heard approaching, and the young master said that the orcs were already closed. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the first squad of vicious orcs emerged from the forest. Unpleasant thing was that there was a huge monster in front of the advancing orcs. The merchant Raphael was startled and asked what it could be. Residents of the settlement began to panic at the sight of an incredible beast. There were shouts that the orc general had personally led the charge. The young master at this time remembered his father and brother, which filled and with rage and thirst for revenge. After all, on the huge body of the orc hung the sword of the missing brother and the cloak of his father. Noct realized that the orc king himself was advancing on them. Merchant Raphael said that it was indeed the orc king, a monster. and at the same time a supreme being with intelligence and divine protection. And it turns out that they were wrong and did not correctly assess the degree of threat. After all, no one would have thought that there would be such a monster. Young Master Noct said that he had actually anticipated this turn of events, and now it was clear to him why his brother and father hadn't returned. Raphael's little assistant quickly counted the incoming orcs, and very soon she managed to count more than 500 opponents, and the defenders of the settlement were only 28 people. The young master said that it wasn't necessary to fight all the orcs, and all they need to do is kill the king so that the other orcs will lose their morale, and then they will not continue to attack the city. Noct exclaimed that they would definitely win this time, and they will do it without a single sacrifice because everyone's life is dear to him. Noct said that so far everything was going well, since the Orc King had come to them on his own. At the same time, the young master warned that perhaps not everything will be as smooth as he wants, but they must all work together according to the plan and delay the Orc King for a while. Next, Noct was very surprised and saddened by the way the Orc King destroyed the defensive fortifications with a single blow. Merchant Raphael exclaimed that the were preparing to advance through the gap in the defenses. Noct shouted that he was now completely relying on Burdine. The giant girl replied that she was ready to do everything in her power. The young master thought that there were indeed a lot of orcs, and it would be very difficult to withstand such an attack. Not then exclaimed that everything would be all right and that they had a backup plan in place, and in defense, a prepared trap made of sharp stakes will help, so it will be easier to deal with those who come. But the following events upset the young master. Under the skillful guidance of the Orc King, his army found an effective way to get over the trap, not realized that the orcs alone were not so dangerous, but now there is someone who can effectively command them, and now orcs resemble real ants, which act smoothly in any situation. Knopf decided that even in this situation he would not leave his home and would rather die than run away. Greg, realizing the complexity of the situation, shouted out what they should do. Now. Gilna called out to Noct and tossed him a small bag. The young master didn't understand Gilna's meaning at first, but the realization came quickly enough and he decided to do everything in his power. Nog laid out the small mock-ups Gilna had created and prepared to face the orc. Joseph didn't understand what was going on, and exclaimed why the young master had fallen to his knees in front of the orcs. But at this moment, Noct was already using his item augmentation ability. In the next instant, the mock-up defensive structures became a real barrier to the advancing orcs. Gilna shouted that she could make as many mock-ups as she wanted, and Noct ordered Gilna to continue this work. Mayor at that moment called all the victims to her so that she could provide assistance. The girl also called the young master to retreat and move to a safer place. Mayor exclaimed that if something happened to the young master, even winning would lose all meaning. Noct agreed with Vernamari and decided to follow her advice. But then the young master remembered how he had previously hidden from trouble and was protected by young Mayor, not realized that he couldn't do that anymore. And now was his turn to be the protector of his people. The young master used his magic on the orcs and that the villagers should not be any more valuable than their master. Mayor froze in surprise as Noct charged at the orcs. Noct extended his sword only for the duration of the strike, and thanks to this trick, he was able to keep his balance, but this allowed him to increase the power of the blow and creme. Merchant Raphael noticed that the young master expended a lot of effort to apply the skill to complex things, but he manages to effectively use the most ordinary sword. With minimal effort, he gets the maximum effect, and it turns out that Noct has mastered his rare skill perfectly. Joseph admired the young master's efforts to protect his home, and the little merchant's assistant was constantly reporting the remaining number of orcs, and at the moment she could only count 84 monsters. Young Master Noct was delighted with this result and shouted that they would definitely be able to repel the attack. Then Noct realized that he also had to defeat the main monster, the Orc King. And this is a much more difficult task than the usual stupid orc. Mayor screamed in terror, trying to warn the young master of the impending danger. But Noct didn't have time to react to the Orc King's swift attack, and missed a heavy blow to the stomach. Seeing this, Burdine shouted that she would definitely help now. The giant girl rushed to the aid of the young master, but the annoying orcs tried to prevent her. Then Burdine could see the Orc King himself approaching her. At the last moment, the giant girl tried to shield herself from the Orc King's attack. But alas, she couldn't resist the incredible power young Master Noct was able to use the item augmentation skill with the last of his strength and made his sword huge. In a desperate attempt, Noct tried to hit the Orc King with the tip of his sword. Young Master Noct thought this must be some kind of joke after all. How is it possible to break a steel sword with just a powerful press? But it did happen, and the Orc King attacked the young master with a wild, old roar. Noct felt the monster's hideous paws on his body and screamed in pain. Merchant Raphael shouted that the Orc King was bullying the young master. Noct felt that he had lost consciousness due to the pain and his body was filled with unbearable fatigue. The young master really wanted to just at some sleep and not think about any problems. The young master's fading consciousness wanted to believe that he had done everything that was expected of him. His only regret was that he had never been able to get his father's cloak back. Noct remembered how small he was, sitting next to his father. His father tells him another lesson before going to bed, and this lesson is dedicated to monsters that every man should know about. My father told me about a very rare plant, Cassella, whose pollen can cause hallucinations, and this plant literally eats all living things, both people and animals. But nevertheless, if you pour this plant with water, it will become absolutely harmless. My father then asked me what the orc's greatest weakness was. Little Noct obediently replied that orcs were incredibly afraid of fire. The father praised the child for his excellent memory and good knowledge. And then my father's native voice said that now was the time to wake up. Noct didn't understand what his father wanted him to do, but some unknown force was able to bring him back to reality. Opening his eyes, the young master saw Berdine fiercely confronting the orc. An agitated mare shouted that she was very glad that the young man was still alive and was trying to help him. Not wondered what he was doing right now and how anyone could sleep in such a terrible place. After collecting his thoughts and exerting all his remaining strength, the young master decided that he could only sleep when all the work was done. In the next moment, Noct created a fireball and prepared to it. The young master thanked his father and brother for helping him remember an important thing, because now he understood who he really is. Noct released a fireball and simultaneously applied multiple magnification of the item to it. The young master shouted that he was the fire god's pet and a true flame caster. Everyone who was watching was extremely The orcs felt a wild fear of the huge flames, and the inhabitants of the settlement felt hope because now they could win over the orcs. The young master continued to increase the size of and suddenly the Orc King turned around and began to run away fearfully. The excited merchant Raphael shouted that the Orc King was about to run off into the forest. But that wasn't going to happen. The Orc King felt something sharp pierce through his legs and roared in terrible pain, pleased with herself. Berdine said she was just returning the favor. The Orc King decided to organize another attempt to break the resistance of the people. To do this, he decided to gather all the remaining forces and at the same time cover himself with the rest of the orcs. Joseph said that the Orc King was too smart for a monster to have arranged such a shield for himself. Gilna called the monster a total bastard for doing that. Young Master Noct continued to enlarge the fireball. The Monster King decided to make fun of Noct and began to show the young master his father's clothes. Noct felt a surge of rage knowing full well that his father and brother had probably died at the hands of this huge monster. Then the Orc King decided to hit the young master and threw his brother's sword at him. Mare realized the threat coming at Nocta and begged him to lower his hands immediately. The young master decided that if he gave up now, his entire plan would be completely ruined, but at the last moment, Noct took one hand away from the sharp blade of the sword and was able to hold the fire. Ball with his other hand not realized that it was now his turn and hurled the fireball in the direction of the orcs. In the last moment of his life, the Orc King felt the unbearable heat from the fiery flames and couldn't even scream. Residents of the settlement were delighted with what they saw. The Orc King was literally vaporized by the fireball and the threat was no longer there. Young Master Noct felt completely exhausted and very weak, which gave way to his legs. The last thing he saw before falling unconscious was Berdine rushing gradually coming to his senses. The young master wondered what was going on and how he had ended up unconscious. Noct gathered his thoughts and realized that the faithful Mayor was right next to him. The girl tried as best she could by applying cell activation. Mayor wanted to help restore her master strength and did her best. Mayor finally noticed that Noct was awake and was glad. The young master asked him how long he had been asleep. Immediately, the butler, Joseph, appeared and asked what was really wrong with Nak. When the young master found out that he had slept for 3 whole days, he was very surprised, because he didn't even realize it. Noct thought that he was a real dream genius, now that he had achieved such a record. Joseph explained that while Noct was sleeping, Mayor continued to use her cell repair skill the entire time. The faithful maid said that the young master needed to fix his hair, and Noct advised the girl to rest because she spent a lot of effort. But the girl said she was fine, and Noct saw the maid apply self-healing. Mare exclaimed that since she was the young master's maid, the work was just beginning. Noct agreed, and said that in that case, Mayor owed him lunch for the 3 days he'd missed. But first, Mayor needs to get some rest. The maid agreed to rest, and said that the painting was only half an hour long. Noct suggested that she lie down in his bed and Strength. Mare immediately fell asleep under the covers, and the young master thanked the faithful maid for all her efforts. The butler Joseph asked where Noct was going. Now the young gentleman explained that he wanted to check on the other residents of the settlement. He also needs to find out something important. Kuklua was glad when she saw Noct and said that he was finally awake. The young master replied that he was all right now and that he had fully regained consciousness. And all this thanks to Dr. Kuklua. Kuklua was embarrassed and blushed at the young master's words and replied that she just really wanted Noct to recover faster. Les said that since Noct was fine, now was the time to get some better meat and have a party. But in the next moment, it felt like an earthquake was happening. But it was only the giant birding girl who was rushing towards the young master. Noct was startled and hurried to use his shrinking ability to make birding a normal size. The young master apologized to the girl for leaving her in a big uniform for 3 whole days, but Birdine exclaimed in response that she was incredibly hungry during this time and dreamed of delicious meat. Noct hastened to reassure the girl and increased the first stream of sweet onions that came along to appease Birdine. Birdine's hunger. The giant girl began to chew greedily on the vegetable, and then apologized for being too weak during the battle with the orcs. But the young master replied that Birdine was absolutely wrong. If she hadn't been there at that moment, he would have died at the hands of the York king. Not then asked where Galona was now. Then, with Jaelna's help, the young master arranged for the graves of his father and brother to pay their last respects. Noct thanked his fallen relatives for their care and help, and then carefully and loving decorated the burial site with the things of his brother and father. Noct mentally apologized to his father for what had happened. After all, he was weak from childhood to help his family earlier and save the settlement from destroying. Noct remembered that he had never seen his father take a vacation since he was a child, and my father also always refused to let my older brother sleep together when he was feeling lonely. Young master decided that he must now do his best for the sake of his family and for the sake of all the inhabitants of his settlement. That was exactly what his father wanted, not to realize that he had the blood of a man everyone loved and respected, and so he will become the same worthy defender and lord of these lands. Then a real celebration was organized in honor of the flawless victory of the beloved Mr. Noct and the successful restoration of the settlement. Merchant Raphael said that he was very happy that everything ended safely. After all, despite everything, they managed to defeat the strongest orc, and now there is hardly any threat left, this forest. The young master replied that it was all thanks to his own efforts, including Raphael's. Merchant Raphael said that since it was now completely safe, they simply had to do what they had planned. Pico's little assistant clinked glasses solemnly, and Raphael suggested opening the store immediately. Noct had not expected such a sudden offer from Merchant Raphael, and asked why he had decided to open a shop in his... Merchant Raphael explained that thanks to Nox's efforts, these lands had become overflowing with opportunities for trade, and so it is ready to develop and organize trade in this city. The young master thought that he had already done a good job, but then he realized that it was unlikely that he would get rid of the new worries of his settlement so easily. Therefore, he should try to make his father and brother proud of him. As a result, Noct, surrounded by all the residents of the city, said that now they should capture the history of the appearance of the first store in his possession. Immediately, discussions began on which store to create. Best, Gilna said that they urgently need a tavern because alcohol is a panacea for all problems. Gilna began to point out her suggestion. The young master thought that there was some truth to this. Not remembered how earlier in his unemployed life he would get drunk and then collapse on the bed tired and fall asleep sweetly. That feeling of complete serenity was beautiful. Luce disagreed and said that their settlement first needs to build a farm. After all, they can catch rare and delicious animals, and then start breeding them. After all, if they have enough meat, then all the residents will be happy. The young master decided that Luce was saying the right thing, because eating delicious food and getting a good night's sleep also sounds very tempting. Noct wondered what would actually be the best choice for a restful night's sleep. Noct thought that he would very much like to wake up to see a beautiful maidservant. And at this time get a delicious and healthy breakfast. The solution came up in my head, thanks to a wild imagination. The young master said that they would open a fine inn in their settlement. Joseph was surprised and asked why Noct had made such a strange decision. Immediately heated arguments broke out and everyone insisted on their own project for a new business. The little doll unexpectedly stated that every bright desire of a person is necessarily followed by the invisible hand of God. Noct pondered over the young fox's words, and another project idea popped up in his head. Noct thanked Kuklua for the excellent tip, and then he said that the first institution of his city will be the best retail store. This decision came as a surprise to everyone, and there was an awkward pause. Jelna finally said it was too easy, and Huntress Laws asked if it would be useful at all. Gilna reminded them that they could buy everything they needed from Raphael's merchant, or what Not was going to sell in this shop anyway. Huntress Luce confirmed that they really have nothing to sell, as they even share food with each other. Noct explained that he didn't exactly mean it that way, and that he didn't mean it that way. The young master said that they should start the circulation of gold coins in their domain. Noct explained that, for example, Loves brings his loot to the store and sells it, and then makes a profit, and the store in turn will sell to those who need meat, and in this way a stable economy will be created. And if we put it another way, then these possessions will return to the previous financial system, which was established before the attack of the Orc army. Joseph agreed that it would be good if the old days returned and everything was as it used to be. Nod exclaimed that they would all work together to restore a free market to their city. The young master said that they would trade exclusive goods, and so they will raise the attractiveness of their settlement. In the future, merchants from neighboring lands will gradually come to them, pouring even more gold coins into their economy. And then, if necessary, they will definitely build a good hotel, and in the hotel itself on the first floor, you can organize a dining room where food will be prepared from unique products that are not found anywhere else. Noct also said that he wants to organize a fair distribution of profits among all, and all that they have valued so far, they will share equally. The young master explained that they had certainly done a good job in the fields, but now they even have a carpenter, as well as a hunter and cook, and altogether they became real masters of their craft. And if everyone uses their skills together, they will definitely achieve excellent results. And after they earn a lot of money, they will be able to introduce a land. Jelna was indignant and asked why they needed a land tax. Not reminded that this year they were able to avoid paying tax, but next year they will have to pay their bills without this tax. They will not be able to live together and thrive further. And so in order to protect their homes and their lands, they all need to restore a stable economy as soon as possible. Not noticed the confused looks of his residents, and asked if no one wanted to participate. Little Doll asked if they couldn't all eat together now. Noct replied that this was not the case at all, and that they could do it at any convenient time. Jaelna's brother had asked her to build a tavern just like they wanted, but Jaelna replied that it was unlikely that he would be able to handle this case alone. Noct remembered how Gilna had run away from her family and how she had been humiliated for her wishes. Huntress Luce also reminded them that they didn't have any money to spend on unnecessary problems right now. The young master thought that it was vital to get a startup capital. Noct turned to Merchant Raphael and said that now was the time for their case. Raphael replied that he had already waited too long to hear it. The young master poured out a mountain of jingling coins. Then he explained to his surprised friends that he had received all this money for a small favor for the Merchant Raphael. Raphael reminded him in a satisfied voice that there were 50 million people here, and that was enough for a lot of things. Young Mr. Noct said that everyone will now receive a gift of 1 million rubles. And now, as it was said initially, everyone has enough money and excess for all the ideas they want to make. Noct also said that if someone suddenly needs something, then everyone can turn to him for help, and he promises to provide full cooperation in any case. Gilna looked at the money, and in her dreams was already in her own tavern. The young master reminded that every inhabitant of his land came to live with him for one reason or another, and everyone pursues their own goal, and someone may know what they are running from. But all this, together they tried to bring today's beautiful day closer, and also all together were able to repel the attack of a horde of vile orcs. And unlike many other people, they all had to go through a lot of difficulties and suffering. Therefore, they are all much stronger now, and each of the residents deserve to get their million. And although this is a lot of money, but everyone really deserves to get it. The little doll screamed that the free market is cool, and Huntress Luce agreed that it was a very lucrative business as it turned out. Now young Master Not thanked Raphael for his help, and said that normally he would never have been able to cope. Noct was incredibly happy that he was still able to convince his friends of the correctness of his decisions. The young master exclaimed that from today on he was declaring his domain a free market zone. Young Mr. D, Noct, said that it remains only to decide on the place where construction will begin. Gilna asked to see the map of Noct's domain, which she had compiled in some detail. The map was indeed of excellent quality, and Noct said that now he understood what his domain. Jaelna advised to study well because it is useful to know the lord of these lands. Noct thought that he was very glad that he was able to visit the capital, and although he is not going to exactly copy the structure of the capital, but as an example it is useful to know. Noct decided that he should build his own city from scratch. The young lord exclaimed that they would do it all together and put all their love into it. Noct pointed out the location on the map and said it would be a great place to start. But Gilna replied that it looked rather small. Jaelna asked why Noct had drawn the project too small, like some poor guy. Jaelna was also outraged that all this is located too far from her home. Noct reflected that if this place where the first field had already been built was vacant, then this would be the best option for development. The young lord chose a different location, and Gilna admitted that it was perfect. But then Noct exclaimed that this place wouldn't do after. After all, Noct explained that this place was too far from Kohlua's house, and because of that, Olivia would have to travel too far. The young lord began to choose other options for development, but each time Noct became more and more disillusioned with his choice. After all, what seemed convenient now could be a problem in the future. Noct admitted that it is very difficult for him to solve this difficult issue. After much thought, Noct was still hesitant to make the right choice. Suddenly a strange man appeared and offered his own option for building, and Noct was surprised that this was his very first decision. The young lord asked the stranger who he was, but the man didn't say anything, and just left. Much to the young lord's surprise, but Pico explained that this is a new resident of the city of Runner, and he is not dangerous at all, although he is a little strange. Pico explained that Runner would be a new employee at Raphael's branch. Gates said that Raphael would open his own store here after all, and he promised to make a good advertisement for the settlement of Nocta. At the same time, Pico became the main one in this store and will serve as a director. Not was surprised by this distribution and asked Runner if he was sure, since he was much older and more experienced. But Runner said he didn't care. Runners stated that the main ability of a merchant is to sell well, and of course he has different knowledge, but he has never sold anything yet. The young lord thought it was probably because of Runner's scary expression. Noct asked why Runner had chosen this particular construction site as the best runner, explained that the main goal of opening a store is to choose a place where a lot of people gather, and he chose the place where local and foreign people most often gather. Runner said that Not himself had wanted to choose this place first, to which Not agreed, and Gilna again called the place Tushella. Not then said that he wanted to recreate a capital-like city, and that's why he doesn't want to focus only on current plans and needs to think through everything for the Runner explained that the capital was also built over the years, and only a few decades later. It became what it can be seen now, and so it will be more important for all residents to solve the current problems and concerns, and only then everything else. The young lord agreed with Runner's comments and replied that he had made his choice. Noct thought that Runner was only really scary in appearance, but his words are also full of wisdom and meaning. Noct said that if the development is successful, it will be necessary to be prepared for significant changes in the settlement, although this is not an easy task, which will take a lot of effort. Runner said that there was no need to complicate the things, because the laptop has a great skill, which he heard about from Raphael. Runner explained that if you reduce an already completed building, it will be very easy to move it anywhere. Noct realized that this man is absolutely right, and this is a brilliant solution that will easily solve the ZOO of perestroika. Not thought it reminded him of an ordinary video game from his previous life. The young lord realized that Runner didn't look very attractive, but he was dependable and rich in good ideas. At the same time, Pico is much less hopeful because of her fervor. But she is very charming, and this is her main trait, and so together they complement each other perfectly and will make a great team. Noct said that since he can now easily move any building in the city with the help of a scale down, then now it has an ideal option for the first store. The young lord explained that he would simply move the field to the west, and in its place they would build the first store. After all, you cannot completely get rid of the field as it gives a lot of food, not use the reduced skill, and presented the field as a block. Then the young lord carefully took the field and moved it to a new location and enlarged it to its previous size. The result was excellent. Noct realized that this object was simple, and he had used very little magic power, and it can do this many times without any consequences. Very soon the store was built using the layout and zooms. Skill and Not enjoyed looking at his results. Kuklua asked if Noct had already opened his shop. Noct wanted to be the first buyer, and Pico gave the young lord the goods for free as a sign that she was the first buyer. The carrots turned out to be very tasty, and Kukla admitted that she tried very hard when growing these vegetables. Noct realized that trade would be better now that Raphael had a demand for cuckoo of vegetables, and thanks to the established turnover of goods, their settlement will soon be visited by many people who will be happy to leave their coins in exchange for delicious vegetables. The young lord said that all this is called creating a good economy. Kuklua promised that she would try her best to supply the store and people with enough delicious vegetables. Noctis claimed that the first big small store in the city would be officially open from now on. Noct said that the first store in their city became very popular, although so far only local residents remain its visitors, under normal conditions. The breeding method takes at least 10 years, but thanks to Nox's skills and Mayor's abilities, they were able to complete a journey that takes dozens of generations in just 7 days. They managed to reproduce many types of products and establish a powerful, stable production. The merchant Raphael said that even in the capital itself, you can't find vegetables that have such a huge sugar content. Raphael promised that he would definitely sell a batch of goods at a very good price, which Noct thanked him and wished him luck. The young lord suggested that a large influx of new visitors could be expected in the coming days. There should also be merchants who want to buy their unique products. Noct decided that now was the perfect time to do what he had planned. After all, his heart's desire is to create a beautiful hotel. Giselayan asked if Noct had been trying all this time just for the sake of the inn. Noct explained that if they had built the inn in the first place, the butler Joseph would have been very grumpy and indignant. But now he just can't be against it, and the hotel will be very useful. Gilna explained that what she really meant was that it would be very difficult to move forward in the free market. Noct reminded her that he would support Ghislaine in all her affairs. The young lord then said that he had something to say to Gilna, not to explain that he wanted to ask Gilna to help her build a beautiful building. Gilna reminded her that she was a dwarf, and dwarves build houses, not boxes, but then Gilna said that she was an unusual representative of her people, and if she wanted to, she could create anything. Gilna promised that she would also make furniture, because she is definitely the best at this. Noct replied that he knew very well what Gilna was capable of, and suggested that he start an important business. The young lord said that the first thing to do was to decide who would run this place. Otherwise, it would be very tiring for him personally to do the calculations. After all, he needs more time to rest and sleep after lunch. Jaelna agreed that Noct in this role would be the worst option, and it is better to appoint Joseph for mayor. Noct greeted Mayor and asked where Joseph was now. The maid explained that Joseph was watering the fields. Noct said that unfortunately Mayor didn't have enough training to do complex calculations on her own, and that's why it's best to discuss it with Joseph. The young master asked the maid that perhaps there were people in his land who met all the requirements and were currently free. Mayor replied that she had just prepared such a list where she indicated suitable candidates. Noct became interested and began to study the important information. Quite soon, Noct decided to visit Olivia, who was delighted with his unexpected appearance. Olivia admitted that she was happy to see Noct at her house, and asked him to wait a minute while she prepared the treats. Olivia explained that if Noct had arrived a little earlier, he might have joined them for lunch. Although even this does not prevent a little more snack. Kuklua said that she would not mind. Olivia suggested that we try a cake with rare Nankali cheese and deer fruit sauce. After taking a small bite of the beautiful cake, Noct felt that there was a certain firm sweetness in it, as well as refreshing notes of fruit. And such food is a pleasure not only for the stomach, but also for the soul. Olivia asked if the young lord really wanted her to be the manager of the new inn. Noct replied that this was the best possible solution, but only if it's not too burdensome for Olivia herself. Cuckoo has stated that she would take care of her mom and she would be fine. Noct asked her what she'd been doing before she'd arrived. Olivia replied that she was just taking different medications. The girl explained that there is currently no doctor on their land, and if something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to rely on Mayor's abilities alone. Therefore, it is better to ensure yourself with medication. Olivia admitted that she thought about opening a pharmacy when she had everything she needed to do it. Noct immediately imagined the beautiful Olivia as the local. The young master's blood pressure increased due to the rush of wild imaginings, and he felt that everyone noticed it. Olivia said that if the young master needed someone suitable for the position of hotel manager, then she can find a suitable candidate and introduce you to the someone. It wasn't long before Noct met the girl's fellas and Anna, and also with their father of the Levy family, who looked like a very experienced man. Olivia explained that the Levy family used to run the hotel successfully, and that they were the most knowledgeable people in the business. Levy admitted that it was actually quite a long time ago, and even before Hannah was born, the young lord said that they were an excellent candidate, and that they were suitable to take over the first inn on his land. Jaelna advised not to react so strongly to the problem of goodies. After all, in fact, the only real work that all employees of the hotel will perform is the work of the customer reception and cleaning the premises. Levy and Noct didn't agree with little Gilna's comments, and we tried to explain that a good hotel is the face of every self-respecting city. Gilna decided not to give up, and asked who even decided that a certain hotel was becoming the face of someone's land. Noct explained that all is well, all ends well, work, drinking, and traveling in all these events. People are good at remembering the last thing that happened to them, and it is the hotel that marks the end of a long day for every traveler. Therefore, the quality of a hotel is an assessment of the city where it is located. Noct realized that Mr. DeLivet was exactly the right person to run the hotel well. Levy had a lot of experience and clearly understood how to immediately accept and organize the operation of the hotel. Then Levy said that you need to understand what makes a hotel really good. The most important thing in the work of the hotel is the service from the heart. Therefore, each traveler will definitely return to the same hotel next time. And the most important rooms in the hotel are the bedroom and a place to eat. This is exactly what the young master and Levy agreed on. Levy and Noct were surprised that their wishes and thoughts were exactly the same. But still, Noct insisted on a comfortable bedroom first. And Levy said that the most important thing was a great dining room, and that this should be the priority of the hotel. A heated argument broke out, where no one wanted to give in and put up with the opponent's opinion. The young master finally decided that Levy was a bit of a crazy person. But nevertheless, it was recommended by Olivia herself, and even in this case, you cannot upset her. Although you cannot leave everything as it is at the moment, and you need to prove yourself completely right. The young lord was determined to show Levy, who had the real justice on his side when it came to improving the hotel. Noct and Levy decided to organize a contest and find out which of the two of them would be right. Joseph said they were up to something very strange again, asked the young master what they were actually going to do during the competition. Noct explained that Gilna would make special models, which she would then enhance with her skill. This way, they can create their dream hotel in less than 1 hour. Noct said that on this piece of paper he will describe in detail what his ideal hotel should look like. Levy replied that it would be a lot of fun and he was ready to compete. The young lord exclaimed that it was necessary to find out with the help of people whose hotel would actually be better in the world. An hour later, Noct presented his version of the hotel and offered to evaluate his idea. The young master explained that the layout was exactly what he wanted it to be. Also, everything is exactly according to his plan, including all the rooms except the reception area. Noct demonstrated a place to relax, which in his opinion is ideal for a restful. Levy noticed that everything was too monotonous and it wasn't good. Levy suggested making changes and explained why they shouldn't use multi-layer mattresses. After all, if the mattress has shock-absorbing properties, then sleeping on it will be much more comfortable. The young lord replied that people do tend to think that the most important thing in bed is the mattress. But in fact, this is a mistake. Mattresses wear out too quickly and lose their original properties. And so springs that distribute weight evenly are more important for a good night's sleep. Noct said that these beds have 1,500 springs and are therefore very comfortable and strong. Then it was Levy's turn, and he offered to evaluate his hotel option. Levy explained that the interior is half bedroom and half dining room. Noct thought it was ridiculous, considering the kitchen, where 2/3 of the total area of the room was used for food, and it doesn't look like a hotel anymore. Levy replied that when a person wants to rest, they think they just need to sleep. But in reality, this is not the case at all, and you need to look at all this from a slightly different angle. After all, it is very important for clients to have pleasant memories that they get from good drinks, food, and enough fun at the end of a difficult day, and only then do they have a desire to rest and just sleep. This is exactly what a fair distribution of the hotel clients' wishes is all about. Levy said that in business, some people win and others necessarily lose, and the winner gets everything he wants. Shilna said that she had made her latest model. Nod asked in surprise if she had decided to take part in the competition as well. The little girl said that it doesn't matter how good the beds are in the hotel, if suddenly the person did not enter the hotel and did not want to stay there for the night. And the most important thing is that the hotel already looks like a beautiful castle that attracts visitors. The young lord thought that Jailna's project looked very cool. Gilema said that Noct would definitely sleep well and feel refreshed in such a hotel. But the young lord replied that he honestly doubted he would be able to sleep well there. After all, he will rather get tired faster while walking around such a huge room. Ghislaine was outraged that Noct had so immediately reduced back her hotel option. The young lords stated that they now understood who really had what ideas. As a result, Noct proposed to declare a draw and end the contest. But Levy and Gilema offered to find out who was the winner, and the winner will be the one in whose hotel the most residents will stay. And then the competition for the best hotels on the territory of Bigsmall can be considered a success. Mayor reported that 12 people out of the 43 residents of the city had checked into the young master's hotel and 14 people have come to Mr. Levy's hotel to rest. And so far, the competition is quite equally. Noct was thinking that there was nothing cool about the competitors in, and he couldn't just lose to Levy. In the end, the young lord offered to visit the competitor and see how he was doing. Noct was surprised to see that the competitor's hotel was very lively and full of fun. The young lord was indignant because according to all the rules, it is forbidden to eat for 3 hours before going to bed, and how in general the locals could approve of such late meals. Knox said it was more like a cafe or restaurant, but definitely not a hotel. The young master felt that all this was absolute, unacceptable, and he asked the cook for more food. After a hearty meal, Knox still recovered to rest, as his eyes were literally closing from fatigue. Joseph explained that it was because Knox had eaten too much food. The young master replied that he had only eaten 1 plate, but Joseph said there were actually 3 plates. Mayor was startled and assumed that there might be poison in the food. But the young lord replied that this was not the case at all, and that the food was in perfect order, and in fact, it is the food that gently affects his stomach. Some foods are good for digestion, and some foods are best consumed before bedtime, and everything on Levy's menu is calculated and thought out, even in terms of seasoning. Mr. Levy said earlier that there are winners and losers in business, and he really thought it through to the smallest detail. Young Lord Noct said that Mr. Levy had shown his ideal hotel not only in words but also in real actions, and that's why Levy is a very amazing person. Not then thought for a moment and admitted that he had completely lost the competition. And Mr. Two's Levy's Inn is the perfect place to... Berdine then stated that she wanted to talk, and suggested that the young masters sleep together. Noct thanked Mr. Levy for the excellent food and asked if he had any spare rooms. Mr. Levy replied that there would certainly be room for Noct and said that he would show him the room himself. Claimed that the mattress on the bed contains 1,500 springs. The owner of the hotel explained that the first floor is his dining room, and the second and third floors are provided for recreation. And all this together is a real paradise for receiving guests without a single dream. Drawback. Mr. Levy said that he put these beds in every room. Noct asked how Levy managed to win the contest. Levy admitted that when he looks at the young master, Noct reminds him of himself, and without thinking about the losses and benefits, he only sought to take care of the quality rest of his life. Travelers. But once, because of this, he created too many problems for the people he really had to protect. After all, he was always very stupid to follow only his dream. And always up to this point, his dream was unattainable, and spent all his strength. Berdine exclaimed that it was long past bedtime, but Mr. Levy said to be much quieter, because the young master is already asleep and his face looks like he's experienced true pleasure. The young master enjoyed taking a bath and thinking about his true vocation. Knox said that a private large outdoor tub is just a beautiful invention. Mara's maid offered to try a new juice that she had come up with. The young lord was slightly embarrassed by the attention and replied that he could have a drink himself. Mayor said that in that case she would be willing to treat her lord to a relaxing massage. Knott was happy at this moment and admitted that the silence around him made it feel like time had stopped altogether. And being away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life is just wonderful. The young lord said that everyone needs to feel such bliss, and every person deserves to spend time enjoying solitude. Mayor reminded him that Knott wasn't alone, and that she was right next to him. But the young lord replied that Mayor was like the air that filled his lungs with freedom. Then the young lord noticed that someone was watching him. And in the next moment, I realized that it was the giant girl, Berdina, who shouted that she also wanted to take a dip in the bath. Knott remembered the stern words of Joseph, who had told him not to let girls just throw off their clothes for no reason. The young lord realized that Joseph would be angry and indignant again. Knock decided not to let Berdine get any closer. The young lord then asked what had brought Berdine here, and if she was hungry again. But Berdine was already at his side, and Knock realized that he was wrong again. Then the young lord decided to play with the giant girl and threw her a tray to catch it. Nadine did her best, and Knock complimented her on her agility. Asked why Berdine was upset and didn't want to play. Anyway, she's acting weird. Berdine was a little embarrassed to have Mayor's maid next to them, but then she explained that she really wants to work because she is very bored. The young lord thought it was stupid. Then he reminded her that Berdine was already working as a hunter. After all, she loves meat very much and she is very good at getting it. The giant girl replied that this was not enough for her, and she wanted to do something else. The young lord said that Berdine was a very strange girl if she really wanted to work harder. The giant girl explained that she just wanted to be very useful to her master and the settlement as a whole. Berdine asked if Noct had a job that would suit her perfectly. The resourceful Nair came to the rescue and off her giant to try on a maid's outfit. Berdina admitted that it is very difficult for her to move in these clothes. But Mayor explained to Berdine that fashion and work are incompatible things, and you need to be much more patient with the inconvenience. Berdine wondered if there were any clothes for giants at all, and Mayor told the young master that one maid was more than enough for him. Noct explained that children usually like to imitate everything they see, and so Mare should let Berdine try out that role. The giant girl was indignant and said that she was not a child at all. Noct replied that of course he understood everything, and there was no need to be so offended. Berdine said that she would definitely give the young master a massage, as Mare did, but Mare was indignant and replied that she would not allow such a thing, because only she was a real maid. Mare then began teaching her skills as a housekeeper to the giant girl. She explained that first you need to master the basic skills of this profession, and usually, for Mr. Noct's restful sleep, calm background music is needed. Mare said Noct should feel like he's sleeping in a forest with crystal clear air. Berdine replied that she understood everything and would do it properly, but the strange irritating sounds kept the young lord away. Noct was indignant and asked them to stop the stupid mess they were making around his bed. Mare then explained to Berdine that she needed to bring water from the well to water the garden well. The giant girl promised to quickly bring water, but the way she gave birth to a vegetable garden was just awful. Mare realized that the giant girl had just washed away a lot of teats and her plants when she roughly threw out the water. The young lord ended up telling the giant girl that she couldn't do such a delicate job. Then the incredible thing happened. The plant tried to attack people. Noct said that Greg's mandrake thinks it's been attacked and is getting very angry. Berdine asked no to be careful and rushed to help. The giant girl grabbed the evil plant and said that she would not allow her master to be harmed. The plant immediately calmed down, and Berdine asked if it understood her words. Greg immediately appeared and apologized for what had happened. Noct replied that Greg should not be allowed to make such shoots of the plant. At this point, Berdine was very upset, as her skirt was torn while running. The giant girl said she couldn't work like this. The young lord understood what needed to be done, and said that he had found a suitable job for birding. Noct offered the giant girl to become his bodyguard, because this is what she does best. Noct explained that it was a profession that required protecting the good guys from the bad guys and keeping order and peace. Therefore, to put it simply, Berdine will become a reliable defender for him. If, of course, she agrees to such an offer. Berdine happily exclaimed that she was willing to become a bodyguard for the young master. Noct warned the giant girl that she should not allow herself stupid behavior because the bodyguard should be a responsible and serious person. Mare confirmed that working as a security guard is admirable and serves the common good. Berdine replied that she would be happy to do something useful. Mare, meanwhile, cleaned up the scratches on the giant girl's hands with her cell repair. Noct asked if Berdine was happy with her new role. After all, she already has to go to the mountains for meat, and the new job will take even more time. Cardine replied that she needed a job where she could spend more time with the young master. Noct was embarrassed by the giant girl's revelations and asked Mare to take care of the rest. Noct himself was once again convinced that Berdine was behaving like an innocent child. Mare asked where the young master was going now. Noct explained that he was just going back to his bed to get a good night's sleep. The young Lord Noct thought that perhaps Berdine should learn some common sense instead of doing her job. After all, she's still a real child at heart. Although it is not really known whether she is a child, because she is a giant, and you can never tell by her behavior that she is wary or agitated about something. Suddenly, an excited Kuklua appeared and hugged Noct. The young master asked what had happened to her and why she was acting so strangely. The little girl complained that she had encountered some pervert. Noct was horrified by this news and wanted to find out immediately. The young lord immediately recalled the strange behavior of butler Joseph, who had once offered him a moisturizer. The thought horrified Noct, but at the moment he couldn't think of anyone else. And if that's the case, it's unforgivable behavior. Kuklu explained that someone was watching her and that he was definitely a scoundrel. The young lord shouted that Joseph had already overstepped the bounds of propriety, but surprisingly, it wasn't Joseph, who was in the bushes, just Levy's innkeeper's little daughter. Anna Noct asked her what she was doing here and why she was hiding from everyone. Little Hannah confessed that she just wanted to make friends with the doll and therefore went for her. The young lord was glad that it had really happened, and that Joseph had nothing to do with it. Noct said it was good that Hannah wanted to befriend. Hannah said that she didn't get to talk to Kuklua because she ran away very quickly. Noct explained that there was nothing wrong with that, and that Kuklua was just a little scared. The young lord called out to the little fox girl, and was surprised at how fast she could move. Noct thought that Kuklua was actually a very shy child, and it's time for her to get used to other people, because there are more and more of them every day. Noct explained that Hannah really wanted to play together, so she tried to. Kuklu has said that she would try to socialize and not suggested that we all play something special together. Kuklu exclaimed that she was ready to play interesting games. The young lord decided that now was the time to try something new. Noct asked the girls to stand by and relax. Noct tried the reduction on the girl, and that was surprised at the result. On Kuklua, his ability worked well. However, there was a repulsive force on Hannah's side. Not to ask Hannah not to worry and not to resist. Power. The next attempt was successful in both. Both girls became much smaller. Kukula was upset that she was too small, and Noct promised to come back, but only later. Noct apologized for scaring the girls a little and showed them the plum tree. Hannah told her new friend that the plum was very sweet and delicious, and then suggested that she try it out. Kuklua replied that the young master's skills were amazing. Kuklu explained to Hannah that Noct is a very cool person, and Hannah agreed. Noct suggested starting the game and explained that there are a lot of interesting things around if you look at the world with different eyes. Noct realized that what these two girls had in common was that they were children, although they have very different abilities, but at the same time everything is not at all important, and the main thing is that they have fun together. After playing with the children, Noct went home to get some sleep. But when Noct found Berdine sleeping in the bed, he thought it was another child. In the morning, the merchant Raphael visited Nut. Joseph said that the young master had worked hard yesterday and was tired, but that's the impression that Noct is even more of an old man than he is. Noct apologized for his appearance and asked what business had brought Raphael so early. The merchant explained that he had found a useful person who could use magic. Noct was overjoyed at the news, remembering that even in this world, wizards are highly valued. They are very much loved by people for their incredible abilities. Wizards receive the blessing of their bloodline or acquire the wisdom to handle magic. They absorb the knowledge of the Book of Sorcery and are trained at the Magic Academy to earn the trust of their mentor. Noct knew that he was a descendant of a noble family, and that the wizard would be very useful to him. Noct decided to greet the new man immediately and dressed quickly, but he was met by 3 new people at once, Ceto, Juno, and Lion. They explained that they used to be part of the Royal Magic Army, not to realize that these people must be very experienced and skilled wizards to hold such high acquisitions. Ceto said that now a lot has changed in their lives. They are looking for a new job. Noct replied that he would be happy to hire new people. Ryan was reminded that they were an elite unit, but still willing to work in this settlement for a while. Noticed that Lion was very agitated and trembling, and therefore needed to calm her down. Noct asked what magic they used in their Lion began to tell her that they were going on an expedition to set up a base of operations in a certain city. Ceto asked me to stop saying things that I didn't need to say. Lionette and the other witches began to argue and denounce the name of their party. But then Lynette saw Joseph and was very confused. Young Lord Noct was delighted to have representatives of the former kingdom's magical army on his territory. After all, their abilities could help him in his work. The only thing that bothered him was that Lynette had reacted very strangely to Jteose, Joseph's butler. The young lord asked what exactly their squad specialized in the magical army during their service. Lionette kept thinking that this was a real pervert standing in front of her, but she still claimed that they were a group of magical cultivators. Bruno said it wasn't something to be very proud of. Ceto replied that it couldn't be helped, but they were really just digging in the ground. Noct was surprised by the girls' mixed reactions and decided that they were very worried about it. Merchant Raphael explained that this group was called Mudbloods, and that was what the Earth Mages were called, and most likely they wanted to keep this fact a secret, so as not to confuse anyone with their capabilities. The young lord asked the sorceresses that they understood that they were digging in the ground in sand like ordinary children. Cheto replied that this was not the case at all, and that Noct had misunderstood everything. Then young Lord Noct said that it was actually a good thing, and that they were exactly what he needed. The bewildered sorceresses could not understand what the strange lord of these lands really meant. Nothing. Noct noticed their confusion and explained that the motto of his land is "Live what you love and do what you like." The young lord said that with their skills and experience, they would be able to do a lot of good for the people of the city. Noct asked if their team could help with the construction and maintenance of a road on their property. Ceto thought about it and asked if they shouldn't start building the wall first. The young lord wondered why they were so immediately interested in the city wall. Lynette explained that she had already examined all the city walls before going inside, and in her opinion, the walls were in extremely poor conditions. Tito confirmed that the city's defense is at a very low level, and if there is another attack on the city, it is unlikely to be possible to fight it off, since the walls can collapse at any time. Juno also said that the walls are more like a piece of paper, which will not help in the event of a brutal war. Lion said that she was not interested in who exactly was involved in the construction of these walls, but this is an extremely unsuccessful project. Noct did not keep the secret, and replied that the walls were built by him personally. Unexpectedly, a group of sorceresses immediately changed their minds, and they started saying that it was just a joke, and the walls were still at a fairly normal level. Young Lord knocked of the sorceress girls for their honest assessment and professional opinion, and he will be very happy if they work for the benefit of his settlement, because their experience is invaluable. See, it all burst into tears of happiness as she confessed that she had never heard of such kind words about her. Work before. Juno ordered her friend to stop crying immediately because you can't show your tears in public. Sita was afraid of her friend's anger and explained that she was crying only because of the pollen in the air that got into her eyes, not realized in that moment that these girls must have suffered too much before. Young Lord Noct said that in that case, he wanted to ask their party to build a new city wall. Leonette explained that this is a very big job on the defense of the territory, and is Noct really ready to entrust such a responsible job to the first people he meets. The young lord replied that he was very good at observing and understanding people, even those with whom he had only known a short time. Lion hadn't expected such words and couldn't contain her emotions. Noct noticed that this girl took his words very seriously, as evidenced by her sincere tears, and it was probably not easy for them to leave their previous organization and come to the border of the country. Noct remembered a similar experience in his previous life, and so the result is more important than any effort. And people who delve into the essence of the problem are valued more than the results. Lynette promised that her team would perform the task in the best possible way. After all, former members of the elite Royal Magic Army will definitely be able to build a perfect wall that no one can ever pass through. Not thought about creating a new wall and decided that he too could do something useful. The young lord informed Greg about the upcoming construction. Greg was very happy that they were finally going to have watch walls. Greg remembered how during the last Orc-So attack, he had allowed Berdine to fight them all the time, and he had been denied the opportunity to participate in the battle. Greg felt bad for always relying on girls. Noct calmed Greg down, and told him that he shouldn't worry so much about. Not explained that Berdine does not know the value of things and can easily destroy any enemies with extreme cruelty. So it's a common thing for her, so Greg doesn't have to worry about her. The young lord said that he was going to borrow the wisdom of an elite group of wizards and use them to create walls for the watch. Lion replied that they would do whatever the lord of these lands told them to do. But Juno reminded her that there are too few of them to do this difficult job effectively. Sito suggested that we split it up into 6-hour shifts. Greg said that there was no need to worry about it, and they had free hands. Greg showed off his live plants and explained that they can help, and if it was birding, right now she would definitely fight them. Ryan poked one of the plants with her staff, and Greg shouted why she did it. Because he grows them specially. The girl replied that the plants look very creepy, and she is really sorry, but they are disgusting. Greg asked not to offend his plants because he considers them his friends. Greg got upset, and started burying the dead plant, and the sorceresses were surprised by his reaction because they had never seen such a thing anywhere else. Nott was also surprised because he couldn't have imagined that Greg would become a real tamer of plant monsters. The young lord asked everyone to forget about it and become friends. Then, as a sign of reconciliation, everyone began to drink tea. Nott asked if Greg had really been in the military before. Joseph replied that it was true, and he even remembered little Noct fighting with his brother as a child. As a result, Lion and Greg were able to draw a plan of the defensive structures, and the girl said that now she has ideas how to do everything in the best way. Lynette explained that the first thing to do was to build a double gate where they could set up a trap for the enemies. Juno suggested putting sharp spikes on the walls and digging ditches. After all, then they will be able to attack the captured enemy unilaterally. Sito suggested building a suspension bridge with water under it, so that if something happens, you can throw enemies down. Noct wondered at their plans, and wondered if they really had served in the army. Greg said they didn't understand anything, and their suggestions weren't very good. Greg explained that mandrakes sink quickly, and therefore it will be difficult to use them when digging a ditch with water. Noct was once again convinced how much Greg cares about his plant monsters. A few days after the arrival of the sorceresses from the Royal Magical Army, Noct was resting under the bright sun. The butler, Joseph, grumbled as usual at the young master for continuing to do nothing from time to time. Noct explained his rest by saying that you always need to be consistent in everything. Joseph wondered if it would be all right to guard the area when the young lord of these lands was just lying around so carefree and resting. And does Mr. Noct really not care about that at all? Noct replied that everything was under control, and he left the defense concerns to the others, and everything would go on as usual. The young lord said that one should be able to trust sorceresses, and if they really have a problem, he's sure they'll be notified right away. The young lord also said that he thinks it's best to let every person who has a goal do what they want to do, and it's better than trying to remake this person in your own way. After all, if a person does everything in his own way, then in the end you can get more results from him. The butler Joseph replied that it certainly didn't sound bad at first glance. But still, as a local lord, you need to pay more attention to the territories. Noct decided that he couldn't change the grumpy butler's mind, and said that he would go and see how things were going right now. As Noct strolled through his settlement, he saw the residents, looking contented. Many people were happy that they came to live in this place. Everyone also enjoyed the excellent quality of local food, which was delicious and varied. The butler, Joseph, said that at first glance everything was going well, and that he was personally very happy. Young Lord Noct remembered that he had many rare and interesting items that merchant Raphael had brought to the city from various places. Noct thought it would be very interesting for its residents to see all this. There were really a lot of people in the shopping plaza. Mayor, the maid, was glad that there were many unfamiliar faces and new merchants from other cities around. Noct said that their economy is improving because more people are coming to them from other possessions, and this is a good sign. And as far as he's concerned, it's not just because of the rare things Raphael was able to bring along. The young lord explained that there were many different goods to buy in their city that couldn't be found anywhere else. After all, even unusual berries are a feature of their lands, and thanks to his augmentation skills and Mayor's ability to grow cages, it will be possible to buy all non-seasonal vegetables in this market at any time. Noct said that they have an excellent choice for any buyer, and the merchant Raphael was able to provide good advertising, which gave the result. The young lord confessed that he had another plan in the works. Noct explained that with his magnification skill, he enlarged the glass and was able to build a great greenhouse, even here. Butler Joseph found a reason not to be too outraged. He complained that it was too wasteful to use the precious glass like this, and Mayor said that all this looks very beautiful and unusual. The young lord explained that the glass perfectly transmits the sun's rays and maintains a high temperature inside the room, and it would be quite nice to make several such greenhouses. After all, thanks to the greenhouse, even without skills, anyone can easily grow any vegetables, regardless of the time of year. The butler, Joseph, admitted that he had not expected such ingenious inventions from Noct. The young master replied that they all needed to restore this land to its former greatness, and those seeds that they were able to plant at the very beginning of their journey gradually begin to germinate and bear fruit. Soon, sorceresses busy with defensive fortifications reported that the last section of the wall was already ready. Noct thanked them for the result and thought they were really capable. The magician showed the created layout, and Noct was surprised at how heavy it was with its small size. The girls explained that the three of them made this project using materials that are filled with deadly magic, and they didn't manage to make the layout a little larger. But even so, they are confident that it will be enough to increase Noct. The young lord himself thought that he wasn't entirely sure that this section was a good one. Linnet stated that they had developed different ways to kill enemies, and they will only need to get a little more additional information about possible enemies. Noct said it wasn't worth talking about right now. The young lord said that he would ask the sorceresses when the time came, but for now, he needed to look at what they had done. Noct used the item magnification skill, and the wall instantly became huge. The young lord admired the result, and decided that his city now looked and was protected like a royal palace. The lionette proudly stated that now no threat is terrible for this territory, because with such a all this city has become an invulnerable fortress Noct was thrilled with the result, and knew that the city was no longer afraid of any attacks. And now you cannot even be afraid of demons, since no one can overcome such walls with protective devices. But everyone's joy was rudely interrupted by a loud roar that came from the direction of the forest. Something huge quickly approached the city, and a real panic began. After all, everyone realized that against the flying threat, excellent protective walls will not help in any way. The huge dragon began to hover over the city, looking for a suitable target. Some young lord Noct, stunned by what he saw, thought that this was too much even for his land. Once the defensive wall around the city was completed, the big-small territory became invincible. At least that's what everyone who lived there thought. But then a huge dragon appeared, which destroyed the confidence in full defense. Young Mr. Noct was very puzzled by this problem, and the very next day decided to look for a solution. Nuff! Dug into his books, hoping to find the answer to the question of how to resist the flying monster. The butler, Joseph, was more surprised than ever by Noct's behavior, and asked if the young lord had worked all night on the fly. Noct replied that he was looking for the necessary solutions, and as soon as he finds the answers, he'll go straight to bed, so Joseph doesn't have to worry. Mayor also became concerned about Lord Noct and tried to persuade him to get some rest. But the guy said how can he sleep in peace when all his residents of the city are scared and have lost all sleep. Noct explained that he wanted to deal with the cursed dragon as soon as possible. After all, if they don't deal with him soon, well, it's probably going to get a lot worse, and they can't afford to make mistakes in this situation. The young lord explained that in Master Resinford's library, he hadn't found any weaknesses in dragons yet, and it turns out that these beasts are so legendary that there is practically no information about them, not to mention a description of their weaknesses. Jaelna suddenly burst into the room and excitedly shouted that they had no choice this time. Jaelna exclaimed that now they just had to build a great pub. Jaelna said that with a good drink, young Lord Noct would be able to forget about all the problems. Noct reminded her that he had already heard this from Jaelna more than once, and it was time for her to be more original. Noct said that instead of getting drunk, it was better to take some rational measures. But Jaelna replied that this was all nonsense, and suggested that we go outside as soon as possible. As it turned out, an epidemic of alcoholism broke out among the residents of the settlement, and everyone found solace and oblivion in a bottle of strong drink. People have not found any other way to deal with stress, but to start drinking right on the street. Gilna said that's why they need a special place, a bar, so that no one gets sick when they drink outside. The young lord was shocked by the sight. A whole crowd of drunken people who don't do anything, quit their jobs and search for alcohol. Noct couldn't believe that all this had happened in just one night. The young lord decided that he needed to hurry up with the problem of the dragon. Otherwise his settlement would already self-destruct from alcohol. Lord Noct decided to launch a scouting mission outside his domain. The only problem on the way to this was that it was not clear who exactly to choose for this purpose. Luce was a capable hunter and an experienced scout. Greg, a strong guy and a true adventurer with a strong tamer skill. Lion is a former elite earth mage in the king's magic army. Sito is like Lion from the same magic army, but she is also very smart. Juno is a former elite earth mage who is perfectly suited to support the rearguard. Ferdine, a noisy giant girl who has great power. Joseph is just the usual annoying butler. And of course, Mare is a witty and loyal maid who has the skills of a healer. It was a difficult choice, and Noct couldn't figure out who he should take with him on this difficult test. Greg certainly has good combat experience and is very good at taming, which may be useful this time. Therefore, Greg is a good candidate for the success of the mission. Although there is also a high probability that his character can lead everyone to the worst possible situation. In addition, city security can be useful in case everything goes wrong, and you have to urgently evacuate residents of the city. Therefore, you should pay attention to the other applicants for participation in the task. In the end, the young lord made his choice. Noct said that Juno would have to be responsible for communicating with the squad during their mission. Juno promised that she would do everything perfectly, and that she could be trusted to do it. Noct went on to tell the elf Luce that her scouting skills were key to this mission, and so he relies entirely on her skill as a hunter and the abilities of an experienced elf. Luce admitted that she has seen dragons before, and will try to do everything at the perfect level. Lord Noct thought that the team had a great attitude and therefore had a good chance of success. Noct reminded them once again to be extremely careful, and the giantess Birdieing cried out that it would be so. Noct realized that Bourdine was probably the weakest link that could fail them, but she was also very powerful. Noct also noticed that the elf Luce drinks a lot of water and may be nervous, although perhaps an experienced huntress just needs to cool down a little. After all, she is an elf who has fought many times with different monsters, and like no one else should behave calmly, although was such a formidable opponent as the legendary dragon. None of them have yet encountered, and it is not known what to expect. Very soon the team, led by Lord Noct, was able to find the very dragon that had disturbed the peace of the settlement. Everyone was surprised at how this fearsome monster neatly eats small nadir berries. Juno said that this is very strange because the dragon has red scales and it is clearly supposed to be a predator, but it turns out that it is an omnivore. Noct asked Huntress Luz what she thought they should do next, but instead of answering, the experienced elf only pressed her lips hungrily to her flask. Such a strange reaction surprised all the members of the team, and Lord Noct asked what was going on with her. Noct took the elf's flask in his hands and realized that it was not water at all, but strong alcohol. Huntress Luz explained that alcohol is very tasty and thanks to it, she can forget about all the worries, not realized that he had made a mistake in his choice and apologized to Luce for making her so scared. But at that moment, the flustered Juno shouted that this wasn't the time for idle After all, the dragon has noticed them and is rapidly approaching them. Approaching, the hero team was confused for a while. Lord Noct asked why the dragon was so distracted by the delicious berries, and chose them as its target at this moment. The giant girl, Burdane, exclaimed that the dragon was eating her favorite berries, and ran at the mighty monster. Luce, the elf, followed in her wake. Lord Noct was surprised to see what was happening and said that this couldn't be happening. There is a special black Iberian pig in nature, and if you constantly add acorns to her food, then pig meat will acquire a special taste thanks to such an additive. Something similar has happened now. Anna has been eating nadir berries since she was a child, and over time her body was filled with the smell of berries, which attracted the dragon now. The dragon did approach, and not hurried to help, for it was now obvious that the monster was only interested in Burdine. But unexpectedly, the huge dragon did not head towards the giant girl at all, but cautiously approached the elf laws. Lord Noct didn't understand what was going on, but it was all very strange. Then, to everyone's surprise, the flying monster apologized for scaring everyone because it didn't really want to. Lord Noct said that it wasn't really true that the dragon was talking to them. Elf Les said that magical creatures can use human speech, but this is the first time she has encountered such a phenomenon, and she did not expect it herself. The dragon laughed and said that of course dragons can talk, and even very loudly. No one will be able to sleep in peace. Everyone was shocked by the mighty beast's cry, and the dragon just asked if they were all right. Lord Noct thought that all this was very interesting, but such a monster does not seem to be a harmless beast at all, and it really inspires fear, plucking up his courage. Lord Noct asked the dragon why he had come to this land since he had never been here before. The dragon replied that he had come here for the sole purpose of plundering the land. Then the dragon asked not to worry and not to be afraid of him, if suddenly he scared someone with his appearance. The mighty beast explained that he was only here for the purple berries, and since the Titan's daughter loves them, then he always wanted to try these berries. Lord Noct asked why the dragon hadn't tasted the berries in that case, since he really wanted to take them. The dragon explained that Burdine always looked very happy when she ate these berries, and he was very sorry to deprive the girl of such pleasure. Burdine indignantly asked if the dragon felt sorry for the elf Luce, who was very scared when he got so close to her. The dragon apologized and admitted that he was very attracted to the smell of alcohol, and he was able to restrain himself from surging desire, not thought about it, because he hadn't even expected dragons to be interested in alcohol. Dragon said he had a small request to make to the humans. The magic monster asked to be allowed to take at least one sip of the fragrant alcoholic drink. Luce quickly filled a plate with the intoxicating drink, and Lord Noct asked the dragon to wait a bit. Using item magnification magic, Noct enlarged the plate many times to get of the dragon enough alcohol. The huge beast was delighted with what he saw, and Noct offered the beast a treat. Together they set up a table and gathered berries, which Lord Noct also increased in size so that there was enough food for everyone. For the first time in history, a magic dragon and humans began to drink and eat in a place. The dragon admitted that he was very pleased to be in such a company and everything was very tasty. The dragon then said that as far as he understood, the young master had two skills. The one he just seen when Noct zoomed in on everything on the table, and apparently there is a skill of the opposite action, which reduces everything. Noct was surprised by the flying monster's knowledge and asked how he knew about it. The dragon explained that Burdine was the giant girl who always ate berries in the forest, and now it is quite ordinary in size, which means that someone was able to reduce it. The dragon admitted that he had been waiting for a long time to meet Noct, and thanks to his shrinking ability, they could become good friends. Burdine exclaimed that the dragon could be friends with her, since she was Miss Noct's personal bodyguard. The dragon chuckled at the giant girl's words and asked why Noct was covering for Burdine if she was the bodyguard. Suddenly, the dragon's huge tail rose up and everyone was very scared. But the dragon, as it turned out, just decided to pat Noct on the head and said that he was a very nice guy. At this moment, the young lord felt very strange and even remembered how his father had stroked his head a long time ago as a child. Everyone continued to communicate, and Burdine tiredly stated that she was very full. The dragon asked the giant girl if she really liked these purple berries so much. Lord Noct asked if the dragon would go anywhere after eating all these berries, and what his plans were. The dragon replied that at first he wanted to, but now after meeting everyone, he has already changed his mind and does not want to leave this land. Suddenly, a magical aura enveloped the mighty beast, and in a moment, the dragon turned into an almost ordinary person. Lord Noct was surprised by the dragon's sudden transformation into a muscular man. And the dragon explained that this is one of his abilities, and he can turn into a human if he wants to. Noct thought that if the dragon said that, then it must have other abilities as well, and it turns out that abilities are not necessarily related to magic power. The dragon then asked if he could live in peace, and Lord Noct's domain, surprised by the sight of the naked man, asked if the legendary dragon had decided to join the human settlement. Dragon Po knew that living alone was very boring, and he didn't want it anymore, so it would be great if they could take him in. The dragon also complained that it had been a very long time since he had drunk such delicious sake, and he also constantly longs for the food that a person cooks. The dragon then confessed that he was also interested in Mr. Knox's abilities and wanted to get to know him better. The young lord clearly didn't expect such attention from the dragon, and froze a little in surprise. Dragon explained that mostly people with such rare abilities as Noct have very interesting lives, and so he would like to know what Mr. Noct is capable of. The young lord hesitantly replied that he didn't even know how to answer because everything was complicated. But the dragon said that everything is much simpler than it seems, and they should all have a good time together. Lord Noct thought back to his own childhood when such words were often spoken to him and life was full of fun. Noct told the dragon that his lord of these lands. He was glad to welcome him to his home. The dragon thanked him for agreeing to stay and said that his name was Hornbeam. Sign of friendship? The dragon shook the young lord's hand, causing Noct to cry out. The Hornbeam apologized for not calculating its strength because it cannot immediately get used to the human body. From that moment on, the big small lands have a new powerful friend, the red dragon, Mr. Grub. Grub said that a beautiful wall surrounds the city, and he admires its view. Juno said that these walls were built by her squad of elite mages together with Mr. Noth. The squad finally returned to their hometown with a new friend with them. Lord Noct could not help thinking that Mr. Grub reminded him very much of his dead father. There was a certain confidence and strength of a manly man about this dragon. Lion asked Lord Noct if he had been able to find the dragon in the forest. Lord Noct replied that the mission was fruitless and the dragon was nowhere to be found. The young master decided to reveal the truth and not say in front of the residents that they really met the dragon, and even brought it with them to the city, since this can cause even more pain. Noct whispered softly to Lion that the dragon was with them, but just as the surprised sorcerers wanted to ask more, Noct put his hand over her mouth. The young lord asked Liony to calm down and continue the conversation in his office and without any witnesses. Noct told his closest friends how they found the dragon and what happened next. Lynette asked where the dragon was now, since it had been found. The young lord calmly replied that the dragon would be in this room with them. Seeing this as another of Noct's jokes, everyone pretended to be looking for a dragon, even in flower pots. Grab still decided to prove himself, and pointing to his hand asked, "Maybe so, Mr. Noct, till you will believe more." Out of surprise, the sorceress Lionette screamed that the dragon had deliberately used its skills to disguise itself as an ordinary person. Hornbeam asked if he could get back to his normal self after all, but the young lord hastened to convince the Hornbeam to do this, because with its huge size, it will instantly destroy everything around it. Agitated, Lionette asked Noct to come with her for a moment. The girl asked if the young master was sure it was a good idea to bring a dragon here. Noct thought about it and realized that he didn't know the answer to that question himself. After all, how can he be sure that the dragon will not harm this settlement in any way? In the meantime, Grub became interested in Greg and said that Greg was doing an interesting job. Greg didn't understand what they were talking about and became visibly agitated. Grub explained that he noticed scratches on Greg's armor and a peculiar smell, and so Greg is probably a tamer. Hornbeam said that certain markings suggested that Greg must be growing mandrakes. Lord Noct realized that this was not entirely a good thing, since the dragon might think badly of them because of Greg's infatuation. But his fears were and Hornbeam good-naturedly admitted that this was very familiar to him, because he had also bred such plants before. Lord Noct breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was incredible that a dragon would do such thing. Greg was overjoyed and declared that he had finally found a friend. Greg even complained that everyone called his job terrible, and only he found it his calling. Hornbeam also said that these are beautiful mandrake creatures and their cultivation requires good knowledge. Hornbeam explained that depending on the soil and how they are grown, mandrakes can reach any size. The dragon said that once he even flew around the world in search of the best soil for growing, and thanks to this journey, it was possible to find out that the most nutrient-rich soil is located in the south, and the soil of the Great Forest is most saturated with magic. Noct, listening to Grub's story, was surprised at how enthusiastic he was about this activity. Hornbeam boasted to Greg and showed him how big a mandrake he had once grown. Greg happily exclaimed that it was more than 3 times the size of the one he had grown. Greg asked how Hornbeam did it. The dragon replied that Greg was too young. Greg agreed that he didn't have enough experience, but he would really like to know the secret of the dragon mask. Grub asked if Greg wanted to be his student. Greg exclaimed without hesitation that he really wanted this, and would try his best to meet the dragon's expectations. Lord Knot thought that Greg had hit it off faster with the dragon than he had. Lion was also surprised at how quickly the dragon could find a friend among humans. Greg also admitted that he is especially sad when the creature he cares about dies and has to see it dead. But the main thing is that they are there, and whether they die or not, mandrakes still remain in the ground. Even on this point, Greg and Grub agreed. Lionette said she couldn't believe how quickly everyone became friends with this dragon. Noct replied that this was rather unusual, but in any case, let everything go as it should. The young lord then explained to his friends that the news of who the hornbeam really was would only be known to them, and for the rest of us, this must remain a secret, otherwise there may be a panic in city. Lord Noct decided that since Grub was such a sociable guy, it would be useful for everyone. Then Noct thought that it was time for him to rest and finally go to bed, but Garb offered to go for a walk and have a little chat. Because he hadn't been around people for a very long time and missed talking, Noct hadn't expected such an offer, and Grub apologized for being too hasty. Noct realized that this was a good idea, and said that it would really be better this way, and it is better to go as soon as possible. Grub asked if they were going to go outside right now. Noct replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and told him to hurry. Lord Noct explained that it was time to introduce the dragon to his city. Garb thought about it and asked me to start with the market. Lord Noct said that the market was the busiest place in the city, since all people come here to make purchases and just chat. Noct said that the merchant Raphael supplies the market with all the necessary goods, and Mr. Garb can find anything in this market, including the best sake. The dragon was interested in the alcoholic drink, and said that the perfectly prepared sake is so delicious that it allows you to relax your soul and get real pleasure. Noct thought about the dragon's words and said that the vegetables they grow in their greenhouses are also very tasty and worth trying. The young lord said that they built this greenhouse with the help of his magical abilities and the delicate work of carpenters. Noct explained that with the help of glass and its properties, you can grow any crop regardless of the time of year. Garb replied that Noct was a very interesting person and used his abilities very well. Next, the young lord showed the place where the nadir berry grows and invited the dragon to enjoy their taste. Garba asked if he understood correctly that it was from these berries that the sake he drank in the forest was made. Noct replied that it was true, and that the berries made an excellent sake. The dragon smelled a delicious smell and asked what it could be. Lord Noct replied that it was nothing special and not worth paying attention to. Noct decided to warm up the interest in this way, and then said that there is a small winery ahead. Garb was ready to run in the direction of the winery, but the young lord advised them to follow him and watch something more interesting. Lord Noct showed the dragon a heavenly bathhouse that can be enjoyed for as little as 5,000 rubles. Garb admitted that the view in the bathhouse is excellent, but only he is not quite comfortable. Garb explained that when it comes to hot springs, he can't stand it for long. Noct apologized for putting the dragon in an awkward position and offered him a better job. Herb also apologized for causing unnecessary trouble to Mr. Noct and disturbing the peace of his settlement after a hot bath. Noct and Garb enjoyed the cold coffee that Mr. Levy usually made, but the dragon couldn't completely calm down after the hot bath and felt strange. After all, cold coffee wasn't what he wanted at all. Invented his accumulated emotions. This effect was like an explosion. Levy felt a surge of energy and collapsed with the trays on the floor, and Noct realized that he had done something wrong. Gilna yelled at Noct that he had made the dragon so angry, and that he had every right to do so. Noct really didn't understand how he could have caused such a reaction in the dragon. After all, he even missed his afternoon nap. The young lord explained that he was just trying to introduce the dragon to the city they had built together, and he figured the sooner he did it, the better it would be. But Gilnis said that the only thing that everyone wants now is to drink good alcohol. That much Noct should have known. The young lord asked Garb if this was really the case, and if the dragon wanted a drink so badly. Garb replied that this was exactly the case, not to immediately ask them to bring them a drink and do it quickly. But Gilna said that this will not be enough and everyone wants not just to drink, but to do it in a place where it will be pleasant to do it. Garb agreed with Gilna and added that such a place would be a pleasure to visit. Noct genuinely didn't understand and asked if it really made any difference where to drink alcohol. Gilna sighed heavily and asked why Noct was so ignorant of this matter, since he was a lord and should understand the wishes of his people. Garb explained to the laptop that drinking at home or in a diner is not the same as drinking in a great bar. Gile Ned dreamily began to say that the only fairy tale for an adult in a sea of everyday worries, and the best place to spend a pleasant leisure time is, of course, a good bar. The girl said the last sentence at the same time as the dragon, which proved their common desires. Lord Noct understood what they wanted and was surprised that different creatures wanted the same thing, just a good drink. Garb asked Noct to take him to the best bar as soon as possible, but Gilna was sorry to say that they didn't have a single bar in town. The dragon was outraged that such a thing simply could not happen, because this is a terrible omission. Gilna explained that they were planning to build a bar, but they never found the time. Garb said with disappointment that it was a real tragedy, and how people can live in peace in a city without a bar. Noct hadn't expected such a reaction, and regretted that he hadn't thought it was so important before. Dragon and Ghislain were asked to organize the construction of a bar as soon as possible in order to return the fairy tale to the souls of people. At the same time, Gilna began to call Garb her friend, because their desires completely coincide. Noct was once again surprised at how easily the dragon found a common language with other residents of the city. Garb and Ghislain enjoyed discussing what the bar should be like and held best to arrange everything there. During the discussion, Garb and Gilna quenched their thirst with tea and looked forward to drinking alcohol. Their wishes came true, and the first bar was built in the city. The opening of this establishment attracted all the residents of the city, and there was a real queue of people who wanted to visit the bar. Lord Noct received a message saying that a seat at the bar was reserved for him, and everyone would be happy to see him. Noct accepted the invitation, of course, and admitted to himself that he hadn't expected it at all, since he had never been to a bar. In his previous life, Noct forced open the heavy front door and found himself in the bar. Dragon Garb greeted the young lord and invited him to sit at the bar. Garb found his calling and chose the role of a local bartender. Garb offered not to a strange appetizer to start with. Then he brought out a menu that looked more like a book. Lord Noct opened the menu in surprise and looked at the many names and pictures. Noct thought that he didn't even know what to choose, since he didn't know much about the menu. Noct remembered how Gilna and the dragon had enjoyed talking about relaxing in the bar, but he didn't understand it all, and that annoyed Noct a lot. Garb asked what Lord Noct wanted to try. The young lord replied that he wanted something delicious and simple. I thought that was probably the worst thing to say in a bar. Dragon Garb realized that Noct was uncomfortable in the bar, and advised him to say that he wanted something refreshing, and then it will look quite ordinary. As for a bar visitor, the young lord understood the principle of service of this establishment, and decided to try to make an order. Noct said that he would like to try something that would make him sleepy. Garb replied that he would do everything right. Noct watched the dragon's death movements and marveled at Garb's ability to perform miracles at the bar. Soon Garb offered to try the drink. Lord Noct heard the tart aroma and said it smelled very good. The red dragon thanked Noct for showing the city all its beauty, and explained that it was a special cocktail based on nadir berry wine. At the same time, the cocktail contained sweetness and some notes of lemon. Noct took a few sips and admitted that it was delicious. The young lord then asked what the name of this cocktail was. Garb replied that they had not yet come up with names for many of the cocktails, so it would be a great idea to name this cocktail after these lands. The dragon asked if the original cocktail could be named after young Mr. Noct. Lord Noct was surprised by the suggestion and considered. Noct then confessed that he had never expected that such a place could be so easy to come to and really relax. Noct agreed with the name and asked to give the same cocktail to Ghislain. Ghislain asked Noct, grinning, if he understood the bar's charm now. Lord Noct really understood that drinking at home or in a cafe is one thing, but drinking in a bar is quite another. And now he understands what fairy tale ukrishushi everyday life Gilnis said when she wanted to visit the bar. Lord Noctis' next drink was to Olivia, beautiful eyes, who was also happy to visit the bar. Olivia was embarrassed and said it was a nice bar, and if he could come here more often. Noct replied that the place was completely at everyone's disposal. Lord Noct ordered another drink for the young lady, looking pleased, and Kuklua happily accepted this news. The little doll was a little upset because they only poured milk, but then the young lady still exclaimed, offering everyone to drink to the bottom. The merchant Raphael also decided to come to the bar, which surprised Noct a little. The young lord hastened to explain that Raphael might have misunderstood him, and that he had no intention of interfering in the affairs of his subjects. But the merchant replied that he did not mind at all, and in fact, everything was fine. Raphael asked if the late young lord would like to try and get something for himself. Noct wondered what that might mean, and was even interested in learning more. Raphael told about the existence of the metro mine and suggested that it would be nice to use them for the development of the settlement's infrastructure. Indeed, there was one underground mine that connected the land of Bigsmall and Hadlet. In ancient times, these mines were mined for jewelry and minerals, and after the invasion of the Orc army, the mine was abandoned due to a lack of workers and production completely stopped. Noct realized that these were very different times and that it might be worth using this mine. Raphael the merchant explained that the mine would bring back the wealth of the land, just as it had in the old days, when young Lord Noct should be able to handle the minerals and gems perfectly. Raphael offered to drink to that and think carefully about the prospect. Noct thought that this was indeed a devilish temptation, since Raphael was right about the mine. Lord Noct said it would be good if they could find new materials, and then Gilna will definitely be able to do something interesting. Raphael agreed with these ideas and continued to drink. A little later, Noct thought that after that conversation with Merchant Raphael, he had reached some point of no return. Maid Meyer greeted the young master with a welcome back. Noct found Greg with Meyer. The excited Tamer asked the maid to try her ability again. Greg explained that if she could get the cell activation from Kabasuk, they would be able to kill the monster. Lord Noct thought that Greg was completely delusional and that his activity in raising all sorts of strange animals could lead to a biological catastrophe. Butler Joseph listened to the idea of mining and said that Noct's skills would allow him to get rich very quickly with the help of precious stones. The young lord explained that this was exactly what Merchant Raphael expected of him. Mayor asked who Mr. Noct would trust to mine the precious stones. The young lord replied that before deciding everything, you need to carefully study the whole process and inspect the territory. After all, those mines have been abandoned for a very long time, and it is not known in what context. They are Lord Noct decided to check everything out and destroy all the monsters that probably breed there. And after ensuring security at the mineral extraction site, it will be necessary to send workers there. The young lord stated that he would personally go to inspect the mine first, and therefore needed to decide who would go with him. Noct said that Berdine would definitely go with him, since it would be impossible to avoid a fight with monsters, and it remains to be seen how many more people to take with you for this mission. Maidmare asked me to take her with me too, because if there is a battle, then she will definitely come in handy with her abilities. Noct agreed with this statement, as a healer on this trip can be useful, especially if someone gets in. Greg said that he also wants to join this campaign and will help in the research. The excited Tamer explained that he just had to collect all the new monsters that might inhabit the cave. Lord Noct wasn't too happy about the idea, and then he explained that if Greg brought another strange creature into town, the sorceress Lionette would definitely kill him, without any regret. But Greg didn't want to hear the rejection, and asked him to take it with him, because that's what he really wants. Lord Noct wondered if Greg had been saying some strange things lately, and if he really had created the tyrant Mandrake. Noct didn't bother to torment Greg, though, and let him go with him. The young lord said that it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring the sorceress Juno along as well. Mare reminded him that they'd been together before, when they'd gone hunting for dragons in the woods. Noct explained that Juno often looks around and is very helpful in small things, so you can rely on her in emergency situations. Noct also recalled how Juno was very helpful in cleaning up after lunch in the fresh air, which was also a useful skill in that situation. Juno admitted that she likes to do ordinary things, and she does not mind helping at all. Juno then confessed that she sees how Lord Noct often pays attention to her, and she is happy to work under such a good person. Lord Noct realized in that moment that Juno was actually a librarian, who was constantly in the shadows and alone. Noct tried to explain to Juno that there was no need to be so shy about other people, and that she was much better off without a hood. Lion noticed the pre-hike preparations, and asked what they were doing and why Juno was involved. Juno that they are going to go to the subway mines to explore them before starting work. Lion was outraged by this and reminded her that Juno was at it again and trying to get involved in dangerous things. And it wasn't so long ago that she went looking for a dragon. Juno replied that she had been appointed by Mr. Noct and would be useful on the trip. Cedo and Lion were surprised by Juno's eagerness for adventure and watched with interest as they set off on the track. Noct tried to explain to Lion that Juno was a useful member of the team and needed her. But the sorceress Lion did not agree with such arguments and decided to hide then lie. It said that it was a dangerous trip to unknown mines, and that means she will personally accompany Mr. Noct on this mission. No one had expected this, and Noct thought that now he didn't even know what to expect from it. Mare, the maid, had told them before the trip that they might lose, but she had tried to put the bad thoughts aside right away so as not to harm anyone. Verdine promised that she would be able to protect everyone, so there is no need to worry. Greg asked me to keep an eye on Lion so that she wouldn't get hurt. Because he considers her his friend, Lord Noct realized that this time they would definitely have to fight, and Juno would be best suited to such a situation. Although nothing can be done, and Lion is really very motivated to go with everyone, Noct told the sorceress that in that case, he was looking forward to working with her. Well, if they have a long journey ahead of them, then before it starts, You need to make sure that they are fully prepared for everything. Sito wondered with Greg why he took mandrakes with him, and Lionette was asking how far away the mine was. Lord Noct explained that the journey would take about 5 hours on foot each way. Mayor, the maid, remarked that it would have been different and much quicker if they had had a carriage for the occasion. Noct asked me not to worry about it, and with his item augmentation skill, he made the cart much faster, bigger. The young lord then asked Berdine to pull the cart and go up to the mountain. As she was the strongest among them, Berdine heard the command. "Let's go." Easily moved the loaded cart and the team of friends set off. Greg was the only one who was not happy and constantly asked to go slower, because his mandrakes were flying on every hummock. Very soon, the team of heroes was at the entrance to the mountain. Everyone was surprised by the size of the mountain, because it was much larger than Mr. Noct's house. The sorceress of Lion Eyes said that this beautiful place is worthy of hosting pioneers. The night girl Berdine didn't wait for an order to say that it was time to go inside and rushed forward. But Lord Noct stopped her and explained that the first step was to check the area near the mountain. The nearest building turned out to be an office previously used by mine workers. Noticed that the door was securely locked and that no one had been inside for a long time. Greg asked if the Lord didn't have the right key with him. Noct recalled how he once lost the key to the entire territory and could never remember where he might have done it. Berdine stated that she could easily open the door by force, and Noct explained that what she wanted to do was called property damage. The young lord considered his options and decided that it might be easier if he tried to shrink the door first. But the sorceress Lion said that there was no need to hurry, and she knew how to solve the problem. The girl quickly created the right key and began to open the ancient lock. Noct was surprised that Lion would be able to please him with her abilities more than once. After a couple of minutes, the sorceress Lion invited everyone to come inside in a satisfied voice. The young lord said that her skills were similar to those of an experienced thief at this remark. Lionette was immediately indignant and felt insulted. Lionette then asked why Noct hadn't complimented her and petted her like he did with Birding. The young lord apologized and said that he was grateful for the help. Noct then asked if Lion would be able to open the door just as easily in one of the locked houses on his property. Lionette was overjoyed and said that she would not let anyone stand in the way of Mr. Noctavide. The room met the guests with an unpleasant smell and heavy dust. Robert Knott said the house had been left unattended for almost 6 months, and Mayor admitted that she had never seen so much dust before. Greg noticed that this room was very spacious, and Knott pointed out the sleeping places for the workers, and it became clear what this house was used for. Greg suggested that the building could be used further, but that it needed to be put in order first. Lion reminded him that thanks to her efforts, the door was not broken, but the young lord said it was no good. Explained that such a bed was not for the staff, and it's not clear what happened to the bedding, because it looks like a wet rice cracker. The young lord said that first of all, they should improve everything here. Mayor the maid praised Noct for his thoughtful plan and promised to help with everything. Berdine found the box and asked what kind of beautiful stones it contained. Lord Noct explained that the photo is a luminescent stone that glows in response to the influence of magic. Noct pointed to one of the stones and said that this one glowed dimly because of the magic in the atmosphere around it. And if you push it hard enough, it will turn into a lamp and give a bright light. Berdine exclaimed that it was a real miracle. Lord Noct then asked the giant girl to break one of the stones. The sorceress Lionate asked why they did this, because such a stone is very expensive. Noct explained that they needed more pieces to light the mine, the estate. Noct then used his reduction skill to make smaller tools and asked everyone to take their mining tools with them. Lionette did not understand why to do this and said that it was completely absurd. When the team entered the mine, Noct asked Birding to lead the way, as she is very sensitive to signs and can sense danger in advance, and if they were suddenly attacked, Greg would stand up for everyone else. The young lord explained to Liana that Greg and Berdine were experienced warriors, as they had already fought the Orc King and could therefore be relied upon. Liana was surprised by this and felt much more confident. Greg realized that during the battle with the Orc King, Lord Noct had shown great skill and helped deal with the danger. Noct joked that this time it was worth hoping for him, because he did not take them with him for nothing. Lord Noct admitted that it would be difficult for him to help in such a small room. After all, the zoom-in and zoom-out skill requires space. Lion was reminded that she too can fight and don't underestimate her. Noct replied that Lion would deal with the enemy when they entered the territory and it would be best for everyone. Noct thought that even though Sorceress Lion was a former member of the Emperor's army, she was still an engineer, and that was her main vocation. And that's why he shouldn't deliver her. Do something she's not ready for. Noct said that now we should go further, but at that moment there was a strange sound that was rapidly Approaching, huge monster ants began to crawl out to meet the guests of the dungeon. Greg and Berdine immediately prepared for battle and began covering the others. But to everyone's surprise, the sorceress Lion was able to stop the monsters with her magic. Lion proudly said that this was their territory, and she wouldn't protect them. Nak thought that he now understood what the Royal Magical Army was all about. This mine was long abandoned due to the fact that after the attack of the orc, there was not a single worker left. The mine is a very closed space, and therefore it is very difficult to apply the skills of increasing and decreasing projects, as this will be dangerous. It also turned out that this place is just teeming with different monsters. Lord Nock admitted that there were more monsters than expected, and no matter how much they kill them, more and more monsters constantly appear. Mayor, the terrified maid, asked what they should all do, since Master Noct was too tired from such a battle. Suddenly, an unusual monster of huge size appeared. Lord Noct felt even worse, and Mayor hurried to his aid. Meanwhile, the giant girl birding continued to fight monsters and perform miracles in an attempt to protect her master. Undaunted, Berdine only laughed as she beat up another opponent. Mayor tried to reassure the master and said that Berdine was really very strong and would be able to protect them. Lord Noct felt very bad and said that these monster ants were too dangerous. During the battle, Greg asked the giant girl to be a little more careful and not destroy everything around her. Lord Noct was once again surprised at how attentive Greg was to small details and caring for his monsters. Berdine, despite everything, continued to destroy the monsters on her way. The sorceress Lion also did not stay away and participated in the cleaning of the mine. She used magic and created earthen stakes that easily destroyed the monster ants. Leonie was very happy with the result and said that it was a real pleasure. After all, every time they kill a monster, the world becomes a better place. Lord Noct watched his companions and rejoiced in the general success, though it seemed to him that he was the only one who took everything seriously. And then something unseen struck painfully at the ears that appeared from the depths of the tunnel. Lord shouted that it was a huge vampire bat. Noct knew that there were certainly vampire bats here, but it was very strange for them to be this large, namely this vampire bat was simply gigantic in size, and it is not known whether it is one of its kind. After the vampire bat's attack, Greg looked at his destroyed monsters with a pained expression. Noct shouted that Greg should be careful because if a bat ate his pet, it might eat him too. Then something incredible happened. The vampire bat was able to immobilize Birdieing with its ultrasound and grabbed her. The sorceress Lionette hurried to the giant girl's aid and used earthen stakes. Greg also charged and shouted that he would avenge his kabuki. A clever tamer was able to hit the vampire bat and snatch Berdine from its clutches. Lord Noct also didn't waste any time and managed to put up an earth shield in the way of the flying monster. The sorceress Lionette admired the young lord's magical abilities. She noticed that the earth's shield looked perfect and didn't have a single crack on it. Lionette asked where Mr. Noct was able to learn such a skill in earth magic. Noct vaguely replied that it was all worth it to continue taking a hot bath regularly. Lynette said it was incredible that they could meet the Bat King in such a place. But the young lord replied that it didn't look like it was the king, since he didn't show any special skills. Noct suggested that the bat had a common mutation, and therefore reached such a large size. Then a dead end appeared on the path of the team, and it became a problem where to go next. Maidmare noticed that there was a small opening at the bottom of the wall. Lord Noct immediately used the magnification skill and expanded the passage to its normal size. The resulting passage surprised all the team members, because the ceiling of the cave sparkled with precious stones, of which there were countless. Noct, moving slowly forward, asked what it was all about. The sorceress explained to Lion that all this is just ordinary manatite, and nothing more. The young lord remembered that he had heard such a name before, but he couldn't understand what it all meant. Lionette explained that manatite ore is perfectly compatible with magical energy, and if you make a good staff from this ore, the magic of the owner of the staff will increase several times. And if you use this staff as a weapon, it can become a magic sword that increases strength and stamina, as well as grants special magic. Also, this ore is a very rare resource, and its cost can reach incredible figures. Usually to equip one warrior with armor made from this ore, you need to spend at least 100,000 gold. Lord Noct said that this ore is indeed very expensive, and it will be possible to make an excellent profit with it. Noct thought that perhaps Merchant Raphael was well aware of the existence of such an ore, and therefore hinted about visiting the mine as soon as possible. And if they start mining such expensive ore, they will be able to use it to improve their territories. Noct said that he personally would be happy to inform all the residents of the settlement about this. and then Gilno will surely organize a grand celebration on this occasion. Lord Noct also said that if they succeeded in extracting the rare ore, he would easily be able to pay the annual tax and not worry about it anymore. Mayor, the maid, congratulated her master on his good fortune and said that going further would not be such a difficult task. Noct himself said that it was necessary to inform the merchant Raphael as soon as possible. The giant girl Birdine began to quickly drag the young lord somewhere. Noct asked her what she was doing, and Birdine explained that she wanted to show him something. There were some people near the huge vein of manatite, and the sorceress lion asked who they were and to whom they were subordinate. Lord Noct recognized these men, for he had seen them before. It was all to market and butts. People were very surprised to see Lord Noct standing in front of them. The sorceress Lionette asked if they were any of Noct's acquaintances. The young lord explained that these people were workers who used to work in this mine. They were also former citizens of Big Small, and he'd seen them since he was a kid. Noct said he hadn't seen them in a very long time and asked them how they were doing now. From the looks of the three of them, it was clear that they weren't living a very good life, and Noct apologized for what they had been through during that time. People timidly replied that they were not so bad, and it was clear that they were just very scared. The Lord Noct apologized for not being able to protect them when the orcs attacked the manor. Noct said that he was very happy to meet them and hadn't expected to see them here at all. The three miners were surprised by such a warm welcome from the lord of these lands, not to ask them what they did to survive in such conditions. Suddenly, a huge guy appeared and started shouting at the miners and accusing them of not working. He was so cruel that he began to insult the exhausted people and began to force them to immediately extract manatite. Then the rough man noticed the presence of strangers and asked who they were and what right they had done to be here. Mayor hurried to help the battered woman by activating the cells. Noct replied that he was lord of the Big Small territory. At the same time, I realized that this impudent guy is most likely a local boss who oversees work in the mall. The brute lowered his anger a little because he hadn't expected to see a real lord in this mind. The miners continued to talk quietly and tremble, experiencing genuine fear of the boss. The chief himself became very polite and said that it was a great honor to meet Lord Noct on his way. And then he said just as politely that Lord Noct and his company had better leave this place as soon as possible. The head of the miners explained that in fact this mine is located in such a way that it is both part of their hardlet territory and part of the Big Small territory, so it is very easy to confuse where it actually was in the mine. And specifically, this place where they are now located is the territory of Hardlet. Mayor the maid asked indignantly if their neighbors really wanted to monopolize an entire monotype mine. Lord Noct was horrified at the thought, for all his hopes of paying his annual taxes now seemed unrealistic, and Rebecca will be very unhappy when she doesn't get the promised money. The head of the miners laughed and said, quite untruthfully, that he was very sorry that Lord Bigsmall was so upset. The sorceress Lionette asked me not to jump to conclusions. And why did I ask if Hardlet's representatives could actually justify their rights to this mine? After all, judging by the map, this point is located on a neutral territory between two possessions, and therefore no one has the right to claim it alone. Linus said that it is necessary to properly discuss this issue and find out who actually owns the Manatech deposit, but the rough head of the miners snapped at the sorceress that no one here gave women the right to vote. Lion, not at all afraid of the size of the guy, replied that her gender had absolutely nothing to do with it. Lord Noct felt a growing rage at his superior's rudeness, for his behavior was anything but gentlemanly. The chief stated that he would only talk to Lord Noct, but still acknowledged that there were some points of contention. Therefore, this matter should be decided between the two lords. The boss said that it was necessary to inform his lord about the situation, and then it would be easier to solve the problem. Lord Noct said that if that was the case, both sides would now take some manatite for themselves, and then everything would be decided during negotiations. The head of the miners was not too happy about such a meeting and hurried back to his property. Mayor's maid continued to resent the insolence and rudeness of an ordinary person. After all, he had spoken with utter disrespect to Lord Noct. The sorceress Lynette thanked the young master for standing up for her in this situation. After all, it was very brave and worthy of a lord. Lord Noct himself began to complain that now they had added another unplanned problem, and he did not know how to solve it. Mayor hastened to reassure her master and reminded him not to behave like this in public. Butler Joseph said that the Hardlet family is not a very friendly neighbor, and in the past, when there were signs of an imminent attack of monsters from the Big Four, Mr. Noct's father sent them requests for help. After all, it was always the custom among the lords of the harsh virgin lands to help each other, and everyone knew this unspoken rule. However, the neighbors never sent their troops to help, and the maximum they dared to help was a modest amount of resources, and then in rare cases, Mayor, the maid, excitedly announced that a letter had arrived from the Hardlit area. The letter contained a message with an offer to come back tomorrow and nothing more. The ruler was indicated as the ancestral estate of the Harlot family. Mare was burning with anger at being so rude to Mr. Noct. The girl confessed that she wanted to kill them all for such audacity. Merchant Raphael said that it would be much better if the negotiators came here, because if you underestimate the strength of the enemy, you can pay for it with your life. Therefore, he believes that it is not necessary to go to the enemy's territory. Noct said that of course he understood everything, but still had to show courage, and therefore he would go to the specified place and at the specified time. It was a lord's duty, and he would do it for the future of his people and try to make the negotiations work. Mar, the maid, was praising Noct for his extraordinary diligence. For this morning, more than ever, he had decided to get up very early. The young lord replied wearily that it wasn't nice to be late for an appointment, so he had to sacrifice his sleep. The noisy birdie did not calm down all the way and constantly asked how long they still had to go. Noct replied that it was necessary to be patient and not pull the curtains. And in general, today is an important day because they are going to serious negotiations. The capital of the Hardlit lands was waiting for them in its obscurity because no one knew how they would be treated there. The capital of the neighboring state turned out to be a large city, which impressed the guests with its appearance. There was an important conversation ahead about the extraction of the rare Aura Manita. Lord Noct said he saw nothing surprising, although the territory of the neighbors. It is the same plain as the territory of his lands. But here everything looks more prosperous, and perhaps the lands of the neighbors were simply not subjected to the barbaric attacks of the orcs. Berdine was surprised to see a very tall and unusual building ahead. Noct explained that the problem is that Hardlit is a multi-ethnic country, and there is a mixture of different cultures. The young lord immediately asked Gilna and Raj to study this myth. Magnificent structure, and see if they could create something similar in their city. Not informed Huntress loves that there were also elves living in this city, and that there might even be some of her acquaintances here. But Luce said sadly that she didn't think she knew anyone here, since she was the only elf from her village who went on a long journey, and her village is actually a closed area that no one leaves. Lord Noct was surprised to hear such revelations from Luce, and wondered what had made this girl join his settlement. Noct didn't bother the elf with unnecessary questions, and decided that he would find out later. For now, Luce just said she'd like to have a few drinks. Suddenly, an excited birdie shouted. She asked what kind of strange food the local resident eats, which looks like dirty earth. Lord Noct replied that it was only curry, and that there was no such food in this world. Noct was surprised and immediately wanted to try a real curry. Ordered a portion and invited Birdie in to try it. The giant girl looked suspiciously at the unfamiliar food and said that it looked like ordinary dirt. Brave Birdie didn't dare try the curry, although she admitted that it smelled very good. The young lord still decided to help the indecisive girl and asked her to just open her mouth. After swallowing a spoonful of curry, Berdine exclaimed that it was incredibly delicious. Cito and Jelna were surprised by Berdine's reaction and asked them to give them a taste. As a result, everyone who tried the unusual dish was satisfied with the excellent taste of local food. Lord Noct, who greatly missed the cuisine of his homeworld, enjoyed the long-forgotten taste and thought that it was not for nothing that he decided to go on this trip. Berdine suggested that Noct immediately downsize the store and take it home with him. But the young lord reminded her that if Berdine wanted to use this shop, it had to remain a normal size. Noct then promised that as soon as they got back, he would make a great curry himself. Noct noticed that the prices here were quite expensive, but he still decided that he should buy spices for his kitchen so that he could make a real curry at home. And then this taste can be felt even on the territory of Big Small. Most of all, Berdine, who was always the most emotional girl among his company, was happy with the delicious dish. Nut looked at the curry and said it reminded him of a blanket. Then the whole group continued to enjoy the local cuisine and enjoy themselves until everyone remembered why they had come here in the first place. Noct and the others eventually made it to the Hardlit family's main building. The local butler announced Lord Noct's arrival, and then invited the guests inside. Inside was a nice-looking guy who immediately apologized for calling Lord Noct to such a remote place. The guy introduced himself as the second person in the Hardlit Norvis family, and he was the lord of these lands. Oxy responded by introducing himself and saying that it was a pleasure to meet his neighbor. Lord Norvis suggested that we lose no time in getting straight to the point, and as far as he understands, it will be about the rights to extract the rare fossil manatite. Lord Noct thought that he had checked all his father's files at home, but could not find any information about where the manatite was first found. Lord Noct did not count on the good results of these negotiations, as he did not have any trump cards, and all he hoped to get was at least 40% of all the manatite deposits. But Lord Norvis's statement was completely unexpected. He announced that he was assigning all mining rights to this rare material to his territory. Was not going to discuss it. Lord Noct asked why Norvis had decided that. Lord Norvis explained that everything had long been written down in the documents that were passed down in his family, and he was ready to provide them. Noct replied that territorial documents should be shared online with both parties, but it does not have such documents available. Norvis said it was all very strange, but he couldn't help it. Excitedly, Noct asked to see the documents so that he could verify their authenticity for himself. Norvis did not refuse, but offered to see for himself. Noct, looking at the documents, thought that there should be no mistake, because Norvis speaks very confidently, but then I realized that it was all a good faith. However, without proof, it was almost impossible to prove it. Norvis suggested that it might have been during the orc attack on Big Small territory that the necessary documents were lost. That's why Lord Noct finds it hard to believe the real state of affairs. Noct replied that the mansion had not been damaged at all during the orc attack, so it was impossible to lose the documents, and what Lord Norvis provided is a very good fake. Lord Norvis immediately demanded proof that his documents were forged. Lord Norvis asked if Noct really wanted them to give up what they were originally legally entitled to, and if Lord Noct dared to say such a thing, then he had made an unforgivable mistake, and now all their disputes can only be resolved by war. After all, this is one of the noble customs that exist to resolve conflicts and disputes. According to custom, the two lords deployed their troops in a prearranged territory and fight. This pseudo-war is designed to solve various disputes and problems. Lord Noct knew that he had fallen into a trap. After all, Lord Norvis had deliberately prepared forged documents, and then he suddenly invited me to visit him, so as not to give me time to get evidence. And then, in the dialogue, he immediately issued an ultimatum and declared war. It was obvious that Lord Norvis had planned everything out long ago and was waiting for the right moment. Noct knew that the Lord should not risk his life for the sake of any resources. But if he is now a weakness and bends in front of the enemy, then in the future his land will be considered weak, and he will be a lord who retreats at the mere mention of war. And when the neighboring Lord Norvis begins to treat Noct in this way, he will immediately be tempted to take away something else besides the manatee resource. And that would be the beginning of the end of the Big Small family. Lord Noct recalled that his country's territory had recently been heavily attacked by orcs, and was now very depleted. And so it seems dishonest of Lord Norvis to demand that we start fighting under such unequal conditions. Norvis thought about it and promised that he would only be willing to put up 100 soldiers to even out the odds, and Lord Noct can put as many warriors on the battlefield as he wants, or as many as he can. Noct considered this suggestion because there was bound to be another catch. Lord Norvis was quick to answer and asked what Lord Noct's decision would be. Young Lord Noct excused himself to his companions, exclaiming that in the name of Lord Bigsmall, but the second, he accepted the challenge and was ready to settle the dispute in time of war. Norvis happily invited his opponent to decide on the location, date, and time of the battle. He also advised Lord Noctu to prepare well and not be late. On the way home, Lord Noct told Gislen and Rag all about it, but they reassured the young master because it was obvious that Lord Norvis had deliberately provoked him to such a decision. Noct said that as soon as he got home, he would have to apologize to everyone else, because the war started because of him. Gielno promised that she would help explain everything, that it was impossible to do otherwise. But as soon as Lord Noct returned home, all of his friends took the news of the upcoming war in stride and expressed their support. Juno revealed that she has invented a new death trap, and it will be a surprise for the enemies, and Greg bragged that he managed to make his monsters even stronger. Sito explained that she had warned everyone in advance to start preparing for the battle. He said that Lord Noct looked weak and would get into a lot of fights, but everyone else will never be bored. Greg then asked what they were really going to do in this war. Lord Noct replied that they would not use death traps in the first place. The young lord went on to say that the pseudo-war would only last for 10 days, and it will be held on the plain between the territories of Bigsmall and Hardlet. The use of weapons is determined by the regulations, and it should not be fatal and without the possibility of seriously injuring a person. The winner is the one who can knock out the opponent's lord. The sorceress Lionette asked them what their chances of winning were. Lord Noct explained that negotiations had ensured that the enemy force was limited to 100 soldiers. Noct also decided to turn to the Red Dragon for help. Garb asked why Lord Noct was so agitated and what business had brought him here. Noct said that he had a request to make to Lord Dragon. The young lord said that a pseudo-war between the lands of Bigsmall and Hardlet was about to begin, and so it would be a great advantage if Mr. Grubb could use his power to help. Lord Noct admitted that he had to agree to this conflict. After all, the fate of all the inhabitants of this country depended on these negotiations. Noct said that he knew how kind Mr. Grubb was and probably didn't like violence in any form, but without his power, It will be difficult for them to win this war and defend their interests. Hardknocked said that his country has only just begun to develop, but such a test puts all his efforts at risk, and you can't just lose them. The Red Dragon replied that if Lord Noctu was in danger, he was ready to help. Not thanked Grab for his help and said that he would greatly influence the outcome of the war. Sito said that going to a pseudo-war with a mighty dragon was a great decision, and no one had ever done it before. Sorceress Lynette admitted that she was delighted with this result. Mayor the maid reminded me that Mr. Noct was a very capable manager. Then everyone got busy preparing for the upcoming battle and started planning their actions. After a while, Mayor's maid announced that a second had arrived from the kingdom. Lord Noct was surprised to see Rebecca in this role, and asked why he hadn't been fired from his position as tax inspector. But Rebecca replied that she was a civil servant and had many different duties, including the position of second. Lord Noct thanked Rebecca for her hard work and confessed that he had expected to see some ordinary secretary from the kingdom. Rebecca explained that she had accepted the role herself in order to learn the secret behind the rapid development of Big Small Land. And if this secret lies in some skill of Noct, then perhaps the kingdom will ask Noct for help in solving some of its problems in the future. Lord Noct thought that he really didn't want his secret to be known to anyone outside of his circle of friends. Rebecca said that if she hadn't accepted the role, someone who was closely connected to the Hardlet house would have become the second. Lord Noct thanked Rebecca for her help and said he would always remember it. But Rebecca warned that she would make a fair decision to you, no matter what it was. Lord Noct knew that the difference between their forces would be palpable, since Lord Norvis had long planned this pseudo-war. But the country of Big Small has hope for the Red Dragon Hornbeam. Who can help in this battle? Although at the same time, it is absolutely unknown what forces the enemy will put up and how it can surprise. And there are 3 times as many people on Earth, Lord Hardlet's side, as there are on Lord Noct's side. Everything was ready for the start of the battle, and the spell of Rebecca's second flew up into the hot sky. This was the beginning of a great battle that would determine the fate of the Big Small family. Thus began the long-awaited pseudo-war with the country of Hardlet. The reason for the conflict was a rare resource from the disputed mines, Manatite. Tamer Greg declared that he was confident of winning. After all, unlike the warriors of the Hardlet country, who only enjoyed a quiet life, they have a huge advantage in combat experience. As they have previously managed to repel the Orc army and destroy their king, Lord Noct replied that he was unfortunately not so sure. After all, this time their opponents are people who are capable of any trick and clearly prepared for this battle. Therefore, for the country of Big Small, this will be the first battle between people, and you need to be prepared for any surprises. Young Lord Noct has announced that the duration of the war is 10 days. 4 of them are dedicated to preparing the positions of the troops, and this is one of the main events of all this pseudo-war. Therefore, do not forget that there is no guaranteed way to win a confident victory, since it is definitely the one who is best prepared for the battle that will win. Lord Noct's friends were happy to have a large number of different potions for healing, because it is sure to be useful in battle, even if it is not fatal. Lord Noct said that an important resource, Manatite, is at stake, so you can spend a lot of money to win. Lord Noct also admitted that he managed to make a good deal with the merchant Raphael, who sold him the resources at a good discount. Lord Nox's team was elated and confident of winning their cause. In the meantime, Lord Norvis, of course, was watching his opponent, and decided that it looked like Lord Noct had used up all the resources available to him. Lord Norvis felt superior and was dismissive when he mentioned Lord Noct. I honestly thought he was a complete fool. Lord Norvis believed that if you were afraid to bet big in any game, you would be afraid to bet big. You can quickly start thinking like an ordinary commoner, and that's the worst thing that can happen. And you may not even notice the moment when you become a loser. And Noct has very low stakes in this battle, because even with his many resources, he has no more than 30 soldiers at most. And this is the decisive factor for winning the battle after all, without a large number of workers. It is impossible to build a defensive fortress in a short time. Lord Norvis reminded his soldiers that they only had 4 days to build defensive fortifications, so they all had to do their best. Lord Norvis snidely asked his soldiers how they liked a 96-hour shift. The soldiers were shocked at the prospect and started telling each other that it looked like they were all in hell. Rebecca took her role responsibly and carefully observed the preparations of both sides of the conflict. Rebecca decided that as long as she was in charge of everything as a second, Lord Hardlet would not risk using any very dirty fighting methods. Although even without any tricks, his advantage over Lord Noct's forces looks considerably. Rebecca was very interested in what Lord Noct could do to surprise her opponent. Everyone was waiting for the upcoming battle. Someone carefully prepared, and someone watched with interest. A group of sorceresses from the Royal Magic Army led by Lion used earth magic and created a defensive moat. Young Lord Noct also decided to help. The sorceress Lionette asked him what he was going to do, and if he was going to use earth magic again, just like when he went to the mine. Lord Noct explained that he wanted to apply a move, as in the case of a story shuffle, and with the help of his imagination, he will create the desired block of land. Lord Noct applied the item reduction ability, and selected a tedious size for the appropriate block. Lord Norv, of course, was watching all the actions of his opponents and immediately realized that if they were able to control the soil on such a scale and at such a speed, then he was probably facing a squad of elite earth mages. Norvis admitted that Lord Noct himself was just as good at earth magic, and if you study their territories, it is obvious that the big small lands are located near a dangerous forest, which means they're used to fighting a lot and they must be very cunning in their defense skills. The commanders of Noravis soldiers assured that they had nothing to fear and had a solution for their problems. Juno suddenly felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground. Young Lord Not hurried to the sorceress, not understanding what could have so much. Noct asked her what had happened to her, and why she had suddenly become ill. But Juno was in a terrible state and could barely speak clearly. Lord Noct asked why Juno hadn't said anything, since he had lost so much strength during the training. But Juno muttered that she only wanted to be useful to Mr. Noct. Lord Norvis rejoiced at the misery in the enemy camp, and said that this sorceress was very stupid, because you can't use such magic so much, and healing potions taste too bad and aren't particularly effective. The sorceress Lion admitted that she also feels very weak and cannot continue to use magic. Maeve Mare hurried to help the exhausted sorceresses with her cell activation ability. At the same time, Mare grumbled as much as old Joseph about not wasting her magic so recklessly. Jailna and Raj said that it was time for the sorceresses to rest, and now it was their time to work hard. Jailna created the perfect mock-up of the defense structure, as always, and gave it to Lord Noct. The young master of the big small lands immediately used the ability to increase items, and a beautiful castle of enormous size appeared. Lord Norvis was furious at what he saw, and shouted that it was magic. Then Lord Norvis began to feel faint and blurry. Norvis suddenly stood up and began to say something unintelligible, and his soldiers began to discuss whether someone had hypnotized the master. They were surrounded by quite a few enemies and taken by surprise. At this time, one of the team members began to act on his own, attacking with a fur cap that was in his hands. By that time, the hero had assessed the situation and began to take action. You fought with the help of Belle's increase along with the guys. He gave Belle instructions that at his signal she should take the fur cob and run forward. The girl asked what our goal was. The Lord said it was the boss who smelled good and wished Belle luck. Belle immediately agreed. The guys in the team also started working together to defeat their enemies, and the countdown began. The hero gave his signal, and the girl began to use her superpower. At this time, another girl helped her achieve her goal. The guy shrank to a small size. The guys in the team immediately began to attack. Belle held Lord in her hands. The enemy people immediately noticed the change in the number of people in the team, and guessed about the decrease in the hero. So the enemy men began to suspect that Lord's team was heading towards their boss. He ordered his men not to let them get close to Norvis. At this time, one of the main people of the enemies wanted to prevent their plan, and it almost worked. The girl immediately responded to this and gave Mr. Nafta to June. One of the enemies did not stop and wanted to stop them. Juno quickly handed over Lord Luz and fired his power at the enemy. By this time, inside the castle, the boss saw them approaching the target. The boss ordered to stop it immediately. Luz out of helplessness threw Mr. Noct to Verdina. She quickly realized this and threw the hero in the direction of the castle, and one of the maids threw a knife towards the Lord. Noticing this in time, he jumped away from the fur cap. Unfortunately, the knife went straight to the fur cab. Mr. Noct, seeing this, could not hold back his tears. You crashed into the panoramic window at full speed. Because of this, a draft formed in the room. The boss was confused when he saw the Lord face to face. The enemies outside were stunned and felt the taste of defeat. The boss rose from his throne in anger and was horrified. The boss took his weapon, which he had in his office. Lord Noct offered his sword for this fight, and it must be decided right now. The Lord wanted to settle this with weapons here and now. The king is knocked unconscious while holding the sword or forced to say that he surrenders. Noct, knowing that their plan was already ruined. But that's why he will look the enemy in the eye, and they will definitely win over Norvis. The boss was furious with his weak colleagues that he had paid them so much for this mission. He couldn't believe what was happening, so he decided to do it himself. Norvis took his sword and began this fight. The enemy was surprised, because he had not picked up a sword for a long time. The brunette had already come up with a plan to stop him with just one blow of the sword. Lord Nock's brother taught him how to wield a sword, but the boss seemed to read his thoughts and immediately dodged his blow. The lord was stunned by the enemy's agility. The guy didn't expect such professionalism and noticed a huge difference in strength. At this time, without thinking for a second, he acted for his victory. Mr. Noct managed to think in time and position his sword correctly so as not to harm himself. From Norvis's blow, the brunette immediately fell backwards and right under the table. Noct appreciated his sword skills, that he had powerful blows in fencing. He was on par with his brother, and his muscles were just right. They were both born as the eldest sons of lords to become the next king. Norvis said that Lord had an older brother, so he wasn't surprised how strong he was. Finally, he said that he too was not deprived of fighting skills. Therefore, he continued the fight. Noct used his power and stood up for the sake of his teammates. The boss did not expect such an action from him. Noct, using superpower, increased his own weight. The brunette protected himself from the boss's damage. The boss tells the lord that he manipulates the size of matter and uses this skill on the castle and on the food. At the moment of the sword strike, it expands and parries his sword. Noct realized that the enemy has already noticed the change in his actions. Norvis shows him his secret sword skills. Mr. Noct realized his powerlessness because the enemy used a vacuum blade around the sword, and he could not parry it. The lord in turn presses down the earth shield to protect himself from damage. Norvis easily uses only his sword to cut Noct's shield into small pieces. The brunette realized that he was powerless against him. The lord falls to the floor with great force. At this time, the maids decided to check on their boss. Norvis told them to make toast. It was like that from the moment of negotiations. The boss had cunning, the qualities of a lord. Noct realized that he could not surpass Norvis and applied his fireball technique. Smoke fills the room everywhere, and the boss gets a little scared. At this time, Noct stealthily, without missing the moment, was going to inflict damage on Norvis. The boss barely has time to turn around from his blow. Norvis wasn't going to give up so easily. He was going to hurt his opponent again. Mr. Noct lures him into his trap again, also using his shrinking technique. They both fly down, but the brunette manages to activate his superpower, the earth shield. Norvis falls to the ground, and Lord stands on the earthly shield. The boss was surprised by this technique. Mr. Noct has many jars of liquid. Norvis has already guessed what's going on, and before he can do so, Lord starts attacking him. Noct drenches him with liquid from head to toe. The brunette threatens him with his sword. The boss admits his defeat and asks for a helping hand. The Lord, suspecting nothing, gives his hand. As it turns out, the boss wanted to drown him along with himself, again using his technique again. Mr. Noct manages to activate his superpower. Norvis becomes powerless and falls backwards. Meanwhile, the other guys are waiting for them outside. They see and hear some steps. The guys see Noct carrying Norvis on his back. Teammates immediately go to the Lord. After the fight, a girl joins them and explains the rights of the winner. That all rights to the subway watch belong to Big Small. Norvis' eyes show sadness and regret, but Noct himself interrupts the girl. The brunette suggests that both sides split the metro shift equally. At that moment, everyone was shocked by such a statement. Mr. Noct says that in the future, Norvis will become a great man. Therefore, it is better to share the watch and help each other than to take it away. In the future, it will help their people and their common future. Noct checks with his guys about this. They unanimously agree. Norvis expresses his gratitude, although this is only half. The Lord said that at least they would take care of the road that led to the subway shaft together, and thanked him for the feedback. At this point, one of the boys approaches Norvis and asks him to share some curry spice seedlings. Norris was shocked by this statement. The guys on the team say that Belle is growing them. The girl from Noctis' team suggests going home. Again, Rebecca, who offered him the rights after the fight, asked him for a minute. The brunette thinks about collecting taxes because they have money after winning this fight, but she asks if the Lord will come to the King's Landing. The Lord and the girl were surprised by Rebecca's words. She asks for help from Noct himself. Noct was shocked by this proposal, so he was a little unsure of himself. Brunette says that, at one time, Boss and his team used the skills they had. They defeated the Hardlet House, which in turn was superior to them in strength. Noct advises them to reconsider their holdings and build a new nation in their lands. Rebecca does not back down and insists, because Noct is needed in their kingdom. The brunette was nervous and suggested Joseph, who always finds fault with people, to take his place. Rebecca says she's just stating the facts as they are. Lord thanks her for making that statement. Noct agrees with her and hopes for himself that he can do his best in BS territory. Rebecca did not understand Lord's words. The guys from the team take Noct and they quickly say goodbye to Rebecca. One teammate ponders Rebecca's words, but the brunette claims that he is the master of Big Small. Rebecca finally shouts after them that they should pay her a lot of tribute. New place. They meet a new monster and fight it together. The guys are getting ready to use all their strength to its full potential. They surround the monster from all sides and get down to business. The Lord, fearing for the life of the Furkaban, protects him. But the monster was about to harm Noct, but at that moment someone stands between them. Nervous, surprised, told Lord that he was a funny man, because he was again defending his own subordinates. Norvis was going to help Mr. Norvis. The boys, after the fight with the monster, discuss how strong it was. Belle tells her friend that she only hit the monster 3 times. Noct at this time thanked Norvis for the help he provided them. Norvis said that he simply wants payback, while the brunette helps his subordinates with his magic. The boss reveals that in the past, he, Noct's father, and Noct's brother wanted to help him, an outstretched hand, and he paid for it. The Oak King has become something of a disaster now. Norvis has been making border fakes. He has been cheating. The boss says that Noct, instead of holding a grudge, is reaching out for a helping hand. Norvis apologizes for what he did before, and promises Lord to do all the good he should have done for his brother and father. Noct thought that Norvis was really stronger and more cunning, smarter than anyone else, and hoped that everything would be fine. Mr. Noct tells Norvis that he trusts him. Thanks to the cooperation of the territory of Rio Hardlet, the underground mine is up and running, but there is still much work to do. One of the Lord's subordinates asks to increase the reserves of manatite. Not asks Galena if the one he asked for is ready. You said it in time, they said. Mr. Noct made a custom gift of rare manatite for those who played such an active role in the pseudo-war. He also gave his boys 1 manatite cup each, and they were happy to receive such a gift in return. They were delighted with such a clean look of the product because it is very expensive. But the brunette said that he had a bad experience with Miss Rael, so everything is fine. The Lord asked if they liked to drink anything and also offered to share with Mr. Grubb. The little girl became shy and asked if he could share with her too. In response, she cooked it for him. Noct was happy with the deal. Livia screamed at Noct talking about how he survived the brutal war because he wanted to return to her. The Lord wanted to thank her and gave her a kitchen knife made of manatite. She was very happy to receive such a wonderful gift. Noct said he wanted her to make miso soup every morning. Olivia said sarcastically that she doesn't know what miso soup is. Kukaloa wants miso soup too, said the little girl. The Lord gave Kukaloa a cute choker. She let it slip and mistook it for a necklace. Joseph shouted to Kukaloa from the window. Joseph asked what was the matter. The little girl showed him her cute choker. Joseph showed a displeased aura that the Lord should be ashamed of himself for allowing himself to do such a thing to a little girl. Noct shouted as he ran away from Joseph. It was shameless to think that it was shameless. The next gift was for Greg. The brunette gave him a watering can, made of rare manatite, and he was delighted. The cabs also suffered greatly in the war, so Noct took care of them. Mr. Noct thanked the cabs for their assistance. Greg asked if this cab was alive. He heard that this cab was dead, but the other cab was alive. They argued among themselves about why he put the dead cab together with the living one. Everyone was happy, the girl behind him said, although Noct himself was not sure about his choice of gift for everyone. But still, everyone liked their gift. Lord also gives a gift to the girl, although even she did not participate in the war with him. Mr. Noct explained to her that she always helps with cooking and restoration. The girl didn't think she deserved this gift, but if the Lord said so, then could she open the gift? She asked him. Noct agreed. At first, the girl thought the gift was either a knife or a ladle. As it turns out, it was a beautiful necklace. Noct thought it would suit her and put it on her. The girl was very happy for such a sweet and beautiful gift. Belle woke, Noct up. Noct wasn't happy about it, so he said she just ate meat. The girl said she didn't wake him up for that. Belle showed off her new acquisition and wanted to test it in action, but someone knocked on the door. Commander Greg asked the young man on the spot. The neighborhood watch has a request. The request was to destroy the monsters on the subway mine road. Because Norvis thinks that the monsters are attracted by the magic of manatite, and although it is troublesome, they need to be exterminated regularly. But the guys, having heard such a statement, immediately got down to business. They exterminated them with weapons that were made of man and tite. Greg used the sword to kill monsters. Belle in turn used roaring forge claws made of manatite. Belle made a huge explosion with just one blow. Belle was delighted that she destroyed the monster with one blow from the manatite weapon, which is very durable. The Lord came running to them with a request to try out his new sword. Juno had a hard time using her new manatite weapon because manatite cannot be used as a grimoire. The guys were happy about their victory, but then one of their teammates came running and said that something bad had happened. He said that there was a suspicious person inside the mine. As the owner of the mine, Lord took responsibility and went inside the mine himself, because there may be not only monsters, but also thieves. The young man says that he asked him to stay here. The Lord immediately opens the door and introduces himself in the name of the law. But then he sees a girl with long hair. She stands with her black wings facing backwards. The young man apologized for not telling the Lord that it was a girl. The girl realized that it was Lord Noct himself standing before her. Noct didn't understand why she needed him. The girl said it was fate. The girl introduced herself as Lasasha, and that she was attracted to Noct. The brunette was a little embarrassed by her harsh words. The Lord took off his clothes and offered the girl to put them on himself. The girl was glad that the Lord was such a polite gentleman. The girl said that she was an ancient alchemist and was looking for rare manatite ore here. Belle shows Lasash one stone, but she says it is the stone of light. Belle shows another stone. The girl says it is the very stone she is looking for. An environment where one can experiment with an abundance of rare materials is an alchemist's paradise, Lasash noted. Juno said he spent his month's salary on a weapon. The girl replied that he was using a mediocre wand. Lasasha suggested looking at her superpower. With the help of a mediocre wand, she activates her power. Lasasha helped to use the mediocre stick correctly. When Juno wanted to try out his weapon, it almost destroyed the object he aimed it at. The boys were very happy for their friend. The Lord immediately approached Juno and asked how it felt. Juno was happy with his activated wand. The girl asked if she could go to their territory to make something from the rare manatite. The Lord agreed and wanted to thank her for such generous help. After some time, Lasasha made a pot out of manatite. The girl was delighted with such a beautiful pot. Its durability amazed even her. If you boil water, it boils in 30 seconds. You can also make soup that won't cool down even after 6 hours. Dell thought she would make a weapon out of manatite, but it turned out that Lasasha made dishes. The Lord was surprised by such a unique thing. The Lord explained the technique of this kettle. The water boils quickly because of its high thermal conductivity. The reason it does not cool down is because of its low thermal conductivity. This is a revolutionary invention, Noct said. Mr. Noct could never have imagined that he could meet someone who could understand higher matters. The girl said that she always dreamed of opening a diner where there would be a pot of manatite. The Lord was puzzled by such words because Lasasha is an alchemist. Cooking goes hand in hand with alchemy, the girl said. Lasasha suggested opening her own diner here, and Belle immediately responded positively. The next morning, Joseph asked to be turned into a tyrant because he had a lot of work to do. At that moment, Ma entered the room to announce that today was the opening day of Lasashi's diner. The Lord immediately got up from his bed. No, to immediately guess why Joseph had woken him up early in the morning with his request. The Lord was furious at the number of customers in line and wanted to go back to bed. But Ma asked him to wait in line because it was thanks to him that so many people had gathered here. When the Lord slept, it was as if someone was calling him. He opened his eyes and saw. The brunette saw May in front of him. Ma asked what Noct thought of her. As soon as she approached him and he told her that she was just a servant, Ma began to resent and did not like that the brunette judged her by her profession. She was angry because the Lord always did this to her. The Lord was shocked at how Ma was behaving. Ma started crying. The brunette panicked and thought Ma was crying because of him. Ma started saying that those were good times. Ma said that when there were 3 of them, even if nothing happened, they had fun. The Lord replied that he should be grateful to her for all the fun. When he wanted to say thank you, Ma interrupted him. Ma was shocked by his words. Noct asked if she ate something wrong. Ma answered negatively. Ma was also happy that she was given flowers for the opening. Lord realized who was behind all this and went to sort it out. On the way, the brunette met Yelena. She asked him to hug her like a princess. Her brother supported her, but she immediately hit him. But the little girl starts threatening Notch that if he doesn't hug her, he'll become like her, and she counts to 10. The little girl praised him for his good work. She said that he was the one she wanted to see. The Lord said that he had burned a lot of calories and now he had to go to the diner. At that moment, a girl came up to him and knocked, asked if she had eaten there too. The little girl asks him if he wants to marry her. Noct was puzzled by this question and said that he was her father. It would be difficult. The Lord thought, because the personalities of some people had clearly changed, and what kind of effect this was, he saw a man approaching. "I found you, Mr. Nog," said Seth. The Lord was glad to see him. He knew it was always like that with Leon and Juno. "After all, I always have their back," he said. But he was still after Noct. Noct was shocked. "Mr. Noct, bite me if these feelings make you uncomfortable," he said. Noct was afraid. The brunette, frightened by his words, used his superpower. Joseph asked if he could have a few words. Joseph said it had been a wonderful meal. He began to say that he would like to be even closer to the Lord. Noct said that he would like to be alone for a while. Joseph said that he didn't want Noct to be like his father because the brunette was already a more perfect person. Joseph wanted to continue being the closest image to the Lord. The brunette was glad to hear such words from his subordinate. At this time, Lasasha was preparing a bake in the diner. The Lord used his power to shrink the bowler hat. The girl was horrified when she saw this picture. True, behind the incident with mass hypnosis in the territory of Big Small, It seems that the effect of Lasashi's buffed dishes was doubled because of this pot. Now Noct was sure to keep a label with magical ingredients. The Lord was happy to eat a regular omelet after that. Noct asked how she used magic in her food. The girl explained that this is food that makes you be a little more honest with your feelings. After all the guy is his statements, he thought about it. After a hard day in the bathroom, Lord thought about the words spoken to him. Ma sent him a letter from King's Landing. The letter invited me to a social party for the nobility. The boys all read the letter together. During the party, Joseph said he didn't know how he felt, but his father did the best he could. Joseph saw him as respectable to the lands of Big Small. Joseph's father always bowed to people who would not even look him in the eye. Joseph explained that this was also an important job for the lords. "Let's go and make ourselves look bad," Joseph said. The girl with horns was very happy that she was assigned to go to King's Landing with the Lord. As it turned out later, they were not the only ones going there. For protection, he will go with a squad with big buffers. The brunette asked the girl to show him the way. The little girl didn't want to go there because their old man was there. The old man was very strict with her, so the little brother asked to give her a break, and immediately got a blow from his sister for such words. The Lord agreed to this proposal and told his little brother to take care of his sister. Noct believed his little sister that together they would build a whole house in the estate, and that she would also become a good person. One of the guys also wanted to go together because her dream is to open a store in the capital. Rael, in turn, hoped that she could use this opportunity to build a pipeline. The Lord was surprised at how quickly rumors spread. When Rael asked when the social event was, the Lord replied that the social event would be the day after tomorrow. They set off on a journey on a flying monster, faster than a white horse. It's been so long since they've been to this place. This royal tower was designed by Guelena. Rael said it was an amazing city and it was the center of the world. He was glad to be here. The girl with horns interrupted Real's words and told him about a place where Noct could come with his beloved and connect with the skills. The brunette immediately changed the topic of conversation. The Lord wanted to go to a clothing store. When they arrived at the store, they saw people working hard. The girl asked if they could make 4 ball gowns for her. The saleswoman apologized and said that they were currently busy. The saleswoman replied that their order would be ready in about a month. The girl with horns asked for forgiveness because she brought them here. The boys asked what the Lord would do. In the window of one of the shops, they saw dolls with beautiful outfits. Mr. Noct, using his power, enlarged them. The girl was very happy with this outfit. The other guys also found suitable clothes for themselves. They headed to the social event. The people there looked at him with displeased, sidelong glances. They judged Noct for his young age. Noct was very confused at the sight of such people from high society. But fortunately, Norvis was there, who understood such things. Norvis came up and asked why not Bigsmall was there. "How did you know I was here?" Noct asked uncertainly. Norvis offered him some curry. Noct took it without hesitation. Noct noted that he had never been alone at such events, and he was glad to see Norvis. Norvis said that when he fought Noct, he had this look that didn't break, when he was on the verge of giving up. Norvis wanted to support Noct with these words because he did not give up during the battle and fought until victory. The boss says that he is not in a good position in front of these people either. Noct should stop being afraid and be ashamed of himself for it. Norvis' words encouraged the brunette, so he finally believed in himself. When he was helping himself to food, he saw a girl in a beautiful dress. It was as if he saw his friend. They both looked into each other's eyes and were surprised by it. In Nocta Bigsmall's early childhood, a girl asked him to dance with her. He decided to dance with her. They danced a waltz together awkwardly. Noct remembered this moment from his life and wanted to dance with Anas one more time. But it was not to be. Some guy invited her, and they started their waltz. The guy tells her that she is a person who doesn't know her place. Seeing this, Noct thought how Anis had risen in rank. Noct thought that Anis's action was very necessary in the world of nobility. He immediately left this place. The girls surrounded Rael because they really wanted to dance with him. They were surprised by the beauty of both guys. The Lord was happy for his comrade. Rael told them that he worked as a salesman. He sold Nadel as his signature product, which was produced in the Big Small area. One woman noted that Rael was a good man and spread information about the Nadel. She also asked why he preferred weak lords like Noct Big Small. The woman insists on opening a store in the Royal Hawaiian, but only on the condition that Rael leaves Big Small's territory. This is how she mocks Mr. Nocta. The Lord heard these words and was upset about it. Rael replied that it was a wonderful proposal. However, Mr. Noct is one of his close friends, so he can't work with a person who insults his friend. These words of Rael touched the Lord very much. The woman became furious at these words, and out of emotion poured her wine on him. The Lord hastened to help his friend. The woman then insulted Rael, saying that he was a vile person. Noct immediately began to wipe the stain off his suit. At this time, Monsieur Rael stood and did nothing. A girl was passing by and turned out she was an old friend of Noct. The girl's name was Kiara. She was glad to meet her friend after such a long time. At the same time, Anna stood on the second floor and saw from the side how they were talking to each other. The jealous girls deliberately handed her more dishes so that she would drop them. The Lord did not want her to get hurt. He used the shrinking technique for Kiara's sake and suggested that they leave here. No matter how many years they hadn't seen each other, Not immediately recognized her from such a crowd of people. Kiara was also surprised by such a coincidence. During the conversation, Lord complimented Kiara that she had changed a lot. From these words, Kiara even fell to the ground from embarrassment. Kiara remembered her deep childhood, where she and the other kids would lie down and rest after playing. In aristocratic society, it is considered that equal friends are worth more than precious jewelry. Following from this, they in childhood hoped to remain good friends forever. Kira apologized for not helping the Lord in his difficult moment, and not being there for him. Noct calmed her down and asked if she had spoken to Anise. There were so many people around Anise that Kira couldn't approach her. Noctua was puzzled by this answer. He couldn't think how Anise could have changed. In their society, there were court ranks, which consisted of a 5-step hierarchy. He and Kiara were on the very last step, and Anas, in turn, stood 1 step higher than them. But when they were kids, the 4 of them would get together and play together. Years had passed, but everything had changed. Now it was great to get together again as a threesome. Not as a threesome, but as a foursome. Kiara interrupted him. Unfortunately, the hero's brother could not come because he died, but there were still those who remembered him. Lord replied that she was right because his brother was in his heart. They wanted to talk to Anise before leaving the social event. The Lord said that they still had the opportunity to talk to her. Noct Bigsmall suggested that Kiara should catch up with Anise, because together they would become a Viscount and Viscountess. Kiara thought about it and doubted the brunette's words. The hero could become him because he was incredibly cool. The hero encourages her. She has lands that are located on the seashore, and with this they can arrange mail production. This can attract some Mr. Rail. Kiara explains that every day there are fewer and fewer people on these lands. Kiara explains to the Lord that her father is not only a feudal lord, but also a fisherman. In the territory, due to the lack of people, her father works as a fisherman. If they established diplomatic relations between their lands, they would have a good future in the government. The girl refuses such an offer because even if they have the same title, it does not mean that she is not his equal. The Lord cannot return without merit from the high society, because people will be angry with him. Therefore, he wanted to help Kiara. With mutually beneficial offers, they agree with each other. Noct promises to restore her sea lands so that people can live there in the future. Kiara was puzzled by the change in the Lord's character, but before she could say goodbye, Noct left to do his own thing. The next day, the brunette offers a diplomatic trip to the fief with the feudal fisherman to his guise. He wants to establish good relations in order to be a strong lord for his people in the future. They are sent to the designated place with the help of a flying monster. Belle and the other boys were happy to see such a vast sea. They even grabbed their beach gear and swimsuits so they could swim in the sea. Kiara began to greet her guests. The Lord asked to go to her father. According to Kira's story, it turns out that the feudal lord was actually a fisherman. His appearance suggested that he really enjoyed working. The father asked his daughter to set the table for his guests. Belle didn't like the lack of meat at first, but then she tried the fried fish. She really liked it. Everyone liked the dish that was served to the coastal thief. Marine production requires hard work. Because of this, there is practically no workforce in the country. Large ships do not leave here, so there is no hope for import. Nocti suggests that if there are no ships, then build your own ships. Lately, a magical monster has been introduced into the sea. It is called the Sea God, or Sea Serpent. For several generations, the monster has been destroying ships that bring profit. Therefore, the first step is to destroy this creature. The girl could not contain her emotions and began to cry because this monster took a lot from her. Noct used his superpower to enlarge the ship from its small size. The ship would serve them in their search for the monster. After all, it was in this ship that many people who were injured during the crash drowned. Kiara's father was very happy to see his ship again. The ship itself was strong enough to sail on water, but Jelena made only minor adjustments. Noct asked to join their military forces so they can work together in the future. The ship can serve as a good tool for the Coastal Five. The Lord promised to stop the sea serpent and put a lot of effort into it. Kiara panicked because the monster is very dangerous for people. The Lord explained that his boys were very capable people, and they would definitely defeat the monster. So they made a deal with Kiara's father. At first, the problem was how to find the sea monster. The first thing they did was to use the boar as bait for the sea monster. One of the signs that a sea monster is nearby is black-tailed gulls. They immediately appeared nearby. The sea monster immediately began to attack the bait. He was a huge and powerful opponent. He looked like a snake. The monster fell for the trick, knocked without wasting a minute, activated his superpower, and began to act against the monster. The monster did not want to give up so easily. He began to resist aggressively. Kaba also did not give in to his power and used his power at full capacity. Kaba did everything he could with his hands, but the eyes of the sea monster began to shine. The monster started yelling at the boys with all his aggression. The boys started thinking very quickly what to do. The Lord consoled them and urged them not to panic because their hunt had only just begun. One of the team members was fighting a monster. He activated his super ability and became a monster. He wanted to fight him one-on-one so that he would finally stop harming people. In the end, the monster went under the water and they almost won. A little girl and his brother began to attack the Manatites with huge harpoons. They shot straight at the target. The monster was exhausted. The Lord thanked them for their good work. The guys started preparing for battle, since the monster was already powerless. Kiara's father wanted to warn them. He was very worried. The monster abruptly swam away, having unhooked the huge manatee harpoons from itself. The feudal fisherman said that there was no way back and they had to fight to the end. If they continued the fight, he could kill them all at once, so they should go back. The feudal lord lost all his men in one day, so he wanted to save them from the same fate. He was already so glad that they had somehow wounded this monster. The fisherman almost begs them to stop fighting and go back. But the lord is not going to retreat. A hero takes his weapon and heads after him to finally stop the series of deaths. The brunette is the first to attack the monster, which finally causes him to die at his hands. Mr. Noct thrusts a huge manatee harpoon into his back. He wanted to help for the sake of his old friend, because the brunette promised her to kill him. In the future, there are good relations between the lands. The monster almost died from so many wounds because the Lord aimed straight at the previously made wound. The Lord wanted to make the harpoon bigger so that the monster would definitely die. But the monster clings to his body with its tail. The hero cannot say anything. The brunette is almost suffocating from such a grip. He can't even move. The boys are panicking for their lord. They really want to help him. He learned various skills from Nocta to defeat the enemy. This time he uses his teeth to bite the monster's tail. This was a very brave move on his part. This move saved his life. Not Big Small was ready to fight, even at the cost of his own life. He knew the torment Kyr's father had suffered, the nightmares that woke him in the middle of the night. For this, he wanted to fight until victory. The feudal lord on his knees began to beg the god of the sea to stop this. He said that they were to blame for this situation. At this time, the lord was ready to kill the monster without regret. Ma was already ready to help the lord, but then Noct remembered the promise he made to his friend Kiara. Even Kiara's father wanted to see a smile on his daughter's face. The feudal fisherman pulled himself together and asked for a favor. He asked the boys to throw gunpowder into the back of the ship. The heavy artillery came into play, and they began to launch powerful weapons for the kill. On the orders of Kiara's father, the boys will shoot at the sea monster. Galena immediately doubted that it could harm them, but the fishermen promised that they would return back in full force. The very light that the Lord had been waiting for flared up in the eyes of the feudal lord. The order came from the feudal lord that they could start shooting at the target. The lord was almost eaten by this monster, but miraculously returned from it. Kiara's father was very happy. Because the victory over the sea monster was almost at the finish line, he had already thought of what dishes to cook from its meat. The ship was torn to pieces by such an explosion and attack. All the boys were safe and sound. The feudal lord was a little upset about the ship, since it was very valuable to him. The fisherman was also very happy about the victory, and said that he did not regret anything. I was sincerely grateful to Noct Big Small, who did not give up under the most difficult of tests. Kiara saw the guys were very happy that they returned alive. The guys even dragged this sea monster with them. The people of the coastal fief were glad to see the boys return, because they had given them back their sea. Each of the sea inhabitants was grateful for such help. Now they can live peacefully and feed themselves with delicious seafood. Some people went fishing to celebrate such a big event. Even the feudal lord himself went to catch fish for his heroes. The heroes gathered around a giant bonfire celebrating their victory with mugs of drinks in hand. A cheerful and friendly atmosphere reigns everywhere. Someone raises toasts, someone jokes and smiles, and someone admires the huge carcass of the beast killed in battle, which now serves as their trophy. In this shot, Noct Big Small watches the process with interest. He stands in front of his friend, who is preparing to cut the monster with a large sword, demonstrating the magic of enlarging weapons. A man with long hair, wearing a formal vest and shirt, skillfully cuts up a giant fish with a huge sword, and hundreds of neat pieces of meat fly into the air, glistening in the light. Noct Big Small, and the other characters watch in admiration and amazement, amazed by the incredible skill. The atmosphere is filled with delight, jubilation, and a sense of celebration. Kiara celebrates the fish festival with the other villagers holding a cooked fish on a stick. She smiles, but there is a slight sadness and worry in her eyes. Next to her stands her father, a feudal lord, who looks at her with concern. Kiara, holding back tears, assures him that everything is fine, demonstrating her inner strength. The atmosphere of the scene is warm and touching, filled with gratitude for the festival and the moments spent together. The feudal lord declares with sincere determination that he will work even harder, looking at Kiara with warmth and love. His face is serious at first, but then lights up with a bright, touching smile filled with joy and gratitude. Kiara responds with an equally warm smile, with light tears of happiness in her eyes, as if sharing a moment of mutual understanding and support with her father. At the festival square, people are having a good time, enjoying food and drink. Noct Bigsmall sits at a table with the other heroes, smiling and chatting about family, remembering how his father often worried about him. The atmosphere is warm and relaxed, and a little girl happily raises her mug, joining in the general merriment. A little later, the feudal lord, in a good mood, thanks Noct and playfully offers to accept gifts, and Noct, slightly embarrassed, tries to escape the awkward situation. The feudal lord, cheerfully embracing Noct Bigsmall, offers him to marry his daughter with a broad smile, saying it almost as a joke, but with a hint of seriousness. Noct smiles friendly at first, but then he becomes dumbfounded by what he heard. His confused face is a sharp contrast to the light and relaxed atmosphere around him. In the background, the rest of the party continues to have fun. A little girl happily drinks from a mug, and Kiara thanks the guests for the gift of a ship. The scene is filled with humor, slight embarrassment, and kind warmth. Noct, big small, reacts with shock to the feudal lord's unexpected proposal to marry his daughter. Kiara, standing nearby, is surprised by what is happening. Noct calmly tells the feudal lord that he needs to know Kiara's feelings first. The feudal lord leans on his arm and listens to the answer, while in the background one of the celebrants watches the situation, holding a mug. Kiara stands with her head slightly bowed, a gentle smile on her face. Her cheeks are touched with a slight blush, and a flower is carefully pinned in her hair. Her hair sways freely in the wind, creating a feeling of lightness. An elegant crystal pendant sparkles around her neck. Noct Bigsmall turns his head to the side, reacting to someone's call. His face expresses mild surprise and concentration, and his gaze is directed at Kiara. Behind him, someone waves cheerfully, catching his attention. Verdana runs up to Noct Bigsmall with a happy smile, cheerfully stretching her arms up and asking to make her bigger. Noct looks at her with slight confusion and surprise. Other girls appear nearby, one with ears and a tail, joyfully jumping up to Noct asking for a hug, another restrainedly showing off the prepared dish and saying that she tried for him. Noct stands in the center of attention, surrounded by caring and cheerful girls. Noct smiles warmly. Noct is sitting at the table with the boys. Joseph laughs cheerfully and says that the lands have missed Noct's return. Several girls have settled down comfortably next to the lord, hugging him. The atmosphere around is warm and friendly. The next moment, a girl with a serious expression and 2 glasses in her hands approaches Noct. She offers Noct a drink. The hero looks at her in surprise, and then she, approaching, says that it is time for them to go, handing one of the glasses to Noct. Lord Noct stands up energetically, thanking for the food, saying that everything was delicious. The other boys and villagers sit at the table nearby, watching him. A large number of hostile, vulture-like creatures appear in the sky, rapidly attacking from above. The lord looks intently towards the approaching threat. In the last shot, another character jumps down in front of Noct, landing next to him and preparing for action, calling his name. The dragon with people on its back prepares to take off. Other characters stand nearby. Noct waves and invites Kiara to come to the lands of Bigsmall, promising to introduce her to many people. Kiara looks a little confused at first, then smiles, happily waving her hand back. Noct is sitting at a table with 2 girls. He is eating shrimp and says that he could eat them forever. One of the girls notices white circles on the plate. Nearby, at another table, other guys are eating food with great appetite. On the plate is a dish of seafood, scallops, strips of squid, and cuttlefish. The characters discuss what exactly is depicted on the plate. Then Noct, who is sitting at the table, hears someone's familiar voice. Norvis sits on a throne in a large hall. He supports his head with his hand, looking tired or irritated. His gaze is tense and serious, because he was suddenly called by the lord with a request to come. Norvis sits on the throne, leaning his elbows on the armrest, Several people stand in front of him, among them knocked in a group of guards. One of the people says, "But you still came, Mr. Norvis." Norvis looks at them and says, "Hey, you." Someone next to him suddenly coughs. He says, "Good job." Then Norvis, laughing, sharply throws up a bag of coins, causing surprise among those around. It's time to give you a reward and hits them in the face, because they began to irritate him. Ma, with short blonde hair, exclaims with delight, "What a beautiful dress." Noct happily calls her name. Kiara, a girl in a beautiful dress with a tiara on her head, comes forward and says, "Hello?" Then, with a slight sadness on her face, she asks, "Did I interrupt?" Kiara's father helped his daughter choose a dress. The boys sit at the table and eat. Noct smiles and notices that Kiara's father has serious intentions. Kiara looks a little embarrassed. Joseph and a girl with short hair are also sitting at the table, eating calmly. Norvis, sitting at the other end of the room with a plate in his hand, asks Noct irritably why he called Kiara. Noct, a little embarrassed, explains that he wanted her to eat too. The atmosphere around remains warm and friendly, despite Norvis's displeasure. Noct points his finger at Norvis and Kiara, saying that he has something to talk about with the three of them, while Asasha carefully pours a thick dish from a ladle onto a plate. The scene takes place in a spacious, bright kitchen, creating the atmosphere of a conversation about to take place over a meal. A delicious dish of shrimp and rice is served on the table, sparkling in the light. Noct happily offers to try the treat. Kiara exclaims why in admiration. Norvis says that the food looks good. All three begin to eat, carefully holding their spoons and tasting the dish. Kiara happily explains that the dish is made from seafood brought from her lands. Noct is surprised that he has never tasted curry like this. Norvis seriously notes that he would like to have such seafood at home. Noct clarifies that the dish is called seafood curry. Then he smiles and says that he was just about to propose. Noct, smiling and raising two fingers, offers to form an alliance. Kiara, surprised and holding a spoon in her hands, stops. Nervous watches with a serious face. Noct continues to smile amiably. Kiara is still shocked by his words. Mr. Noct asks, surprised if there is a reason for the refusal. The boss, with a serious expression, says that it is impossible, mentioning his name. He continues to explain that he is indebted to the brunettes, and at the same time, he is sad. The Lord reminds him of something with a slight smile. Norvis explains that in his domain, no vegetables grow or fish are found, unlike Noct's lands. The Lord points to the shelves with jars and talks about curry for the dish. Norvis looks at him with irritation and remembers how one of Noct's men asked for curry. Lasasha using Norvis's curry, Kiara's fish, made a very tasty dish. In the future, they can make money from this. Lasasha, using Norvis's curry and Kiara's seafood, prepared an incredibly delicious dish. Everyone who tried it was absolutely delighted with its taste. Due to the successful combination of products, this dish has great potential for trade. In the future, they will be able to make money from this, attracting customers and expanding their holdings. Noct, with a serious expression, speaks of the importance of joining forces. He explains that thanks to the wisdom of his interlocutor, they were able to create an amazingly delicious curry. In the background, happy people are shown smiling and waving their hands, symbolizing future prosperity. Noct confidently declares that the inhabitants of their lands will become richer and happier. In the end, he adds with a joyful smile that working together is much more fun. A young man with long hair slightly bows his head and looks forward with a slight smile. His gaze is warm and calm, recognizing the importance of teamwork. The phrase sounds in his thoughts, "You can't cook such a delicious thing alone." An image of another young man appears nearby, frozen in slight confusion, realizing the power of combined efforts. Noct sits at the table with a girl in a crown, both enjoying their meal. The girl smiles cheerfully and offers to treat a niece as well. Noct agrees with a slight smile. After that, the serious young man reminds them that a niece has already rejected them once. His expression is stern. He holds a spoon in his hand, as if emphasizing his words. Noct is slightly surprised, and the young man clarifies that he is talking about the daughter of the Field family, showing an image of a girl with long blonde hair in a luxurious dress. Kiara sadly looks forward, holding a spoon in her hand, and quietly says that Anise is not like everyone thinks. Norvis sits at the table and with an indifferent look states that he does not care at all what she is like. He looks bored and uninterested in the discussion. Noct, sitting opposite, raises his hand, addressing the young man, calling him Mr. Norvis. The hero clenches his fist enthusiastically and says that if they get closer to Anise, their curry will become even more delicious. The boss looks at him in surprise and asks what this sudden insight is. The lord continues with a smile, explaining that Norvis is the one who understands the affairs of the aristocracy best, and therefore suggests that they proceed through negotiations. This glares at Noct, accusing him of trying to use persuasion. Norvis calmly holds the spoon and, closing his eyes, says that he had no interest. The hero with slight alarm assumes that he has lost interest. But his interlocutor, opening his eyes, adds that an alliance with Noct is a completely different story. Noct Bigsmall looks at him in amazement, listening attentively to his words. Then, perking up, the brunette energetically leans forward and asks what their plan of action will be. Norvis confidently says that as the rank increases, the environment changes. He makes an expressive gesture with his hand, emphasizing the seriousness of his words. A diagram of the pyramid appears in the background, showing the distribution of ranks, as well as a girl in elegant clothes standing in front of it. The boss explains that if you rise to the top, you can calmly choose your environment. The lord looks with surprise and slight admiration at the sparkling order that Norvis points out, and next to him, a girl with wide eyes listens attentively. The boss concludes that there is only one option. Norvis confidently raises his hand to his face, looks at you with a serious and determined look. He says, "You need to get up." Noct, and the girl next to him look at Norvis in surprise, expressing slight excitement and confusion. Norvis continues to my rank. The lord and the girl next to him happily exclaim, "Ah, good." Norvis, with a slight grin, looks at them and says, "Mr. Noct, I am in your debt." Then Norvis takes the bottle and starts pouring the drink into glasses. Everyone gathers at the table. The boss says the agreement, and the girl with a smile says, "Let's fix it." Noct cries out in embarrassment, and the girl in the crown suggests that they drink from identical cups, then smiles and holds out the cup. Noct happily calls Kiara to join them. The girl ponders. Perhaps it is not necessary to rise to the counts of the viscounts. It will be enough. A diagram with pyramids of ranks appears, where Kiara is depicted in the middle. She looks up in surprise, thinking, but Mr. Noct, rubbing the back of his head, smiles and says, "Apparently I succumb to the influence of your cool speech." Norvis takes a sip from the cup and agrees. Perhaps she is right. Norvis closes his eyes tiredly and agrees. "Got it. I'll tell you how to become a viscount." At this time, a knight approaches him and reminds Mr. Norvis it's time for us to go. Noct and Kiara listen attentively. Then the boss continues pouring himself a drink, adding for this you need to perform some feat, and preferably one that the whole country will know about. Noct imagines how many people are joyfully thrown into the air. He smiles and looks happy around him. There is joy and gratitude words. Therefore, the Lord needs to do. A large-scale deed is important, and not just the happiness of local people. It is necessary to contribute to the development of all mankind. Norvis sits at a table with two other boys holding a cup of drink in his hand. A girl with a crown on her head asks him how he rose to the title of count. The boss replies that his grandfather was a warrior with boundless energy and curiosity. Norvis's grandfather, with short blonde hair, explored the cave. He ate something on the go, then encountered huge monsters with claws and mouths. After the fight, he found deposits of glowing ore. For many years, he did not let anyone near him. But one day he destroyed a nest of magical animals that interested him and discovered deposits of glowing ore. The guy smiles, points to something in his hand and says, "I use one too." The girl looks at him in surprise and thinks, glowing ore. I know it's very valuable, but is it really that rare? Several people nearby are carefully examining a pile of glowing ore on the table. Noct looks at the illuminated street with a joyful smile and says, "Thanks to your grandfather, it doesn't get pitch dark at night." Then he exclaims, "Exactly! How did I not notice before?" A man with a glass is sitting at the table, thinking. She has firmly entered into people's everyday life and improved their quality of life. After that, he proudly declares, "This is what a contribution to the development of humanity should be." Noct stands at the table with a confident smile, clenches his fist and says enthusiastically, "And we will rise to viscounts." Another girl nearby listens in surprise, and from the other side they add, "Let's make hidden ones, especially the first ones, to get them back." Then the man sitting at the table drinks from a glass and says, tiredly, "And I, it seems, will fall." The girl in a beautiful dress looks at him in surprise. Noct asks the girl standing with her back to him, "Do you have a conflict in your schedule?" Then the scene changes to a guy, apparently in a hurry, knocking down another guy and responding to the shouts with irritation. Yeah, I know. Shut up. Then he wipes his sweat and says, Whew. We've set the direction. We can go back. Then he holds up an invitation and explains. The Granulum family has invited me to their place for an evening. For counts and viscounts only, he adds. If I don't go there right now, we'll be late. A guy with a surprised, intense face says, Stop. A girl holding a piece of paper points at him and calmly says from behind him. Other guys nearby exclaim in surprise. So why did you come then? Not looks at the paper in surprise, pointing to the place where Filda is written. Then, stunned, he grabs the other youth's hand and asks excitedly, Can I come with you? To which his interlocutor, Norvis, reacts with a surprised exclamation. A girl in a beautiful dress and a tiara on her head looks forward with a confused expression on her face. Holding her hands to her chest, knocked his next to her, smiling, saying that he has an idea. And then the girl indignantly waves her hands and exclaims, No, he wasn't invited. The small guard in this helmet, vigorously pointing his finger, objects and declares, Impossible. Norvis is already accompanied by Mai and knocked with a confident look and a raised finger proposes a plan. We will sneak in there like Norvis's escorts. The guard is surprised and says, Oh. Noct raises his hand vigorously and agrees, saying, Okay. The guy with long hair holds his hand to his chin seriously and says, The hall is big enough. When you find a niece, let me know via communicator. A woman in uniform with a tense face stands nearby. Below, a small guard in a helmet sits on a chair with a sign on his chest that says, Looking after the house, and screams in despair, they left me. The heroes enter a spacious hall where lights sparkle. Noct exclaims with the light. Norvis immediately finds himself surrounded by a group of girls who squeal joyfully around him. Noct and another escort quietly move to the wall and sit down on chairs. A girl with a tray approaches them and asks sternly, Escorts, what are you doing? There are scattered dishes on the floor in front of her. Noct smiles and spreads his arms a little shyly, sitting at a table piled high with food. He says, We're not used to such luxury. We thought we'd sit in the corner. The girl with the long ponytail standing in front of them reminds him with a serious face. Next to him, another girl is sitting at the same table, listening attentively to the conversation. A niece walks forward with a proud and confident look, lifting the hem of her lush dress. Petals swirl in the air around her. Noct expresses surprise. The guy with the plate in his hands asks about further wishes. Next to him, a girl with a frightened expression watches what is happening. Noct remembers how he and Anise spent time together, how they played and danced the waltz together. When Anise wanted to approach Noct, she saw her husband and immediately turned away from the lord. Norvis approached the hero and explained that he and Anise were engaged. He heard this from rumors told by the ladies. Noct wondered why Anise didn't smile when she saw him, and always walked around sad. Norvis activated his technique and wanted to find an answer to the question. The boss secretly enters Anise's mind to find out the truth. He directs his power towards the girl. The boy walks forward with a serious expression, holding Anise's hand, and she lowers her head. He reminds her to look only into his eyes. Anise apologizes. The boy stops, turns to her, and asks if this is really their engagement. He explains that the only reason the Field family is still keeping the price of salt down is because of their engagement. The boy makes a remark to Anise, pointing out her mistakes and dissatisfaction with the situation of her family. He mentions that her father has health problems and that the management of the estate is not successful. Anise, with her head down, politely asks for forgiveness. The boy adds that he does not like impudent girls. Norvis says with a satisfied smile that everything went well. The guy with short dark hair looks worried and remarks that it was not worth doing. However, he admits that thanks to this, they learned a lot. Inner thoughts tell him that the plan will be continued next time. The hero looks forward with a serious, determined expression. His eyes, full of determination, emphasize his inner confidence and firm goal. The setting is filled with bright highlights, creating a sense of hope and the importance of the moment. Kiara says Anise's fiancé is manipulating her into raising the price of salt. The Lord suggests increasing the quantity of salt. Norvis calmly replies that if you do this, you will turn the Grando family against you. In the worst case, if you do not receive the title of Viscount. 3 characters are sitting at a table with dishes and cups of tea on it. One of the guys with short dark hair is talking energetically. A girl with a serious expression is listening to him, putting her hand on her cheek. Norvis looks worried. The setting resembles a cozy meeting room or a restroom. A guy with long, dark hair calmly talks about his exploits. He holds a spoon, makes a serious face, and says that he found a deposit of manateite, defeated a king, a grenade, and even bowed to a sea god. Next to him stands a guy with short, dark hair. He happily makes a gesture of approval, raises his fist, and says with a smile, "Cool." The Lord sums up that he has done enough. The girl with the long ponytail says thoughtfully that she has a plan. She holds a spoon in one hand and looks a little excited. In the next moment, another girl sitting at the table continues her thought and says that she has an idea. They come to Kiara's father again and ask him for a helping hand. The feudal lord looks for something from his chest of drawers that can help them. A man with a serious face shows an old map with a cross. He explains that this map has been passed down from generation to generation and points to a mythical area called the Bermuda Triangle. He warns that there is a mark on the map that should never be approached. The guy next to him asks, in surprise, "What is there?" The man continues to explain that if you approach the marked place, all 6 types of magic will strike. A magical symbol with energy flows appears in the background, emphasizing the danger. The situation becomes tense, and it is clear that the information is extremely important. The fisherman feudal lord tells of a demon kingdom, an island that had become a haven for various races of monsters. This meant that it was a high-level dungeon. One day, queens will be born in this boiling magic and demonic place. Kings will be born 3 or more times on Earth, which will be called the dungeon, becoming a threat to all mankind. Kara's father persuades Noct to give up the matter. The Lord replies that there may be kings and demons there, which is proof of huge magical resources. For example, a large bat and a mother knight. The guys from the team go there and decide that they will find solutions. Norvis refuses to go with them, because if he sails with them, the reward will be given to him. But he will give them a ship and introduce them to his man. The people of Norway meet them and introduce themselves to them. They have different weapons to protect themselves from the monsters. It turned out to be the man they once fought to get the right to the subway mine. They are called the Dragon Slayer. They also remember them. The guys weren't particularly happy to see these opponents, but they still accepted them. They prepare for the path to victory and gain magical resources. The Lord and the rest of the people set off on their way to new adventures. Kira wants to become a sailor, so she takes the helm. Kira also wanted to help save Anise, so she also goes with them. The Lord promised her father to return her unharmed, so he worries about her. She regained control and almost fell backwards, but Noct caught her. The Lord became worried. But Noct teaches her how to hold the helm properly, because the captain of the ship is responsible for the lives of all the people overboard. The Lord reports that they are on the right course, and there is no need to worry about it. Kira has the skills of Hawkeye, and she sees everything with it. This ability allows her to see absolutely everything around her. Lord encouraged her and was glad that she was with them, because this superpower is very necessary in such a field. Kira has already adapted to the role of captain and gives orders to other crew members. Unfortunately, they were about to enter a hurricane, and this made Kira very worried. The wild island is surrounded by reefs, but to escape the hurricane, they need to get to land as quickly as possible, says Kiara using her power. Kiara can't handle the controls. Lord goes to her aid and forces the Dragon Slayer to catch the boar. Lord Dragon Slayer orders the sails to be folded and gathered on the mast, and also tells Kiara that it is proper to hold the helm. Kira is afraid and stressed because she has encountered such a problem for the first time. The Lord calms down the Dragon Slayer and leaves the sails to him. Belle takes the captain's place and Lord forces Kiara to try again. Kiara apologizes for the incident that happened, that she shouldn't have become captain. The Lord consoles her and says that it's not her fault. Kiara doesn't want to be a burden, so she wants to be like Norvis and Noct. They look very brave in Kiara's eyes. The hero asks Kiara to use her superpower to see what is happening. As it turns out, there is a big wave approaching them. They should make a lower course. They prepare to unfurl their sails at the signal from Mr. Dragon Slayer. The signal is given immediately, and they unfurl their sails. A few seconds later, the wind changed direction, and they were all rocking on board. They successfully swim away from the waves. It immediately became quiet on board. They ended up on that very island of demons. There were giant mushrooms growing there, and huge butterflies flying around. They landed on land and began to explore the place. They pitched their tent and began preparing for bed. The Lord is watching them and orders them to stand with their backs to each other. A huge demon suddenly appears on the sly. The guys from the team start running away from him. The same monster starts attacking them, and Belle starts using hers. Water monsters attack the battlefield. One of the heroes notices that they are all gathered together and asks what to do. Another character calmly replies that there are more monsters here. A man with wings on his back releases magical attacks, assuring that he can handle them himself. A blonde man with a sword praises him with the words, "Great job." Noct watches what is happening in surprise. A man with horns on his head creates a magical shield to repel the attack of a water monster. Next to him, a black-haired youth shouts an enlargement spell, strengthening the magical barrier. Both heroes look ahead tensely, preparing for the next blow. Noct, with his sword, finds himself face to face with a huge stone golem and exclaims in surprise when he notices a fourth opponent. He quickly reacts and creates a defense in front of himself, shouting the spell Earth Shield. The golem breaks through the barrier with a powerful blow, and the boy and his small companion are sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The demon with horns on his head loudly announces himself standing in front of the monster. At this time, the black-haired youth is pressed to the ground by a stone golem. The demon, spreading his arms to the sides, calls for everyone to calm down, and says that he is stronger than everyone around him. Then he turns to the youth and reminds him that he is his subordinate. The hero, pressed to the ground, embarrassedly replies that it does not matter. The black-haired youth shouts a promise to protect, clenching his fists and tensing his entire body. The demon with horns watches him with surprise and attention. An image of a monster appears in the background, as if symbolizing the impending threat. Then a powerful blow is heard, from which a cloud of dust rises. Noct Big's Maul is still trapped in the arms of the stone golem, but his determination does not weaken. The stone golem holds the black-haired boy tightly in its fist, and in the background, a girl with a frightened face watches what is happening. The demon with a serious expression raises his scaled hand, uttering orders, demanding that they stop their actions. His gaze is full of power and determination. The golem suddenly unclenches its fist and drops the black-haired youth to the ground. The boy is breathing heavily. It is obvious that he is exhausted. The stone giant kneels down, as if obeying an order. In the background, the silhouette of a demon appears, from which a powerful aura emanates. He sternly tells the youth to take the demon more seriously. A mythical creature with horns and a long flowing mane stands on the grass. It looks forward majestically. It's posed proud and calm. The guy is sitting on his knees, and two girls are hugging him from both sides. All three look very surprised and shocked. The girls are clinging to the guy, expressing fear, and the guy is dumbfounded by what is happening. The Lord thinks the situation is getting out of control. He can't understand that the enemies want to destroy them or go to meet them. One of the demons says that the light demon wants to talk to them. The guys were surprised by such hospitality. They all sat down on the ground together, and the demons began to ask the reason why they had come here. The group discusses the unusual territory. This island is a territory unknown to humans. The girl points to a large stone creature and remarks admiringly how strong it is. One of the characters says that the existence of you kings proves that there is a powerful magical resource here. Then one of the heroes politely asks, "Will you allow me to conquer a dungeon somewhere on this island?" And adds, "I want to take some with me." The Lord asks for a favor because he wants to help his friend. The demons had their own plans for their lives. They tricked them into coming to their cemetery. After all, they didn't need any extra problems, so they decided to kill them the easy way. The weak will die. That's the law here. But they were interested in seeing how they would fight for their lives. They fly down with all their might. The boys regretted their actions towards the Lord. At this time, Noct wanted to solve this problem. The hero quickly activates his superpower. With the help of a small handkerchief, they were safe and sound. Everyone was happy about it. The characters discuss the situation. One of the girls says that he helped a huge number of people. The protagonist replies, "It's not me, it's us." Then he says with a slight sigh, "Noct Bell, let's go already." They descend into a deep pit, thinking, falling from such a height does not lead to anything good. Inside, the hero notes, "The kings really did leave us here." The heroes walk along a stone corridor. One of them asks, "Where are we?" The other answers, "But first we need to find a way out." The main hero looks around and says, "A cemetery." Glowing inscriptions appear on the wall. Strange glowing mushrooms are visible on the floor. The protagonist looks around the place and says, "So this is what their cemetery looks like." At this time, someone notices a suspicious movement. One of the heroes shouts, "We are being followed." Everyone becomes wary, and one of the fighters with a sword goes forward, preparing for a possible attack. The heroes are running down a corridor when they suddenly notice a cute white animal. Noct stops and says, "There's a cute animal here." One of the companions asks, "Mr. Noct, what's wrong?" Noct looks closely at the rabbit, who is acting strangely. The companions discuss among themselves, "Are you hurt, or are you resting?" One of them remarks, "He's talking to the monster." Again, Noct takes the cute little animal in his arms and says, "Let's get it warm," he adds. "You can't sleep in the cemetery, you'll catch a cold." Suddenly, a rumble is heard in the corridor. A crowd of aggressive creatures runs out of the darkness. One of the heroes shouts, "There are enemies there!" They see a strange creature standing upside down. The heroes hide, watching the huge monster. One says, "I'll kill him." The other replies, "No need. He's dangerous." They describe the creature a huge tail that can break a man's neck with one blow. Noct asks, "What should we do?" They are prompted. They're blind. "We can try to slip past." The guy with the rabbit in his arm says, "The lives of these monsters are as important to them as the lives of humans are to us. After all, they are the rulers here." Another character with long hair calmly replies, "Got it." Another guy nearby silently watches what is happening. The rabbit in his arms looks calm. A huge monster with an open mouth looms over the heroes. One guy with a rabbit in his arms and another with a sword are looking at the monster tensely. Two more are nearby in combat stances preparing to attack. The situation looks extremely dangerous. The heroes run down the corridor, rejoicing in their success. One of them laughs happily, holding a rabbit in his hands. A group of creatures meets them ahead, and the main character waves at them with a joyful smile. Everyone is charged with enthusiasm and ready to continue the rescue. The heroes find a way out of the dungeon, rejoicing at their salvation. A small animal points to a light at the end of the corridor. After a while, the whole team walks down the street, with the freed creatures in their arms. They laugh and discuss how well they took care of the captives, although they plan to fatten them up and eat them. The protagonist proudly declares that he saved everyone, and now they are returning home. The heroes find themselves in a dense forest and encounter a huge snail named Daatan Mai Mai. The creature looks menacing. One of the heroes explains that these creatures destroy anyone who invades their territory. The team decides to move on, trying not to attract attention to themselves. A girl sits on the floor, hugging a small animal. In front of her stands a menacing creature with a huge mouth, making a loud roar. The girl cautiously hisses at the monster, trying to scare it away. A huge slug looms menacingly over the three heroes, who look at it in horror. The slug watches them with its huge eyes. In the next moment, it raises its leg to attack, and the heroes rush to the side to save themselves, moving as fast as they can. The protagonist kneels before a huge creature that resembles a giant snail with bulging eyes and long antennae. The monster looms over him, creating a sense of tension and menace. A light mist spreads across the ground, increasing the sense of danger.